Good day, everyone. This is God of Hogwarts bringing you another great story. Today we're exploring what if Harry was adopted by the Bones family at age 4 and trained by Amelia to be the ultimate judge. If you appreciate quality storytelling, please support us by liking and subscribing. It truly makes a difference. Now, let's immerse ourselves in the story. Chapter 1, The weight of the gavel. The stunner hit the wall 3 inches from Harry's ear and blew a chunk of stone across the training room. He didn't flinch. Flinching was for the first 100 spells. After 1,000, your body learned the difference between a near miss and a hit, and it stopped wasting energy on panic. You're favoring your left again, Amelia said from across the room, wand already moving into her next cast. I can read you like a warrant. Harry rolled right, because she expected left, and sent a disarming charm low, aimed at her knees. Not where you were supposed to aim a disarming charm, but textbooks were written by people who'd never been in a real fight. Amelia sidestepped it without apparent effort, her boots grinding on the stone floor of the basement training room. She was still in her work robes, the deep plum of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, her monocle catching the lamplight. She'd come home from the ministry 20 minutes ago, dropped her briefcase by the door, kissed Susan on the forehead, looked at Harry, and said, "Basement. Now." That was how she said she'd missed him. "Better," she said, circling. "But you telegraphed the misdirection. Your eyes went right before your body did. Against a trained opponent, I know. Eyes stay center, let the body commit first. Then do it." She fired 3 spells in quick succession, stunner, leg locker, and something that crackled blue and made the hair on his arms stand up. Harry shielded the first, dodged the second, and batted the third aside with a deflection charm that sent it sparking into the ceiling. "What was that last one?" he asked, not lowering his wand. "Modified nerve disruption hex. Classified aura grade. I'm 10. Dark wizards don't check your age before they curse you." She lowered her wand, and the training room's protective wards hummed as they absorbed the residual magic. "You're getting faster. Your shield work is solid. But you're still thinking in sequences, attack, defend, attack, defend. Real combat isn't a conversation. It's an interruption. You need to cast while you're still moving from the last dodge. No pauses." Harry nodded, filing it away. He wiped sweat from his forehead, pushing dark hair back from the scar that sat there like a jagged lightning bolt. He didn't think about the scar much. It was evidence of a crime, his parents' murder. Evidence was important. But you didn't let evidence define you. You let it inform your next action. "Dinner's in 10 minutes, came Susan's voice from the top of the stairs. "And if you've blown another hole in the ceiling, Auntie, I'm telling the house elf to serve you cold soup." It was the wall this time, Harry called back. "Oh, wonderful. Progress." Amelia's mouth twitched, the closest she came to a grin during training. She holstered her wand in the forearm sheath she wore at all times, even at home, even sleeping. Harry had asked about that once, when he was 6. She'd said, "The night your parents died, Voldemort walked through their front door. If they'd had their wands drawn, it might have gone differently. I'll never find out if the same lesson applies to me." He hadn't asked again. They climbed the stairs together into the warm light of Bones Manor. It wasn't a grand estate, not like the old pureblood mansions Harry had read about in case files. It was a large, solid country house in Devon, warded to the teeth, with a garden that Susan tended and a library that Amelia had filled with every legal text, tactical manual, and investigative handbook the wizarding world had ever produced. The walls held photographs of the Bones family, generations of them, many in aura robes or Wizengamot plum. There were gaps in the photographs where frames had been removed. The family members killed by Voldemort in the First War. Amelia never talked about them, but she never let anyone forget the empty spaces on the wall either. Harry washed his hands in the kitchen sink while Susan set the table. She was his age, a few months younger, actually, with copper-red hair and a round, open face that made people think she was soft. She wasn't. You didn't grow up in Amelia Bones's house and come out soft. You came out warm, maybe. Susan was warm. But warm wasn't weak, and Harry had watched her hex a garden gnome across the yard last summer with a banishing charm that would have made a fourth-year jealous. "How's the training going?" Susan asked, setting down a basket of bread. She introduced classified aura hexes today. "Is that the one that makes your arms go numb?" "She used that on Dawlish last month." He complained to the minister. Dawlish complains about everything. That's why he's still a junior aura at 40. Harry sat down and pulled the bread toward him. "How was your day?" "I finished the case study you left me. The Fenwick disappearance, 1981. And? The witness testimony doesn't match the physical evidence. The blast pattern suggests the killing curse came from inside the house, not outside. Which means, the killer was someone Fenwick trusted enough to let inside." Susan pointed at him with her butter knife. "I already figured that out, thanks. I'm saying it because I want you to know I figured it out, not because I need you to confirm it." Harry grinned. "Fair enough." Amelia emerged from the hallway, having changed out of her work robes into something more comfortable, though she still wore the forearm wand holster. She sat at the head of the table, and for a moment, the stern mask of the head of the Diagon Alley dropped away and she was just a woman sitting down to dinner with her children. Because that's what they were. Her children. The law said so, the adoption papers said so, and anyone who questioned it learned quickly not to do so twice. The memory surfaced sometimes without warning, though less often now than when Harry was younger. He'd been 4 years old, sitting in darkness, and then there had been light. Not warm light. Sharp light. The kind that comes from a wand held by someone very angry. Amelia had told him the story once, when he was 8 and old enough to understand it. She'd told it the way she told everything, direct, factual, without softening. A routine check. The department had received an anonymous tip that the boy who lived was not being properly cared for. Amelia had gone herself because she took the safety of war orphans personally. Her own brother and his wife had died in the First War, leaving Susan, and the thought that any magical child might be suffering had sent her to Privet Drive at 9 o'clock on a Tuesday morning. Petunia Dursley had answered the door with a face like she'd been sucking on a lemon and finding it too sweet. She'd said Harry was at school. Amelia had asked which school. Petunia had stumbled. Amelia had known something was wrong within 15 seconds, reading deception was her profession, and Petunia Dursley was not a skilled liar. She'd found Harry in the cupboard under the stairs. The rest was a memory Harry carried but rarely examined, like a sealed evidence file. The small dark space. The spiders. The smell of cleaning products and dust. The thin mattress on the floor. And then the door had opened and light had poured in, and a woman with a sharp jaw and a monocle had looked down at him with an expression that would have made Voldemort himself take a step back. "Come with me," she'd said. "You're done here." The legal battle had taken 6 months. Dumbledore had fought it, not publicly, not loudly, but through proxies and procedure. There were blood wards on the Dursley house, he'd argued. Ancient protection tied to Lily Potter's sacrifice. The boy needed to stay with his mother's blood relations for the magic to hold. Amelia had brought 3 independent ward specialists to testify that blood wards required familial love to function, and that a child kept in a cupboard and treated like vermin wasn't exactly swimming in familial love. The wards, they concluded, were either failing or had never properly activated. Dumbledore had argued greater good. Amelia had argued child welfare law. The Wisengamot had voted 17 to 12 in Amelia's favor. It was the closest vote in family court history, and Amelia had told Harry years later that 8 of the 12 who'd voted against her had later been investigated for Death Eater connections. That told you everything you needed to know about the wizarding world's priorities. "You have a letter," Amelia said now, nodding toward the mantelpiece where an envelope sat propped against a clock. Heavy parchment. Green ink. A wax seal bearing a coat of arms Harry recognized immediately, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent surrounding a large letter H. Harry looked at it, then at Amelia. You already opened it. I did not. You held it up to the light. The corner of her mouth moved. I may have performed a standard security scan. Susan bounced in her seat. Open it. I already got mine this morning. I wanted to wait so we could read them together. Harry crossed to the mantelpiece and picked up the envelope. It was addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Bones, the second bedroom, Bones Manor, Devon. He noted the name with quiet satisfaction. Bones. Not Potter. Whoever addressed these letters used the legal name on file. He broke the seal and read. Dear Mr. Bones, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Susan was reading hers aloud across the table, excitement making her words tumble over each other. Harry read his silently, absorbing the details: term start, supply list, platform 9 3/4. He'd known this was coming, obviously. He'd been preparing for it. But there was still something about holding the letter in his hands that made it real. Thoughts? Amelia asked, watching him over the rim of her tea. I have several. Let's hear them. Harry set the letter down. Dumbledore is headmaster. He'll use proximity to try to rebuild influence over me. He'll be subtle about it, he won't make direct moves early. He'll use teachers as intermediaries and engineered situations to position himself as a mentor figure. Amelia nodded. Agreed. What else? The staff includes Severus Snape, former Death Eater, granted immunity by Dumbledore's personal testimony. He has a known grudge against my biological father. He'll either ignore me or target me, depending on whether he sees James Potter or Lily Evans when he looks at me. I've prepared a file on Snape. You'll read it before September. The defense against the dark arts position has had a different professor every year for over 2 decades. That suggests either a curse on the position or a systemic failure in hiring practices. Either way, the instruction will be unreliable. I should supplement independently. Already planned. Auror Tonks has agreed to correspond with you on practical defense techniques. She's young but talented, and she owes me several favors. Susan was staring at them both. You know, most families just say, congratulations, when the Hogwarts letter arrives. Amelia looked at her niece, and the mask softened. Congratulations, Susan. I'm very proud. Both of you. She reached across the table and squeezed Susan's hand, then looked at Harry. I mean that. Harry nodded. He knew she meant it. Amelia didn't say things she didn't mean. It was the quality he admired most about her and the one he'd worked hardest to develop in himself. Words mattered. They were evidence of intent. You didn't waste them. There's something else, he said. Something you haven't told me about Hogwarts. Amelia's eyebrow rose. What makes you think that? Because you've been preparing me for this conversation for 6 years, and you wouldn't leave gaps in a briefing unless the gap itself was the point. There's something at Hogwarts you want me to discover on my own. Something you think I need to encounter without preconceptions. Amelia studied him for a long moment. Then she took a slow sip of tea. Eat your dinner, Harry. He ate his dinner. But he filed the non-answer away. Diagon Alley on a Saturday in August was controlled chaos. Witches and wizards packed the narrow cobblestone street, shopping bags bulging with potion ingredients and stacks of books, owls hooting from the emporium, the smell of fresh cauldron cakes drifting from Fortescue's. Amelia walked through it like a ship through rough water, steady, purposeful, and with enough authority radiating off her that the crowd parted instinctively. She was in civilian clothes, but anyone who knew anything about the wizarding world recognized that jaw, that monocle, that walk. People nodded. Some looked nervous. A few changed direction entirely. Harry and Susan flanked her. Harry had dressed practically, dark trousers, boots, a jacket with enough pocket space for his wand, his emergency port key, a small bronze coin Amelia had commissioned from the Department of Mysteries, and a folded copy of his supply list. Susan had dressed like a normal 11-year-old, which meant she'd changed outfits 3 times that morning and still wasn't entirely satisfied. Gringotts first, Amelia said. Then robes, then books, then wand. Why wand last? Susan asked. Because the wand chooses the wizard, and I don't want Harry walking around with an untested wand for 3 hours before he learns its properties. They visited the Bones vault at Gringotts. Harry also had access to the Potter vault. Amelia had maintained it as part of his inheritance, managed by the goblins with her oversight. He didn't touch it often, but knowing it was there mattered. It was his parents' legacy, held in trust until he came of age. Evidence that they had existed. That they had planned for a future they didn't get to see. Madame Malkin's was crowded with Hogwarts-bound students getting fitted for robes. Harry stood on the fitting platform, arms out, while enchanted tape measures darted around him. On the platform next to him, a boy with white blonde hair and a pointed chin was being fitted with an expression of supreme boredom. Hogwarts 2, the boy said, looking Harry over with the practiced assessment of someone raised to categorize people on sight. That's right. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. He said it the way someone might announce the weather, as if the significance should be self-evident. Harry Bones. Something flickered in Draco's pale eyes. Recognition, calculation, reassessment. Bones. Your mother's the head of the DMLE. She is. My father says her department is overfunded and underperforming. Your father's entitled to his opinion. He expressed it formally at the last Wisengamot budget session. He was outvoted. Draco's chin lifted. My father has a great deal of influence in the Wisengamot. Influence isn't the same as authority. Influence is what people use when they can't win arguments on merit. The tape measure paused around Harry's shoulders as if it, too, was waiting for Draco's response. The blond boy's mouth opened, closed, and opened again. He wasn't used to being challenged by someone his own age, that much was clear. He was used to deference or hostility, and Harry was offering neither. What house do you expect to be in? Draco asked, changing tacks with the instinct of someone trained in social maneuvering, if not very well yet. I try not to expect things. Expectations are assumptions, and assumptions compromise judgment. Well, I'll be in Slytherin. My whole family has been. Do you want to be in Slytherin? The question caught Draco off guard. His brow creased. What do you mean? Of course I do. Because your family was, or because you've thought about it and decided it's where you belong? Draco stared at him. For just a moment, a flicker, really, something uncertain crossed his face. Then the mask reassembled. It's the best house. Everyone knows that. Everyone in your family, maybe. Madame Malkin announced Harry's fitting was complete, and he stepped down. He didn't look back at Draco, but he could feel the boy's eyes on him all the way to the counter. Susan was waiting by the door, holding 2 bags of robes. Made a friend? She asked brightly. Not exactly. Was that the Malfoy boy? His father's the one who, yes. Did you do the thing where you ask questions people can't answer? I don't know what you're talking about. Susan grinned. You absolutely do. Flourish and Blots took an hour because Harry couldn't walk past a bookshelf without assessing its contents, and because he found a used copy of Advanced Interrogation Techniques and Counterinterrogation Protocols wedged behind a display of first-year textbooks. It was technically a restricted text. He bought it anyway. The clerk didn't check. Then it was time for the wand. Ollivander's was narrow and dusty and felt like stepping into a courtroom where the verdict had already been decided, you just didn't know what it was yet. Thousands of narrow boxes lined the shelves from floor to ceiling, and the air tasted like old wood and potential. The old man appeared between the shelves like smoke. Silver eyes, wild hair, a smile that knew too much. "Ah," he said. "I wondered when I'd see you. Mr. Ollivander. Harry Potter. Or Bones, now, I understand." The wand cares nothing for surnames, however. It reads deeper than that. He studied Harry with an intensity that would have been unnerving if Harry hadn't spent years being studied by Amelia, who had the same ability to look through a person's surface and read the architecture underneath. "Your mother's wand, willow, 10¼ inches, excellent for charm work. Your father's, mahogany, 11 inches, good for transfiguration. Both fine wands. But you." He tilted his head. "You're different from either of them, aren't you?" Ollivander began pulling boxes from the shelves. The first wand, beechwood and dragon heartstring, produced nothing. The second, maple and unicorn hair, sent a cascade of sparks but felt wrong in Harry's hand, like wearing someone else's shoes. The third cracked the windowpane. They worked through a dozen more. Harry kept his expression neutral, but he was cataloguing everything, the way Ollivander's eyes lit up with each failure, the way the old man's hand hesitated over certain boxes and skipped others entirely, the growing excitement in his movements. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, but he sounded delighted. "I wonder." He disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with a box that looked older than the others. He placed it on the counter with the care of someone handling a live explosive. "Holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. An unusual combination, supple, responsive, excellent for defensive magic." Harry picked up the wand. The world went quiet. It wasn't dramatic, no shower of sparks, no golden glow. It was subtler than that. The wand warmed in his hand like it had been waiting for him, and something in his chest settled, like a lock clicking into place. When he gave it a small wave, a stream of silver and gold sparks cascaded from the tip, and for just a moment, the dusty little shop smelled like rain. Ollivander's expression was complex. Not just satisfaction, something heavier. He leaned forward. "Curious," he said quietly. "Very curious." Harry met his gaze. "What's curious?" "The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. The wand that feather lives in, gave you that scar." The shop went silent except for the distant sounds of Diagon Alley outside. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Holly and phoenix feather. Brother to Voldemort's wand. He felt Susan tense beside him. He felt Amelia's attention sharpen behind him. Harry turned the wand slowly in his fingers, examining it the way he'd been taught to examine evidence, without emotion, with clarity. "That's useful information," he said. "Thank you." Ollivander blinked. Whatever reaction he'd expected, fear, awe, dramatic proclamation, that wasn't it. "You're a peculiar young man, Mr. Bones." "So I'm told." They left the shop. Amelia fell into step beside him, and for half a block, she said nothing. "Then, how are you processing that?" "The brother-wand connection has documented effects in magical combat, priori incantatem, mutual spell resistance. If I ever face Voldemort, that information could determine survival. I'd rather know it now than learn it in the field." Amelia's hand settled on his shoulder. "Just for a moment. Just enough." "Good," she said. September 1st arrived with the kind of gray, drizzly English morning that made you wonder if the sun had simply given up. Bones Manor was in controlled chaos. Susan couldn't find her left boot, the owl was refusing to get in its cage, and Amelia was conducting a last-minute security review of Harry's trunk with the focused intensity of someone defusing a bomb. Emergency port key. Right pocket. Communication mirror. Left pocket. The coin. Harry held up the small bronze disc that Amelia had charmed to grow hot if she needed to reach him urgently. "On my person at all times. Rules of engagement. Observe, assess, report. Don't escalate unless someone's life is in immediate danger. Trust my training, trust my judgment, and if in doubt, contact you before acting. And if you can't contact me, then I act according to the principles you've taught me. He met her eyes. I know the brief, Mom. The word still felt new, even after 6 years. He didn't use it often. She was, Amelia, in his head most of the time, a reflection of the professional relationship that formed the backbone of their bond. But sometimes, in moments like this, when she was trying to protect him while letting him go, the word just fit. Amelia's composure held, but her eyes softened. I know you know the brief. I'm reviewing it for my benefit, not yours. Susan appeared at the top of the stairs, both boots on, trunk floating behind her. If you two are done being adorable, we're going to miss the train. King's Cross was its usual pandemonium. Muggles rushing past with no idea that between platforms 9 and 10, hundreds of young witches and wizards were disappearing through a solid brick wall. Amelia walked them to the barrier, scanning the crowd out of professional habit. Stay together on the train, she told Susan. Don't eat anything someone you don't know offers you. If, Auntie. I've heard the safety lecture. I helped you write part of it. Amelia looked at her niece, then at Harry. 2 11-year-olds heading into a world she could influence but not control. For just a moment, the head of the Diagon Alley looked very much like a worried mother. Be good, she said. Be smart. Be brave. Be just, Harry finished. It was what she'd said every morning since he was 5. Be just, Harry. In all things. They hugged her, Susan enthusiastically, Harry briefly but genuinely, and walked through the barrier. Platform 9 3/4 was a riot of color and noise. Families everywhere, trunks being loaded, first years clinging to parents, older students greeting each other with shouts and hugs. The Hogwarts Express sat gleaming scarlet and enormous, steam billowing from its stack. Harry took it all in with the practiced sweep of someone trained to enter a room, exits first, then threats, then opportunities, then details. No immediate concerns. A high density of emotional displays that would make reading individuals difficult. Several adults who moved with the alertness of trained wizards, probably Aurors Amelia had mentioned would be providing quiet platform security. Come on, Susan said, tugging his arm. Let's find a compartment before they're all full. They found one near the middle of the train. Harry took the seat facing the direction of travel, back to the wall, view of the corridor through the compartment door's window. Old habits. Susan noticed and rolled her eyes affectionately. You know it's just a train, right? Not an ambush point. Everything's an ambush point if you're not paying attention. You are the least fun brother in the history of brothers. He smiled. He smiled more around Susan than anyone else. She had a way of finding the cracks in his composure and letting light through them. The compartment door slid open about 10 minutes into the journey. A round-faced boy with dark hair and anxious eyes stood there, clutching a toad in both hands as if afraid it would make another escape attempt. Sorry, everywhere else is full. Do you mind? Come in, Susan said warmly, patting the seat beside her. The boy sat down gratefully. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Harry's attention sharpened, though nothing showed on his face. Longbottom. He knew that name. He knew it from case files, from Amelia's careful, measured voice describing what the Lestranges had done to Frank and Alice Longbottom with the Cruciatus curse. He knew it from the sealed ward at St. Mungo's that Amelia had taken him to visit once, not to show him the Longbottom specifically, but to show him what dark magic did to people. To make the abstractions real. This boy's parents were alive but broken. Like Harry's parents were dead but remembered. Two sides of the same war. Two children carrying weight no child should have to lift. Harry Bones, he said, extending his hand. This is Susan, my sister. Bones? Neville's eyes widened slightly. Your mum's Madame Bones. She is. My gran talks about her. Says she's one of the only people in the ministry worth the space she takes up. That sounds like Augusta Longbottom. Neville blinked. You know my gran. She testified before the Wisengamot regarding your parents' case. I've read the transcripts. Harry paused, reading Neville's expression, the flash of pain, quickly hidden. I'm sorry about what happened to them. It was a failure of justice that the Lestranges weren't stopped sooner. It was a strange thing for an 11-year-old to say. Neville seemed to recognize that, but rather than being put off, something in his expression steadied. Like he'd been seen, clearly and without pity, for the first time. Thanks, he said quietly. Then, after a moment, Gran says I'm not much of a wizard. Says my dad was brilliant and I'm, well. Your grandmother is wrong, Harry said flatly. Neville looked startled. Magical ability isn't purely genetic. It's a function of confidence, training, and having someone believe you're capable. If no one's told you that before, I'm telling you now. Susan kicked Harry's ankle lightly under the seat. Too intense, the kick said. He's 11, not a case file. What Harry means, Susan translated with a warm smile, is that we're going to be friends, Neville, and we don't think you're rubbish. Neville's face broke into a shy, genuine smile. I'd like that. They talked for a while, about Hogwarts houses, about classes, about whether toads were embarrassing pets. Susan said no, Harry said they were practical because they had uses in potion ingredients, which didn't help the embarrassment factor. Then the compartment door opened again. The girl who stood there had bushy brown hair, an intense expression, and was already wearing her school robes. Her eyes swept the compartment with the rapid calculation of someone who sorted and categorized the world reflexively. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Her gaze landed on the toad in Neville's hands. Oh. You found it. He didn't lose it, Susan said. It made a tactical retreat. The girl almost smiled. Almost. I'm Hermione Granger. I've read all the first-year textbooks already. I'm Muggle-born, so I wanted to be prepared. Harry Bones. This is Susan, and Neville. Hermione's eyes locked onto him, and something clicked behind them. Bones. You're the adopted son of Amelia Bones. Which means you're originally Harry Potter. The compartment went slightly quieter. Neville's eyes widened. Susan looked at Harry. Harry looked at Hermione and decided, in the space of a breath, how to handle this. Legally, my name is Harry Bones. But yes, I was born Harry Potter. I'd prefer not to make it a topic of conversation. Of course, Hermione said quickly, though she was clearly bursting with questions. She sat down without being explicitly invited, which Harry noted as either confidence or social obliviousness. Possibly both. I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. How much of what you read was accurate? She paused. I assumed all of it was. Assumption is the enemy of truth. Most of what's been written about that night is speculation. The only witness accounts are from Dumbledore, who arrived after the fact, and me, and I was 15 months old. He let that settle. I'd recommend applying the same critical analysis to wizarding history books that you would to any other source. Check citations. Look for bias. Question the narrative. Hermione stared at him. Then she pulled a notebook from her bag. What would you recommend I read instead? The official DMLE investigation report, filed November 1981. It's technically sealed, but the summary findings are in the public Wisengamot records. Start there. Susan was smiling behind her hand. She'd seen Harry do this before, take someone with raw intelligence and point them like a weapon toward truth instead of assumption. It was one of his better qualities. It was also, occasionally, terrifying. The train rolled through countryside that grew wilder and more dramatic as they traveled north. Hermione stayed, and the four of them talked about magic and classes and what they hoped Hogwarts would be like. Neville slowly relaxed, his toad falling asleep in his lap. Hermione asked relentless questions but listened carefully to the answers, which Harry appreciated. Susan mediated the social dynamics with her usual warmth, smoothing Harry's bluntness and Neville's shyness and Hermione's intensity into something that almost resembled friendship. Then, about 2 hours into the journey, the compartment door slid open once more. The girl who entered was different from the others. Not louder or quieter, not more or less confident, just different in a way that made Harry's attention shift into a higher gear. She was dark-haired and pale, with blue eyes that assessed the compartment the way Harry assessed a room: exits first, threats second, opportunities third. She carried herself with the careful composure of someone who'd been trained not to show what she was thinking, which meant she was either aristocracy, a politician's child, or both. "This compartment appears to be the least objectionable option," she said. "We're honored," Susan said dryly. "Daphne Greengrass," the girl said, sitting down beside Harry without waiting for permission. She smelled like lavender and old books, which Harry noticed and immediately filed away as irrelevant to anything. "Harry Bones." She looked at him sidelong. "I know who you are. Everyone on this train knows who you are. The boy who lived, raised by the Iron Lady of the DMLE. The Prophet did a feature on you last year." "I'm aware." The article contained 11 factual errors and 2 libelous claims. "My mother filed suit and won." Something sparked in Daphne's eyes. "Interest, maybe. Or recognition of a kindred spirit, someone who dealt in precision and didn't tolerate inaccuracy." "My father says Amelia Bones is the most dangerous woman in the ministry," Daphne said. "Your father is correct. He doesn't mean it as a compliment." "I do." They looked at each other for a beat too long, not romantic, not yet, nothing so simple, but the kind of look that happens when two people realize they're operating on the same frequency and aren't sure yet whether that makes them allies or adversaries. "What house are you hoping for?" Susan asked Daphne, breaking the moment. "Slytherin, most likely. Family tradition." She paused. "Though I find the concept of predetermined sorting based on family allegiance to be intellectually lazy." "Careful," Harry said. "That's dangerously close to independent thinking." The corner of Daphne's mouth curved. Not quite a smile. More like the promise of one. How alarming. Hermione looked between them with the expression of someone watching a chess match she didn't fully understand. Neville was petting his toad and staying out of it. Draco Malfoy appeared about 20 minutes later, flanked by 2 large boys who appeared to serve a primarily decorative function. He stood in the doorway, scanned the compartment, and his gaze settled on Harry. "Bones. We met in Diagon Alley. I remember. I've been thinking about what you said. About influence and authority." His tone was careful, not hostile, but not friendly either. "Testing. I think you're wrong. Influence is how the world actually works. Authority is just influence that's been made official." Harry considered that. "That's a more intelligent argument than what you offered at Madame Malkin's." Draco blinked, wrong-footed by the acknowledgement. He'd come prepared for confrontation, and acknowledgement wasn't in his script. "I also came to say that you should be careful about the company you keep," Draco added, glancing at Hermione with barely concealed disdain. "Some families are better than others. I can help you navigate that." "Can you?" Harry leaned forward slightly. "Tell me, Malfoy, when your father navigated his way out of Azkaban after the First War, was that influence or authority?" The compartment went very quiet. Draco's face flushed pink. He was cleared. He was under the Imperius, he claimed to be under the Imperius. The claim was accepted by a Wisengamot that your family had spent considerable gold lobbying in the years prior. The investigative evidence was inconclusive at best. Harry's voice was calm, almost gentle. He wasn't attacking. He was presenting facts. That was worse. Draco's jaw worked. His eyes were bright, not with anger, Harry noted, but with the particular discomfort of someone hearing a truth they've been protected from. The boy wasn't stupid. He was young and sheltered and parroting his father's views because he'd never been given a reason to question them. My father, Draco started. Is your father, Harry finished. Not you. You get to decide who you are, Malfoy. That's either exciting or terrifying, depending on how much courage you have. The silence held. Then Draco turned and left without another word. His two bookends followed, looking confused. Daphne was watching Harry with open curiosity now. You didn't humiliate him. That wasn't the objective. What was? Making him think. It's harder than making him angry, and more useful in the long run. That's either very wise or very naive. Ask me again in a few years. The rain had intensified by the time the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and the first years were ushered into boats by a man so enormous he made the boats look like bathtubs. Hagrid, the gamekeeper. Harry knew his file, expelled from Hogwarts in his third year under suspicious circumstances, wand snapped but suspected of retaining it, fiercely loyal to Dumbledore. Good-hearted by all accounts, but his loyalty to the headmaster made him an unreliable source of independent information. The boats cut through black water, and then Hogwarts appeared. Harry had seen photographs. He'd read descriptions. He'd studied the architectural plans that were on file with the Ministry's Department of Magical Building Standards. None of it had prepared him for the reality. The castle rose from the cliff face like it had grown there, towers and turrets reaching into the stormy sky, every window ablaze with golden light. It was ancient and massive and alive with magic so thick he could taste it on the rain. Susan gasped beside him. Neville whispered something reverent. Hermione made a sound like she was trying not to cry. Harry looked at the castle and thought, this is where my parents went to school. This is where they fell in love. This is where they became the people who died for me. He filed the thought away. Evidence of history. Motivation for purpose. Professor McGonagall met them in the entrance hall, tall, severe, Scottish, and radiating the particular authority of someone who had been maintaining order over magical teenagers for 30 years and was thoroughly done with nonsense. Harry recognized a kindred spirit to Amelia immediately. She led them into the great hall, and the ceiling was the storm outside, dark clouds lit by flashes of lightning, rain that vanished before it reached the floating candles. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, each packed with students in different colored ties. At the head table, the professors watched the first years file in. Harry's eyes moved along the staff table with professional efficiency. McGonagall, now taking her seat, competent, trustworthy. Flitwick, half-goblin, dueling champion, an interesting combination. Sprout, head of Hufflepuff, warm face, calloused hands. Snape, black hair, black eyes, an expression of concentrated disdain aimed at the first years like a weapon. And at the center, in a golden chair, Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster looked exactly like his photographs, long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, robes that looked like someone had lost a fight with a curtain shop. His eyes found Harry in the crowd of first years, and for just a moment, something passed across his face. Not hostility. Not warmth, exactly. Something more complex. Calculation, perhaps. Or regret. Or the expression of a chess player seeing a piece that had moved itself off the board he'd designed. Harry held his gaze, steady and neutral. I see you. You see me. Let's see who blinks first. Dumbledore's eyes moved on, twinkling, as if the moment hadn't happened. Then Harry's gaze caught on another professor, a man in a purple turban at the far end of the table. Professor Quirrell, Defense Against the Dark Arts. His file was thin, a former Muggle Studies professor who'd taken a sabbatical and returned with a stutter and a turban and a sudden interest in defense magic. The career change was unusual but not unprecedented. What caught Harry's attention wasn't in the file. It was in the man's body language. Quirrell's hands were never still, fidgeting with his napkin, his goblet, the edge of his turban. He was sweating despite the hall's cool air. His eyes moved constantly, scanning the room with the particular pattern of someone who expected a threat from every direction. That was fear, but not the general anxiety his stammer suggested. This was specific, focused fear. The fear of someone who was hiding something and terrified it would be found. And underneath the fear, something else. Something Harry couldn't identify from this distance, but that made the hair on the back of his neck prickle. A wrongness. Like looking at a photograph that was slightly out of focus, the surface seemed right, but the deeper structure was off. Harry filed it away. Quirrell, anomalous behavior, possible deception, requires further observation. The sorting hat was placed on a stool. It sang a song about the four houses, bravery, cunning, wisdom, loyalty, and Harry listened with one ear while watching the staff table with the other. Interesting how a school that preached unity sorted its children into competing factions at age 11. Interesting how a system designed to nurture individual strengths had calcified into tribal identity. He'd have thoughts about that later. Names were called. Students were sorted. Hermione went to Gryffindor after a deliberation that lasted nearly 2 minutes. The hat seemed to be arguing with her. Neville went to Gryffindor as well, though he looked surprised by it. Daphne went to Slytherin with an elegant nod, as if confirming an appointment. Draco went to Slytherin before the hat fully touched his head. Bones, Harry. The hall, which had been maintaining a steady hum of conversation, went suddenly quiet. Not completely silent, but the quality of the noise changed. People were paying attention. Harry felt hundreds of eyes on him and let them slide off like rain. He sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. And then a voice was inside his mind. Well, well, well. This is extraordinary. Harry's occlumency shields, still rudimentary, but functional, rose instinctively. Oh, don't bother with those, lad. I'm not here to steal secrets. I'm here to understand you. The hat sounded amused. And you are, quite something. A mind trained for analysis and investigation. Courage, yes, considerable courage, buried under discipline. Ambition, not for power, but for justice, which is far more dangerous. Intelligence, obviously. And loyalty that runs deeper than you'd ever admit out loud. Harry thought, then you know where I belong. I know where you could excel. Every house would benefit from you. Gryffindor would give you a stage. Slytherin would give you a chessboard. Ravenclaw would give you a library. But you don't need any of those things. You have them already. Then what do I need? The hat paused. And when it spoke again, there was something almost gentle in its voice. Hufflepuff would give you a family. Not a family of blood or obligation, you have that already. A family of choice. Of people who value fairness and hard work and loyalty not because it's strategic, but because it's right. You are a remarkable young man, Harry Bones. You have been shaped into an instrument of justice. But instruments need warmth, or they become cold, and cold justice is just cruelty with a gavel. Something shifted in Harry's chest. A recognition. An almost painful clarity. The Bones family has been in Hufflepuff for 7 generations, the hat added. Your mother chose well when she chose you. Perhaps you should return the compliment. Hufflepuff. The word echoed through the great hall, and for a moment, absolute silence held. The boy who lived, the most famous child in the wizarding world, had been sorted into Hufflepuff. Not brave Gryffindor. Not ambitious Slytherin. Not clever Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. Then the Hufflepuff table erupted. The cheering was deafening, stamping feet, pounding fists, shouting that shook the enchanted ceiling. Susan, already seated and sorted, was screaming and clapping so hard her hands turned red. The older students were on their feet, and a seventh-year prefect was actually crying. At the staff table, Professor Sprout beamed like Christmas had come early. Snape looked entirely indifferent. McGonagall's lips were thin, she'd wanted him in Gryffindor, clearly. And Dumbledore's expression was the most interesting of all. The twinkle in his eyes didn't waver, it never did, it was apparently load-bearing, but something beneath it shifted. A recalculation. A plan that needed adjusting. Harry sat down next to Susan, who threw her arms around him. "I knew it," she whispered. "I knew you'd choose us." "I didn't choose," he said. But that wasn't true, and they both knew it. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass met his eyes. She raised one eyebrow, eloquent, questioning, faintly amused. He nodded slightly. She looked away, but the corner of her mouth was curved. At the Gryffindor table, Neville gave him a thumbs up, and Hermione looked like she was already revising her assumptions about house characteristics. The feast was spectacular. Food appeared on golden plates in quantities that would have fed a small army: roast beef, chicken, pork chops, potatoes in every conceivable form, vegetables that Harry suspected were magically enhanced to actually taste good to 11-year-olds. He ate and talked and listened. Listening was the most important part. The Hufflepuff table was warm and welcoming and full of chatter, and within 20 minutes, Harry had mapped the social structure, who the leaders were, who the outsiders were, who resented whom and why. The prefects were competent. The older students were protective of the younger ones. There was a genuine sense of community that the other tables seemed to lack. He also noticed that Hufflepuff was underestimated. Gryffindors looked at them with friendly condescension. Slytherins didn't look at them at all. Ravenclaws were polite but dismissive. The whole school treated Hufflepuff as the house you ended up in when you weren't interesting enough for anywhere else. That, Harry thought, was a significant tactical advantage. Being underestimated meant being overlooked. And people who were overlooked could operate freely. After the feast, Dumbledore stood to give announcements. His voice carried the particular warmth of someone who'd spent decades learning exactly how to make a room trust him. A few start-of-term notices. The Forbidden Forest is, as its name suggests, forbidden. Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that magic is not to be used in the corridors between classes. And I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. The hall laughed. Some of it was nervous. Harry didn't laugh. He catalogued the warning and its implications. A lethal threat inside a school full of children. Either Dumbledore was exaggerating for dramatic effect, possible but unlikely given the man's precision with words, or there was genuinely something in the third-floor corridor dangerous enough to kill students. In what world was the appropriate response to that threat a verbal warning at a dinner table? Harry looked at Susan. Susan looked at Harry. "He's hiding something there," she murmured. "Obviously." "Are you going to investigate?" "Eventually. After I have more information." "You're going to investigate tonight, aren't you?" "After I have slightly more information." The Hufflepuff common room was behind a stack of barrels near the kitchen corridor. You had to tap the right barrel in the right rhythm to get in, a security measure that was charmingly low-tech. The common room itself was warm and circular, full of overstuffed yellow and black armchairs, with plants hanging from the ceiling and round windows that looked out at ground level onto the Hogwarts grounds. It felt like a burrow, comfortable, safe, earthy. Harry's dormitory was shared with 4 other boys. He set up his space efficiently, trunk at the foot of the bed, wand under the pillow, emergency port key in the pocket of his pajamas. He cast a minor detection ward around his bed curtains, something Amelia had taught him, barely more than a tripwire that would wake him if anyone approached while he slept. He waited until the others were asleep. It took 45 minutes. When the last boy's breathing had settled into the rhythm of genuine sleep, Harry slipped out of bed, pulled on dark clothes, and left the dormitory. He didn't head for the third-floor corridor. Not yet. That would be impulsive, and impulsive was the opposite of trained. Instead, he walked the castle. Hogwarts at night was a different creature from Hogwarts during the feast. The corridors were vast and shadowed, lit by guttering torches that cast more darkness than light. The paintings slept in their frames, occasionally snoring. Suits of armor stood silent sentinel. The castle creaked and groaned around him, ancient stone settling, magic humming in the walls like a heartbeat. Harry moved quietly, not sneaking exactly, but walking with the controlled, deliberate tread Amelia had drilled into him. Wait on the balls of the feet. Test each step before committing. Keep your breathing even. Let your eyes adjust to the darkness rather than fighting it with light. He was mapping exits, staircases, connecting corridors, hidden passages behind tapestries. The castle's layout was deliberately confusing. Staircases moved, corridors looped, doors pretended to be walls and walls pretended to be doors. But underneath the chaos, there was a logic. Hogwarts was a fortress, built in an era when magical schools expected to be besieged. The confusing layout was defensive architecture, designed to disorient attackers while being navigable by those who understood its patterns. Harry walked for an hour, building a mental map. He passed by the third-floor corridor but didn't enter it, just noted the door, the quality of the wards on it, surprisingly weak for something allegedly lethal, and the fact that from this angle, he could see scuff marks on the floor suggesting regular traffic. Someone was going in and out. He was on his way back to the common room when he found it. A hidden alcove near the dungeons, behind a tapestry depicting a medieval witch weighing hearts on a golden scale. The alcove was small, barely large enough to stand in, and its walls were rough stone, centuries old. Carved into the back wall, at about chest height, was a symbol. 2 scales, perfectly balanced, with a wand crossed behind them. The carving was old, genuinely old, the kind of old that predated Hogwarts itself. The stone around it was worn smooth by time, but the symbol itself was sharp and clear, as if it had been etched by magic that refused to fade. Harry's fingers traced the lines. The stone was warm under his touch, not from heat, but from something else. A vibration. A resonance. Like touching a tuning fork that was humming at a frequency just below hearing. Something stirred. Not in the alcove. Not in the castle. Somewhere deeper. Somewhere older. As if the symbol was a key, and his touch had turned it, and somewhere far away, a lock had begun to open. Harry pulled his hand back. The sensation faded, but not entirely. It lingered in his fingertips like static. He stood in the darkness for a long moment, thinking. The symbol wasn't in any of the books he'd read. It wasn't in any of Amelia's case files. But it meant something, his training told him that much. Symbols carved in hidden places and enchanted to last centuries weren't decoration. They were markers. Messages. Claims of territory. Someone, a very long time ago, had been here. Someone connected to justice, to judgment, to the weighing of souls. And whatever they'd left behind was still awake. Harry memorized the symbol, the location, and the sensation. He would write it all down in the morning, encode it in the cipher Amelia had taught him, and send it to her. He made his way back to the Hufflepuff common room, tapped the barrel, and slipped inside. The fire had burned low, casting the circular room in amber shadows. For a moment, standing in the warmth and safety of his new home, Harry Bones allowed himself to feel the full weight of where he was and what was coming. Hogwarts. The school his parents had loved. The castle that held secrets older than the ministry itself. The chessboard where Dumbledore played his long game and something ancient stirred in hidden alcoves. He was 11 years old. He was trained. He was ready. He just wasn't sure what he was ready for. The next morning, Harry wrote 2 letters before breakfast. The first was to Amelia, coded, concise, covering his sorting, his initial observations on the staff, and a detailed description of the symbol he'd found. The second was shorter. He addressed it to no one and left it in his trunk, sealed with a charm only Amelia could break. It said, "If something happens to me, the third-floor corridor contains a concealed threat Dumbledore is deliberately allowing to remain in a school. The defense professor exhibits signs of deception and possession spectrum behavior. There is an ancient symbol of unknown origin in an alcove behind the tapestry of the Heartware, dungeon level, fourth corridor from the potions classroom. Someone is watching." It was a habit Amelia had drilled into him. Before any operation, you leave a record. Not because you expect to die, but because justice requires evidence, and evidence requires someone to collect it. He sealed the letter, pocketed his wand, and went to breakfast. The great hall was already buzzing when he arrived. First morning of term energy, class schedules being distributed, owls swooping in with morning post, students chattering about which professors were strict and which could be manipulated. The Hufflepuff table welcomed Harry with easy warmth, leaving a seat next to Susan that had clearly been saved for him. "You were out last night," Susan said quietly, buttering toast. "I was mapping the castle. Find anything interesting?" He looked at her. Susan was his sister in every way that mattered. She was also smart, observant, and trained, not to the degree Harry was, but Amelia had made sure Susan could handle herself. The question was whether to burden her with what he'd found before he understood it himself. "Possibly," he said. "I need to do more research before I know." She studied him, then nodded. She trusted his judgment. That trust was something he never took for granted. "Your schedule," said the seventh-year prefect, sliding a parchment across the table. "First-year Hufflepuffs have charms with the Ravenclaws, herbology with the Gryffindors, and potions with the Slytherins. Double potions, Friday afternoon." "Wonderful," Susan muttered. "Snape on a Friday." Harry scanned the schedule, noting the gaps between classes, time for investigation, and the pattern of which houses were paired for which subjects. Hufflepuff and Slytherin for potions was deliberate. Snape's hostility toward non-Slytherins was well documented, and pairing them ensured the dungeon atmosphere remained adversarial. "We also have defense against the dark arts with Gryffindor," the prefect added. "Professor Quirrell." A bit of a joke, honestly. The man's scared of his own shadow. Harry thought about the shadow he'd sensed behind Quirrell's eyes at the feast. "Is he?" Stutters every other word. Can barely demonstrate a shield charm. Nobody learns anything in his class. Interesting. A man afraid of his own shadow, or a man pretending to be afraid to hide whatever was casting the shadow. Harry would find out. He was patient. He was trained. He had all year. The morning post arrived in a thunderstorm of wings. Harry's owl, a sleek tawny named Verdict, because Susan had a sense of humor about naming conventions, landed in front of him with a letter bearing Amelia's seal. He opened it. "Harry, congratulations on your sorting. Hufflepuff. I couldn't be prouder. Your grandmother and grandfather would be pleased, they were Hufflepuffs both, as was your Uncle Edgar. Regarding your concerns about the staffing situation, I share them. Monitor, but do not engage directly. Gather evidence. Report weekly. Remember, observation without interference produces the clearest data. I should also tell you something I've debated sharing. There are political movements happening in the Wisengamot that affect you. Dumbledore has filed a formal objection to your adoption, citing extraordinary circumstances related to your status as the boy who lived. It won't succeed, the legal precedent is settled, but the fact that he's filing it at all tells you he hasn't given up trying to reassert control over your situation. I am handling it. You focus on your education and your observations. But I wanted you to know because you deserve to know, and because I don't keep things from you. Be just, Harry. A. Harry read the letter twice, then folded it precisely and slipped it into his pocket. His expression didn't change, years of training ensured that, but something cold and hard settled in his chest. Dumbledore was still trying. 6 years after Amelia had pulled him from a cupboard. 6 years after the Wizengamot had ruled. The most powerful wizard in Britain was still, quietly and persistently, trying to undo the adoption and get Harry back under his control. Not because he was cruel. Harry didn't think Dumbledore was cruel. The man genuinely believed he was acting for the greater good, that Harry needed to be positioned precisely on the chessboard for the war Dumbledore was certain was coming. Harry was a piece in a strategy, and pieces didn't get to choose where they stood. But Harry wasn't a piece. He was a person. He was Amelia Bones's son. And he would not be moved. He ate his breakfast, attended his classes, and began the work of understanding Hogwarts. Not just the magic, the power structures, the alliances, the hidden currents that ran beneath the surface. Because Hogwarts, he was beginning to understand, wasn't just a school. It was a crime scene. And somewhere in its ancient walls, carved in stone and humming with power older than the Ministry, older than the school itself, older perhaps than anything Harry had been trained to face, something was waiting. The scales were set. The judgment was coming. Harry just had to figure out who was on trial. Chapter 2, Trial by Fire. The first month at Hogwarts taught Harry 3 things. First, he was ahead of every student in his year by a margin that bordered on embarrassing. Not because he was more talented, though he might have been, it was too early to tell, but because he'd been trained. While his classmates had spent their childhoods playing Quidditch and collecting chocolate frog cards, Harry had been drilling spell work with Aurors, studying magical theory with Amelia, and practicing the precise wand movements and incantation cadences that turned raw magical ability into reliable, repeatable results. In charms, he produced a working levitation charm on day 1 while Flitwick was still explaining the theory. In Transfiguration, McGonagall watched him turn a match into a needle on his 3rd attempt and gave him the closest thing to a smile he suspected she was capable of. In Herbology, Sprout discovered he could identify 37 species of magical plant by sight and asked if he'd been raised in a greenhouse. "I was raised by Amelia Bones," he said. Sprout nodded as though that explained everything, which it did. Second, Hogwarts was a profoundly dysfunctional institution. Not in the obvious ways, the moving staircases and trick steps and enchanted ceilings were charming quirks, and the food was genuinely excellent. The dysfunction was structural. The house system created tribal identities that superseded individual judgment. The professors operated as independent fiefdoms with minimal oversight. The headmaster wielded near-absolute authority with no meaningful checks on his power. And disciplinary enforcement was inconsistent to the point of being arbitrary. Snape docked points from non-Slytherins for breathing too loudly while ignoring genuinely dangerous behavior from his own students. Harry wrote weekly reports to Amelia documenting the dysfunction. Not complaints, evidence. There was a difference, and the difference mattered. Third, Professor Quirrell was lying about something fundamental. Harry had been watching the defense professor with the patient intensity of a surveillance operation. In class, Quirrell was a disaster, stuttering through lessons, flinching at his own demonstrations, teaching defense magic with the confidence of a man afraid of loud noises. The students had written him off within the first week. Harry hadn't. Because the stutter was inconsistent. It appeared reliably in class, in the Great Hall, in any public setting. But Harry had twice caught Quirrell in quiet moments, once in an empty corridor, once through a slightly open door in his office, and the stutter had been absent both times. The first time could be coincidence. Stutters sometimes eased in private. The second time, Quirrell had been speaking in a low, controlled voice that was entirely different from his public persona. Not afraid. Not hesitant. Cold. Harry had been too far away to hear the words, but the tone was wrong. The body language was wrong. Everything about it was wrong. He hadn't reported this to Dumbledore. The headmaster either knew and was tolerating it, which raised disturbing questions, or didn't know, which raised different disturbing questions. Either way, Harry would gather his own evidence before sharing it with anyone whose motives he couldn't fully trust. The other mystery was quieter but no less troubling. The scales symbol. After finding it carved in the dungeon alcove on his first night, Harry had searched for more, carefully, methodically, using the mapping skills Amelia had taught him to grid the castle into sectors and clear them one by one during his limited free time. He found 3 more symbols. One behind a loose stone in the astronomy tower. One on the underside of a bench in an unused classroom on the 4th floor. One worked into the ironwork of a gate that sealed off a section of corridor near the library that, according to official Hogwarts plans, didn't exist. Each symbol was identical. Each was old, genuinely old, not reproductions. And each gave off the same warm resonance when he touched it, the faint vibration of magic that recognized him. Amelia's responses to his reports were measured. She'd found references to judgment magic in sealed DMLE archives, brief, fragmentary mentions in cases from centuries ago. An organization or order that predated the ministry. They'd been judges of some kind, wielding magic that could read guilt and innocence directly. They'd been disbanded, or destroyed, when the Ministry of Magic was established in 1707. No one had heard from them since. Until now, apparently. Harry filed it all away and kept searching. October arrived cold and wet, and with it, the first significant disruption to Harry's carefully ordered routine. It started with a scream. Not a dramatic, horror film scream. Something worse, a short, sharp sound of genuine surprise and pain, cut off abruptly, coming from the 2nd floor corridor near the charms classroom. Harry was returning from the library at 8:30 on a Tuesday evening, and his reaction was immediate and trained. He drew his wand, pressed his back to the wall, and moved toward the sound on quiet feet. He found Marcus Belby, a second-year Ravenclaw, lying unconscious on the stone floor. The boy's right hand was extended, palm up. Burned into the skin, angry and red and still faintly smoking, was the symbol of the scales. Harry knelt, checked the boy's pulse and breathing, both stable, and examined the burn. It was precise, almost surgical. Not a crude brand but a careful marking, as if something had pressed against the skin with controlled heat for exactly the right duration. The magic residue around it was faint but detectable, and it felt old. Not the magic of a student or even a professor. Something deeper. He cast a preservation charm on the area around Belby, standard crime scene protocol, maintaining the magical signature before it decayed, and sent a Patronus to the hospital wing. Not the full corporeal Patronus that the charm was famous for, he hadn't mastered that yet, but the misty, formless version that could carry a simple message. Amelia had taught him the technique as a communication tool, not a combat spell. Most adults couldn't manage it. Harry had been producing a functional messenger since he was 9. Madame Pomfrey arrived within minutes, levitated Belby to the hospital wing, and shooed Harry away with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been dealing with mysterious student injuries for decades. Harry didn't go away. He went to the hospital wing, waited until Pomfrey was occupied with her patient, and examined Belby's palm from the doorway using a distance magnification charm. The burn was already healing. The symbol was fading, not like a wound closing, but like ink being absorbed into the skin. Within an hour, it would be invisible. If Pomfrey hadn't seen it when the boy arrived, she wouldn't know it had been there at all. Belby woke the next morning with no memory of what had happened. But for 3 days afterward, he couldn't tell a lie. Every question received an honest answer. In Charms class, when Flitwick asked if he'd completed his homework, Belby said, "No, sir. I copied Padma Patil's and changed some of the wording," with an expression of horrified surprise, as though the words had been pulled out of him against his will. Harry observed. He documented. He waited. The second victim was a 4th-year Gryffindor named Cormac McLagan, a loud, boastful boy who'd been caught bullying a first-year Muggleborn the previous week but had escaped punishment because no professor had witnessed it. Found unconscious in the trophy room. Scales burned into his palm. 3 days of compulsive honesty. When confronted about the bullying incident, McLagan confessed everything in excruciating detail, including the specific slurs he'd used, in front of a common room full of his housemates. The third was a Slytherin. Sixth year. Someone Harry didn't know but whose file he'd read, the boy's father was in Azkaban for assault on a Muggle family. The boy himself hadn't done anything wrong, as far as Harry could determine. But the scales appeared on his palm anyway, and for 3 days, he couldn't lie. Whatever standard the attacker was using, it wasn't simple guilt or innocence. It was something else. Something arbitrary. That bothered Harry more than the attacks themselves. "It's targeting people who've gotten away with something," Hermione said, leaning over a library table covered in books. She'd thrown herself into research the moment Harry had mentioned the scales symbol, not because he'd asked her to, but because an unsolved mystery in a library was apparently her idea of paradise. Belby cheated on his homework. McLaggen was a bully. "The Slytherin boy hasn't done anything," Harry said. "His father's crimes aren't his." Maybe the attacker disagrees. Then the attacker is wrong. And that's the problem. Harry sat back, looking at the notes spread before him. Justice requires process. Evidence, judgment, proportionality. Whoever is doing this has skipped all of it. They're deciding guilt unilaterally and administering punishment without trial. But the punishment isn't really harmful, Hermione argued. 3 days of forced honesty. Some people would say that's not punishment at all. It's a violation of mental autonomy. Forcing someone to speak truth against their will is functionally identical to using veritaserum without consent, which is illegal under Section 12 of the Magical Persons Rights Act of 1843. The severity of the punishment doesn't determine whether it's just. The process determines that. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again. "You've memorized magical law. Relevant sections. How many sections are relevant?" "Most of them." She made a sound that was half frustration, half admiration, and went back to her books. It was Daphne who broke the case open, and she did it by walking up to Harry in the library 2 days later and dropping a leather-bound journal on the table in front of him. "The Greengrass Family Archives," she said, sitting down across from him without preamble. "My father's collection. He doesn't know I have this. He'd be furious if he did, so I'd appreciate discretion." Harry looked at the journal, then at Daphne. She was composed as always, straight back, controlled expression, blue eyes giving away nothing she didn't want them to. But there was something beneath the composure. Not nervousness. Determination. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because I've been watching you investigate the Scales incidents, and you're the only person in this school approaching them with anything resembling competence. Also because I found something that connects to your mystery, and I want to know what it means." She opened the journal to a marked page. The text was old, handwritten in faded brown ink, the language formal and archaic. The Tribunal of Scales did hold dominion over all matters of magical justice from the year 891 until the Great Reformation. Their authority was absolute and unquestioned, for they possessed the means to read guilt from the very soul of the accused. No deception could withstand their gaze. No bribe could sway their judgment. They were, for 8 centuries, the law itself. Their fall came not from corruption but from certainty. The tribunal believed so completely in the righteousness of their judgments that they could not conceive of error. When the Ministry of Magic was established and proposed a system of trials, advocates, and appeals, the tribunal declared such measures unnecessary. "We do not err," spoke Magistrate Corvinus, "for we read truth itself." The war that followed lasted 11 years. Harry read the passage twice, his mind working fast. An ancient order of magical judges. The power to read guilt from the soul. Absolute authority, no appeals, no process. It was everything he'd been trained to oppose, and everything that a certain kind of person, frustrated with the failures of the current system, might find seductive. "The Tribunal of Scales," he said. "I've never heard of them outside this journal," Daphne said. "They're not in any Hogwarts textbook. They're not in a history of magic. It's as if they've been deliberately erased from the historical record. Or they erased themselves." An organization with the power to read guilt would also have the power to manipulate records. If they survived the war with the ministry, they could have gone underground. Their eyes met across the table. The connection was immediate and electric, not romantic, not yet, but the crackling energy of two minds arriving at the same conclusion simultaneously and recognizing the rarity of it. Someone is using tribunal magic inside Hogwarts, Harry said. The scales burns, the forced honesty, it matches the description. Reading guilt, compelling truth. But who? And why now? I don't know yet. But the symbol I found is carved into the castle's stonework. Not added later, built in. Which means the tribunal had a presence at Hogwarts from the beginning. Daphne absorbed that, her fingers tracing the edge of the journal. My family has a complicated history, she said, more quietly than before. The Greengrasses were neutral in the last war, but before that, centuries before, some of my ancestors were involved with the tribunal. I found references to them in the family records. I want to understand what they were part of. Why? Because I refuse to inherit a legacy I don't understand. If my family served something worth serving, I want to know. If they served something monstrous, I need to know that too. She met his gaze with unflinching directness. I won't be defined by things I haven't examined. Harry felt something shift inside him. A recognition. Because that was exactly, precisely, completely, how he felt about his own history. The Potter legacy, the boy who lived mythology, the prophecies and expectations. He refused to be defined by any of it until he'd examined it himself. All right, he said. We'll work together. I have conditions. Of course you do. Equal partnership. You don't treat me as an assistant or a subordinate. I bring resources and knowledge you don't have. You bring skills and connections I don't have. We share everything we find. Agreed. And you don't tell anyone about the journal. My father can never know I took it. Your father's opinion of the tribunal isn't relevant to the investigation. His knowledge of your involvement could compromise your safety. I'll keep it confidential. She studied him for a moment, as if checking his words for deception. Then something in her expression softened, not much, just enough to be noticeable. You talk like a 40-year-old Auror. I was raised by one. It's deeply strange. So I'm told. The ghost of a smile crossed her face. When do we start? We already have. They met 3 times a week after that, in the library, in empty classrooms, once in the alcove where Harry had found the first symbol. Daphne was meticulous, analytical, and had a talent for cross-referencing historical sources that rivaled Hermione's raw research ability. Where Hermione approached research like a dragnet, absorbing everything and sorting it later, Daphne was a scalpel, cutting straight to the relevant details with surgical precision. Harry found he liked working with her. Not just because she was competent, though she was. Because she challenged him. When he made an assertion, she demanded evidence. When he reached a conclusion, she tested it from angles he hadn't considered. She wasn't impressed by his training or his reputation, and she didn't defer to his judgment by default. It was, he realized, the first time someone his age had treated him as an equal rather than an authority or an oddity. He also noticed, in moments when she was absorbed in reading, her hair falling across her face, her eyes focused and intent, that something in his chest responded in a way his training hadn't prepared him for. He filed the observation away as currently irrelevant and moved on. He was 11. There were more pressing matters. Like the fact that someone was testing ancient judgment magic on Hogwarts students, and the attacks were escalating. The 4th and 5th victims appeared on the same night, a Ravenclaw prefect who'd been taking bribes to look the other way on curfew violations, and a Gryffindor 3rd year who'd been stealing from other students' trunks. Both found unconscious. Both marked with the scales. Both unable to lie for 3 days, during which their misdeeds came flooding out in public in spectacular fashion. The school was buzzing. Some students were terrified. Others, particularly those who'd been victims of the exposed wrongdoers, were quietly satisfied. A sentiment was growing, whispered in common rooms and corridors, maybe whoever's doing this has a point. Maybe a little forced honesty is exactly what this school needs. Harry found that sentiment more dangerous than the attacks themselves. He was on his way to meet Daphne in the library on Halloween evening when the situation changed. The first sign was the smell, a thick, rancid stench that hit him halfway down the first-floor corridor, strong enough to make his eyes water. Biological, organic, and deeply wrong. Harry's hand went to his wand immediately. The second sign was the sound. Heavy, irregular footsteps. Something massive moving on the floor below him. The vibration carried through the stone. The third sign was the screaming. Harry moved. Not toward the screaming, toward the source. Screaming meant people were alive and aware of the danger. The source was what mattered. He descended a staircase at speed, wand out, mind running through protocols. Large creature. Inside the castle. How? The wards should prevent entry by anything sufficiently dangerous. Unless someone had let it in deliberately. Unless someone had brought it in. The smell grew stronger. He turned a corner and found the corridor blocked by a creature that filled it wall to wall. Mountain troll. 12 feet tall. Gray skin like old concrete. Tiny head. Massive club dragging along the floor, gouging stone. It was moving toward the girls' bathroom with the determined, mindless purpose of something following a scent or a compulsion. Harry assessed in 2 seconds. Combat options: stunning spells were unreliable on trolls, their hide was too thick, their magical resistance too high. Killing curses were out of the question even if he'd known one. The standard aura recommendation for troll engagement was environmental manipulation: use the surroundings, don't try to overpower the creature directly. The corridor offered options. Stone floor, stone walls, iron torch brackets, a heavy chandelier hanging from the ceiling 20 feet up. The troll was 8 feet from the bathroom door. From inside the bathroom, Harry could hear someone crying. He didn't think about fear. He'd been hit with Amelia's nerve disruption hex. He'd been dueling auras since he was 8. A troll was a problem, and problems had solutions. Harry aimed his wand at the chandelier. Defindo. The cutting charm severed the chain. The chandelier, 50 pounds of iron and enchanted candles, dropped directly onto the troll's head. The creature staggered, bellowed, and swung its club blindly. The club hit the wall and sent stone chips flying. Harry ducked, rolled, and came up casting. Wingardium Leviosa. The club, ripped from the troll's loosened grip, rose into the air. Harry guided it up, 10 feet, 15, 20, and then cut the spell. The club fell. The troll looked up at exactly the wrong moment. The impact sounded like someone had dropped a grand piano on a melon. The troll swayed, its tiny eyes crossing, and then it toppled forward like a felled tree and hit the floor with enough force to crack the stone. The corridor shook. Harry waited 3 seconds, wand trained on the creature, confirming it was unconscious and not dead. Trolls had thick skulls. It would wake up with a headache and a grudge, but it would wake up. Then he moved to the bathroom. Hermione was inside, pressed against the far wall, her face white and tear-streaked. She'd been crying before the troll arrived, that much was obvious from her swollen eyes and blotchy cheeks. The troll had been secondary trauma on top of something else. "It's down," Harry said from the doorway. "You're safe. Are you injured?" She shook her head mutely. "Can you walk?" A nod. "Then come with me. The corridor isn't secure until someone relocates the troll." She moved toward him on shaking legs. As she passed the unconscious troll, she stared at it with wide eyes. Did you do that alone?" "The chandelier and its own club did most of the work. I just facilitated." "You used the levitation charm." We learned that this morning. Spells are tools. The textbook teaches you what they do. Training teaches you what to do with them. Professors arrived in a thundering herd, McGonagall first, wand out and fury in her eyes, Snape close behind, his gaze sweeping the scene with rapid calculation, Quirrell last, stumbling in with his turban askew and his stutter on full display. Dumbledore was conspicuously absent. What happened here? McGonagall demanded. Mountain Troll, Professor. It was heading for the bathroom. Miss Granger was inside. I neutralized it using a cutting charm on the chandelier chain and a levitation charm on its club. McGonagall looked at the troll, at the destroyed chandelier, at the crater in the stone floor, and at Harry, an 11-year-old holding his wand with the calm of someone filing a report rather than recovering from combat. You should have gone to your common room, she said, but her voice was strained. She was trying to discipline him and praise him simultaneously, and the contradiction was giving her trouble. With respect, Professor, Miss Granger would have been killed or seriously injured in the time it would have taken to reach my common room, alert a prefect, and wait for staff response. Section 4 of the Hogwarts Charter permits student action in cases of immediate threat to life when staff assistance is unavailable. Silence. McGonagall's lips went very thin. Snape's expression was unreadable, though Harry caught something in his dark eyes. Not hostility. Assessment. The man was re-evaluating him. 5 points to Hufflepuff, McGonagall said finally. For sheer nerve. As the professors dealt with the troll, Harry watched Quirrell. The man was performing panic, hands shaking, voice trembling, eyes darting. But his turban had shifted during his dramatic entrance, and for just a moment, Harry had seen the back of Quirrell's head. There was nothing there, just skin and hair. But the magic coming off it was wrong. Layered. Like a concealment charm stacked on top of something that didn't want to be concealed. And the wrongness Harry had sensed at the feast was stronger now, closer, more defined. Not just deception. Something parasitic. Something alive that shouldn't be there. Harry said nothing. He helped Hermione back to Gryffindor Tower, accepted her shaky gratitude, and returned to his own common room. That night, lying in bed, he thought about the troll. How had it gotten into the castle? Trolls didn't wander into Hogwarts by accident. The wards prevented exactly that. Someone had let it in. And on the same night, Halloween, while the entire school was gathered in the Great Hall, distracted and unprotected, the third-floor corridor had been left unguarded. The troll was a diversion. Someone had used it to access whatever Dumbledore was hiding on the third floor. And the most obvious candidate, the person Harry had been watching for 2 months, the person whose every behavior screamed deception, was Quirrell. Harry stared at the ceiling of his four-poster bed and laid out the timeline. Quirrell's sabbatical abroad. His return with a stutter and a turban. The wrongness emanating from the back of his head. The defense professor who couldn't demonstrate basic defensive magic, not because he was incompetent, but because he was hiding his competence. The correlations between Quirrell's castle movements and the nights when students were attacked with Scales magic. Wait. Harry sat up in bed. He'd been tracking Quirrell's movements through observation and inference, mapping where the man went and when. He'd also been tracking the locations and times of the Scales attacks. The two sets of data overlapped in several places. Quirrell had been near the site of at least 3 of the 5 attacks on the nights they occurred. But the Scales attacks didn't feel like Quirrell. They felt old. Ancient. Preministry. And the magic involved, judgment magic, soul reading, compelled truth, was categorically different from anything in Quirrell's known skill set. 2 separate forces were operating inside Hogwarts. Quirrell and whatever he was hiding. And the Tribunal of Scales, testing their ancient magic on students. Were they connected? Harry didn't have enough evidence to determine that. But the correlation was notable, and correlations required investigation. He wrote a report to Amelia, encoded it, and sent verdict into the darkness. Then he lay back down and didn't sleep for a long time. November brought the rival Harry hadn't expected. Victor Rowell was a fifth-year Slytherin, tall, broad-shouldered, with the kind of aggressive jaw that suggested he'd been designed by nature to intimidate. His family name was in the DMLE files under known Death Eater affiliations, and his father had avoided Azkaban through the same imperious defense that Lucius Malfoy had employed. He was also, by all accounts, the best duelist in the school. Harry first crossed his radar by existing. The boy who lived in Hufflepuff, son of the woman who'd investigated the Rowell family, walking around Hogwarts like he owned the place, that was enough to draw Rowell's attention. But it was the troll incident that turned attention into hostility. "I heard the little Bones Prince took down a mountain troll with a first-year charm," Rowell said loudly in the corridor outside Potions, where Hufflepuffs and Slytherins mingled before class. "Impressive. For a Hufflepuff." Harry kept walking. "My father says your mother's department is a joke," Rowell continued, stepping into Harry's path. The corridor traffic slowed, students sensing the confrontation like sharks sensing blood. "Says she spends more time playing politics than catching dark wizards. Says that's why she adopted the boy who lived, for the publicity." Harry stopped. He looked up at Rowell. The fifth year had nearly 2 feet on him, and his expression didn't change. But something in his stillness made the corridor go quiet. "Your father," Harry said calmly, "was questioned under Veritaserum regarding his involvement in the torture of the Pruitt family in 1980. He passed the test by using an illegal occlumency technique to suppress truthful responses, a technique documented in a sealed DMLE report that your family's solicitor successfully argued should remain sealed. The report exists. The truth exists. Your father walks free because the system failed, not because he's innocent." The silence was absolute. Rowell's face went through several colors. His hand was on his wand. Every student in the corridor was holding their breath. "You don't know what you're talking about," Rowell said, but his voice had changed. Smaller. Less certain. "I know exactly what I'm talking about. That's what makes it uncomfortable." Harry hadn't raised his voice. Hadn't moved. Hadn't touched his wand. "But I'm not interested in your father's crimes. He'll answer for them eventually, justice is patient. I'm interested in you, Rowell. You're not your father. You can choose a different path. But standing in corridors making threats isn't it?" Rowell's jaw worked. The moment stretched. Then the fifth year turned and walked away, and the corridor exhaled. Susan appeared at Harry's elbow. "That was either very brave or very stupid. Those aren't mutually exclusive. He's going to come back at you." "I know." The challenge came 3 days later. Formal, public, and impossible to refuse without losing credibility. Rowell posted it on the Slytherin notice board and copies appeared in every common room within the hour. A formal dueling challenge, first-year Harry Bones versus fifth-year Victor Rowell, in the Great Hall, Saturday evening, witnessed and officiated. Professor Flitwick, as a former dueling champion, agreed to officiate. The match was technically unsanctioned. Hogwarts had no active dueling club, but no rule explicitly prohibited student challenges, and Flitwick's presence lent it a veneer of legitimacy that the staff couldn't object to without looking afraid. Amelia's response arrived by owl the morning of the duel. It was 3 words long: "Trust your training." Harry spent the day in quiet preparation. Not drilling spells, he knew his spell work was solid. Instead, he studied Rowell. He watched the fifth year at meals, in corridors, in the brief glimpses he caught of him practicing in an empty classroom. Rowell was powerful, his spells hit hard and his shield work was aggressive. He favored his right side. He led with offensive magic and used defense reactively, which meant he was confident in his ability to overwhelm opponents with firepower. That was a weakness. You just had to survive the firepower long enough to exploit it. The Great Hall was packed by 7 o'clock. All 4 tables had been pushed to the walls, leaving a wide dueling space in the center. Students lined the edges 3 deep. Professors watched from the staff table, Flitwick on the dueling floor, McGonagall looking severe, Snape watching with hooded eyes, Sprout wringing her hands. Dumbledore was absent, which Harry suspected was deliberate. The headmaster wanted plausible deniability if things went badly. Susan was in the front row, her face tight with worry she was trying to hide. Next to her, Neville, who'd been spending more time with Harry over the past weeks, drawn to someone who believed in his potential, looked terrified on Harry's behalf. Daphne was in the Slytherin section, her expression unreadable. She'd said nothing about the duel when they'd last met, which Harry had interpreted as either confidence in his abilities or reluctance to show concern in front of her housemates. Possibly both. Harry and Raoul faced each other across the dueling floor. The fifth year had 4 years, 60 pounds, and 6 inches of height on Harry. The magical power differential was significant. By any reasonable assessment, Harry should lose this fight. Flitwick stepped between them. Standard dueling rules. No unforgivables, no dark magic, no deliberately lethal force. The match ends when one combatant is disarmed, incapacitated, or yields. Bow. They bowed. Raoul's bow was shallow, barely a nod. Harry's was precise, correct, and respectful. Because this was a matter of form, and form mattered. Wands ready. On my count. 3, 2, 1, begin. Raoul opened with a bludgeoning hex so powerful it left a visible distortion in the air. Harry was already moving, not where Raoul expected, not backward, but sideways and forward, closing the distance. In dueling, distance favored the more powerful caster. Up close, technique and speed mattered more than raw force. Raoul's hex slammed into the stone floor where Harry had been standing, cracking it. His second spell, a stunner, tracked Harry's movement but arrived late. Harry had changed direction again, moving in a pattern Amelia called broken compass, never in a straight line, never in a predictable curve, always at angles that made targeting difficult. Hold still, you little. Raoul's third spell was a wide-area stunning jinx, sacrificing precision for coverage. Harry couldn't dodge it, it was too wide. So he didn't try. He dropped to one knee and cast a shield charm at a 45-degree angle, deflecting the stunner upward and into the enchanted ceiling, where it detonated in a shower of sparks that drew gasps from the crowd. Angled shields. Amelia had spent 2 months drilling them. Most wizards cast shields perpendicular to incoming spells, a flat wall of magic. But a flat wall absorbed the full force of the impact and required enormous energy to maintain against a powerful caster. An angled shield redirected force rather than absorbing it, turning the attacker's power against them. It was an advanced aura technique that most adults never mastered. Harry was 11 and he made it look easy. Raoul adjusted. He was too experienced to keep repeating a failing strategy. He switched to rapid-fire casting, spell, 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 each from a different angle, trying to overwhelm Harry's ability to dodge and deflect. Stunner, leg locker, jelly legs jinx, cutting hex, body bind. Harry wove through them like water. He deflected 2, dodged 3, and let the cutting hex pass close enough to graze his left sleeve, deliberately, because it created a window. As Raoul committed to the follow-up spell, extending his arm and his focus forward, Harry struck. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm hit Raoul's wand hand. Not his wand, his hand. The impact snapped his fingers open and sent his wand spinning, but it didn't fly to Harry. Instead, it clattered to the floor 5 feet from Raoul, who stumbled backward, shaking his stinging hand. Harry could have summoned the wand. Could have pressed the advantage, fired a stunner while Raoul was off balance, ended it in one clean stroke. The match was functionally over, Raoul was separated from his wand. Instead, Harry waited. The crowd was silent. Raoul looked at his wand on the floor, then at Harry. His expression was a volatile mixture of anger, surprise, and something that might have been shame. Harry lowered his wand. Not all the way, he wasn't stupid, but enough that it was clearly not pointed at Raoul. "Pick up your wand," he said. The whisper that went through the crowd was like a wave. Raoul stared at him. What? You lost your wand due to a spell impact. That's a technicality, not a defeat. I came here to test myself against the best duelist in the school, and I'd rather win against you at your best than beat you on a fumble. Pick up your wand. Raoul's jaw worked. He was being offered something he hadn't expected, dignity. Not mercy, which would have been condescending. Not pity, which would have been insulting. Dignity. The acknowledgement that he was a worthy opponent and that the outcome mattered enough to be earned properly. He picked up his wand. The second exchange was faster, harder, and more dangerous. Raoul had dropped his bravado and was dueling now with genuine skill, tight, controlled spells, better footwork, real strategy. He'd stopped trying to overwhelm Harry with power and started trying to outthink him. It was a better fight. Harry absorbed 2 glancing hits, a stinging hex that left a welt on his forearm and a tripping jinx he barely rolled out of, and landed 3 of his own. The great hall crackled with residual magic. Students were on their feet. Harry ended it with a combination Amelia had designed specifically for opponents who favored their right side. A feint left, a jab of his wand that looked like the beginning of a stunner, drew Raoul's shield to his right. Harry's actual spell came from below, a banishing charm aimed at the floor in front of Raoul's feet. The stone dust erupted upward, blinding the older boy for a fraction of a second. In that fraction, Harry cast 3 spells in sequence, disarming charm, body bind, and cushioning charm. Raoul's wand flew to Harry's outstretched hand. Raoul's body went rigid. And the cushioning charm caught him before he hit the stone, lowering him gently to the floor instead of letting him crack his skull. The hall erupted. Harry walked to where Raoul lay, rigid and furious, on the cushioned floor. He knelt beside the older boy and spoke quietly, under the noise of the crowd. You're good. You're fast and you're powerful, and with proper training, you could be one of the best duelists in Britain. But you're fighting for the wrong reasons. Pride. Your father's expectations. Anger at things you can't control. Harry placed Raoul's wand on his chest. Find better reasons. He released the body bind. Raoul lay still for a moment, breathing hard, staring at the enchanted ceiling. Then he sat up, looked at his wand, and looked at Harry. He didn't say thank you. But he didn't say anything hostile, either. He just nodded, once, sharp, involuntary, and walked out of the great hall. The Hufflepuff common room was pandemonium that night. Someone had smuggled in butterbeer. The 7th-year prefect, who had been at Hogwarts long enough to remember the last time Hufflepuff had won anything publicly, was leading chance. Susan hugged Harry so hard she nearly cracked a rib. You let him pick up his wand, she said. You absolute idiot. You beautiful, principled idiot. It was the right thing to do. It was the right thing and the stupid thing, and they were the same thing, and that is very, very you. He smiled. He let himself enjoy it, the warmth, the belonging, the knowledge that he'd proven something not just about his skills but about his principles. He'd won without cruelty. He'd given his opponent dignity. And he'd shown the school that Hufflepuff wasn't the house of leftovers. It was the house of people who did the right thing even when the wrong thing was easier. Amelia would be proud. That mattered more than anything. But even in the warmth of celebration, his mind was working. The duel had been public. Visible. It had established him as a factor in Hogwarts power dynamics. Which meant that whoever was behind the Scales attacks, whoever was testing tribunal magic on students, now knew what he was capable of. He'd drawn attention. The question was whether that would make the tribunal come to him or drive them deeper underground. Potions class the following Friday provided a different kind of confrontation. Snape had been an enigma all term. The man was brilliant, his knowledge of potions was genuinely extraordinary, and Harry could recognize mastery even when it came wrapped in spite. But Snape wielded his brilliance like a weapon, using it to humiliate and intimidate rather than educate. He targeted Gryffindors with particular venom and showed blatant favoritism toward his Slytherins. It was the most professionally inexcusable teaching Harry had ever witnessed. The classroom was dungeon cold and smelled of formaldehyde and crushed beetles. Slytherins on one side, Hufflepuffs on the other, the territorial divide as stark as a line drawn in the stone. Snape swept in, robes billowing. The man had clearly perfected the art of dramatic entry, and his black eyes swept the room, landing on Harry with the precision of a targeting spell. "Bones," Snape said. The name dripped with something complicated, not quite contempt, not quite interest. Something between the two. Our new celebrity. The boy who defeated a troll. The boy who dueled a fifth year. Tell me, Bones, do you believe reputation exempts you from the mundanities of potions? No, sir. Then let's test the depth of your knowledge rather than the breadth of your ego. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry didn't hesitate. The draught of living death. A powerful sleeping potion. The standard recipe requires additional ingredients including sloth brain and saprophoros bean juice, and the stirring pattern is 7 clockwise followed by 1 counterclockwise, repeated until the potion turns lilac. A beat of silence. Snape's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a general antidote to most poisons. The DMLE keeps a supply in every field kit. My mother carries 2. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant. Also known as aconite. Used in the wolfsbane potion, which is used to alleviate the symptoms of lycanthropy during the full moon. Another silence. Longer this time. Snape's eyes bored into Harry's with an intensity that felt almost physical. Harry met the gaze without flinching, without challenging, without any expression at all. He treated it the same way he'd treat an interrogation: give nothing away, answer precisely, maintain composure. Snape was searching for something. Looking for James Potter's arrogance, perhaps. Or Lily Evans's defiance. Harry gave him neither. He gave him competence, respect, and an impenetrable wall of professional calm. Adequate, Snape said finally. His voice was strange, almost disappointed, as if he'd been hoping for an excuse to punish and hadn't found one. He turned away. The rest of you could learn from the preparation. Page 47. Now. Susan, working at the cauldron beside Harry, whispered, he was trying to provoke you. I know. You didn't let him. I know that too. He looked almost frustrated. He wanted me to be my father. I'm not. Susan glanced at him. Do you wish you were? Harry thought about it while measuring lacewing flies. I wish I'd known him well enough to decide for myself. The scales attack stopped in November. It was the absence that troubled Harry more than the attacks themselves had. 5 students marked, 5 compelled to honesty, and then nothing. No 6th victim. No escalation. No pattern completion. It felt like a test that had ended, not because the tester had been caught, but because they'd learned what they needed to learn. Harry and Daphne had mapped every piece of evidence. The attack locations formed no geographic pattern within the castle. The victims shared no common trait except having escaped consequences for some wrongdoing, and even that was inconsistent, given the Slytherin boy whose only crime was his father's violence. The magic involved was ancient, powerful, and bore signatures that matched nothing in any contemporary reference they could find. We're missing something, Harry said, standing in front of a wall of the empty classroom they'd commandeered for their investigation. He'd pinned a map of Hogwarts to the wall, copied from architectural plans Amelia had provided, and marked every relevant location: attack sites, scales symbols, Quirrell's observed movements, the 3rd-floor corridor. Daphne stood beside him, arms crossed, studying the map. The attacks correspond loosely with Quirrell's movements, but the magical signatures are different. 2 separate actors. Unless one is being used by the other. Used how? The tribunal magic is ancient. Quirrell is a mediocre professor who can barely hold his wand steady. In public. In private, he's different. Daphne looked at him sharply. You've observed him in private? Twice. His stutter disappears. His body language changes completely. And there's something wrong with his head. Medically? Magically. The back of his head is concealed by the turban, and the concealment isn't cosmetic. There's something there that doesn't want to be seen. They stood in silence for a moment, two 11-year-olds staring at a wall of evidence, trying to solve a puzzle that most adults wouldn't have recognized as existing. What if the tribunal isn't active in the castle? Daphne said slowly. What if their magic is residual? The symbols are carved into the castle's foundation. What if the castle itself is testing students using the tribunal's embedded magic, responding to some trigger we haven't identified? Harry considered it. Hogwarts is semi-sentient. The staircases move on their own. The room of requirement manifests based on need. It's not impossible that the castle contains dormant magical systems that could activate under certain conditions. And one of those systems might be ancient judgment magic. But what activated it? They looked at each other. The same thought arrived simultaneously, and Harry saw it land in Daphne's eyes the moment before she spoke it. You did, she said. You touched the first symbol on your first night. You said you felt something stir. What if your touch activated the system? What if the tribunal magic embedded in Hogwarts recognized something in your magical signature and woke up? It fit. It fit with terrifying elegance. The timeline matched. The first attack had occurred 3 days after Harry's first night in the castle. The symbol he'd touched had been warm. He'd felt a resonance, a recognition. And Voldemort, in the corridor of Harry's memory, had said he carried the mark of the old judges. What mark? What had Voldemort seen, or sensed, in Harry's magic that connected him to an organization that had been defunct for 3 centuries? If I activated the system, Harry said carefully, then I'm responsible for the attacks. You didn't know touching a symbol would do anything. Responsibility requires intent. Legal responsibility requires intent. Moral responsibility is broader. Don't start carrying guilt for things you didn't choose. That's exactly the trap the tribunal magic is designed to exploit. He looked at her. That's uncomfortably insightful. You're not the only one who was raised to think clearly. She held his gaze. We need more information. And we need it from the 3rd-floor corridor. Whatever Dumbledore is hiding there, it might be connected. Harry nodded. He'd been patient long enough. He went that night. The investigation of the 3rd-floor corridor took Harry 2 weeks, not because the protections were particularly difficult, but because he refused to approach it carelessly. He scouted the area over multiple nights, mapping guard patterns, there were none, which was itself concerning, analyzing the wards on the door, powerful but standardized, ministry grade, not Dumbledore grade, and researching what might be valuable enough to hide in a school but dangerous enough to warrant a death threat. His research led him to Nicholas Flamel. From Flamel to the Philosopher's Stone. From the stone to its known properties, immortality, transmutation, and from there to the obvious question, why would the only known Philosopher's Stone be moved from Gringotts, one of the most secure locations in the wizarding world, to Hogwarts, a school full of children? Unless someone was trying to steal it from Gringotts. Unless someone was using it as bait. Harry sat with that realization for 2 days before writing to Amelia. Her response was swift, clinical, and furious. Confirmed, Gringotts Vault 713 was broken into on July 31st, the same day you visited Diagon Alley. The vault had been emptied earlier that day. Dumbledore arranged the transfer personally. The stone is at Hogwarts, and the protections are designed to be penetrable by a sufficiently motivated adult wizard. This is a trap. Dumbledore is using the stone as bait to draw out whoever tried to steal it. He is doing this inside a school. I am filing a formal complaint with the Board of Governors. In the meantime, do not attempt to retrieve or interact with the stone. Document everything. Evidence, Harry. We do this properly. Harry respected Amelia's instructions. He documented the protections, charted the likely path to the stone based on the magical signatures he could detect through the locked door, and identified the probable guardian challenges. He could sense multiple distinct magical signatures, suggesting multiple protections designed by different professors. He also continued watching Quirrell. By December, the evidence was overwhelming. Quirrell's movements through the castle formed a pattern centered on the third-floor corridor. His private behavior contradicted his public persona entirely. The magical wrongness emanating from his turban had intensified over the term. Harry could feel it now from across the great hall, a cold, grasping presence that made his scar ache in a way that was both unfamiliar and deeply, instinctively alarming. Harry wrote to Amelia, "I believe Quirrell is possessed. The entity occupying him is connected to the scar on my forehead. I believe it is Voldemort or a fragment thereof. I believe he will attempt to steal the stone before the end of term. I request authorization to intervene if the threat becomes immediate." Amelia's response, authorization granted under emergency protocols. Alerted Auror Tonks and Auror Shacklebolt as rapid response team. If you must act, act to contain and delay. Do not engage what may be Voldemort directly. That is not a request. It happened the night before the end-of-term feast. June. The castle quiet, most students already mentally on their way home. Harry felt it, a shift in the castle's ambient magic, like a pressure change before a storm. The wrongness around Quirrell, which had been a constant background hum for months, suddenly sharpened and moved. Harry was in the Hufflepuff common room when his scar erupted in pain, not the dull ache he'd grown accustomed to, but a searing bolt that made his vision white out for a moment. He was on his feet before the pain fully cleared. Susan looked up from her book with alarm. "Harry, your scar, he's moving. Quirrell's going for the stone. Now. You can't go alone, I'm not asking for permission. I'm informing you so you can contact Amelia if I'm not back in 2 hours." He pressed his emergency port key into her hand. "If anything goes wrong, activate this. It'll bring her directly." Susan looked at the coin, then at him. Her eyes were bright and fierce. "Come back." "I intend to." He left the common room at a controlled run. Not sprinting, sprinting burned energy and made noise. A controlled run, wand out, occlumency shields up, every sense tuned to the castle around him. The third-floor corridor was already open. The three-headed dog that guarded the trapdoor, Harry had identified it through sound analysis weeks ago, the breathing pattern of multiple large animals behind a single door, was asleep. A golden harp played itself in the corner. Someone had already passed through. Harry dropped through the trapdoor. The challenges were exactly what he predicted based on the magical signatures. Devil's Snare, he lit a bluebell flame and burned through it in seconds. A room full of flying keys, he identified the correct one through elimination, old, bent, matching the lock specifications, and caught it with a summoning charm rather than wasting time on a broom. A giant chess set, he studied the board for 30 seconds, identified the fastest checkmate sequence, and played it through in 4 moves. Each challenge was designed to test a different skill. Each was solvable by a competent first year with the right knowledge. Which meant they were designed to be solved. Not to protect the stone, but to delay whoever was coming for it while testing them. Dumbledore hadn't built a vault. He'd built a gauntlet. A selection process. The realization was cold and clarifying. Dumbledore wanted whoever was after the stone to reach it. He wanted to see who it was, what they could do, and how far they'd go. The protections weren't meant to stop a thief. They were meant to reveal one. It was brilliant. It was also unconscionable. Because the gauntlet existed inside a school, and the bait at its center would draw a threat, possibly Voldemort himself, into a building full of sleeping children. Harry filed the anger away. Later. Right now, focus. He passed through Snape's logic puzzle, a potion riddle that was genuinely clever, and which Harry solved by analyzing the chemical composition of each vial rather than relying solely on the written clues. The smallest bottle on the far left would take him forward. He drank it and walked through the black flames. The final chamber was a large, stone room. In its center stood the Mirror of Erist. Harry recognized it from the Diagon Alley archives, a dangerous magical artifact that showed the viewer their deepest desire. Standing before it, staring into its depths with an expression of desperate hunger, was Quirrell. Without his turban. The back of Quirrell's head was not empty. A face protruded from it, flattened, inhuman, with red slits for eyes and skin the color of ash. It was attached to Quirrell like a parasite, fused to his skull, and it radiated a magic so dark and concentrated that Harry's scar screamed in agony the moment he saw it. Voldemort. Not fully alive, not fully dead. Something in between, a wraith, a fragment, a thing that had survived the killing curse that had bounced off a 1-year-old's forehead and now clung to a weak man's body like a drowning creature clinging to driftwood. "I know you're there, boy," said the face. The voice was high, cold, and carried a contempt so ancient it felt geological. "I've known you were watching all year. You have your mother's eyes and your adoptive mother's irritating competence." Harry stepped into the room, wand raised. His heart was hammering, he could feel it in his throat, his temples, his fingertips, but his hand was steady. His voice was steady. Amelia's training held where emotion would have shattered. "Professor Quirrell. You're under investigation by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for suspicion of harboring a dark entity, conspiracy to commit theft of a protected artifact, and violation of Hogwarts security protocols. I am authorized to detain you pending the arrival of Auror response." A beat of silence. Then Voldemort laughed. It was a terrible sound, thin, brittle, like glass breaking in slow motion. "Authorized to detain me. A first-year student, authorized to detain Lord Voldemort." The red eyes fixed on Harry with a hunger that went beyond physical. "You carry yourself like a judge, boy. Like the old judges. I can taste it on you, the ancient magic, humming in your blood. Did you know they existed before Hogwarts? Before the Ministry? Before any of the institutions you've been trained to serve?" Harry's wand didn't waver. "I'm aware of the Tribunal of Scales." "Then you know what you are. What you could be. The last heir of a lineage that judged gods and kings. The power to read truth from the soul itself. It's in you, boy, buried deep, untrained, but present. I felt it the night I killed your parents. A resonance. A recognition. It's why the killing curse bounced. The killing curse bounced because of my mother's sacrifice. Love. Voldemort's contempt could have curdled milk. Love is the excuse Dumbledore gives because the truth is too dangerous for his comfortable worldview. Your mother's sacrifice activated something already inside you, an ancient protection tied to the tribunal's magic. The power to judge, to weigh, to render verdict. My curse hit that power and was judged, and found guilty. Harry's mind was racing behind his occlumency shields. Voldemort was trying to manipulate him, that was obvious. But manipulators use truths as bait, wrapping deception around kernels of genuine information. If even part of what Voldemort was saying was accurate, the implications were, "Give me the stone," Voldemort said, abandoning the philosophical approach. The mirror shows the viewer their desire, and it has been configured to give the stone only to someone who wants it but does not want to use it. How delightfully Dumbledorian. You want the stone to keep it safe, to serve justice by preventing its misuse. The mirror will give it to you. Take it, and give it to me, and I will answer every question you have about what you truly are. No. No. Don't be foolish. I am offering you knowledge that Dumbledore has deliberately kept from you. The nature of your power. The history of your bloodline. The truth about the night your parents died. All you have to do is, I said no. Harry's voice didn't rise, but it hardened. You murdered my parents. Whatever information you have, it's not worth purchasing from you. Nothing is. Voldemort's expression, if that twisted face could be said to have expressions, shifted from persuasion to cold assessment. Then you are a fool, like your father. Quirrell, take the stone. Quirrell moved. He'd been standing motionless during the exchange, a puppet waiting for its strings to be pulled. Now he turned from the mirror and lunged at Harry with a speed that belied his stammering persona. Harry was ready. Impedimenta. The jinx caught Quirrell in the chest and slowed him, not stopped. Voldemort's magic was reinforcing the man's body, but slowed enough. Harry sidestepped, putting the mirror between them. Stupefy. The stunner hit Quirrell's shoulder. The man staggered but didn't fall. Voldemort was holding him up through sheer will. Seize him. Voldemort screamed from the back of Quirrell's head, and Harry felt the dark magic in the room surge, a pressure wave that cracked the stone floor and made the torches gutter. Quirrell came around the mirror. Harry retreated, casting, stunner, bodybind, tripping jinx, each spell landing but each being absorbed or deflected by the dark magic suffusing Quirrell's body. It was like fighting someone wearing armor made of malice. Harry's mind worked the problem. Spell combat wasn't going to work. Voldemort's magic was too strong, absorbing everything Harry threw. Environmental options: the room was bare stone, no chandeliers to drop, no objects to levitate. The mirror was the only significant object, and he didn't want to destroy it. He had a suspicion, growing stronger by the second, that Dumbledore had designed the mirror's protection to respond to exactly the kind of person Harry was. He changed tactics. Instead of retreating, he charged. Quirrell's hands reached for him, and Harry let them connect, grabbing the man's wrists, skin to skin. Two things happened simultaneously. Quirrell screamed. A horrible, raw sound of genuine agony, and his hands, where they touched Harry's skin, began to blister and crack. Smoke rose from the point of contact. Whatever protection Harry carried, love, judgment magic, ancient resonance, all of it, it was anathema to the thing living in Quirrell's body. And Harry felt it. Not just pain, his scar was on fire, white-hot, blinding, but something deeper. A connection. For one terrible moment, he was inside Voldemort's mind, or Voldemort was inside his, and he felt the dark wizard's consciousness like a scream in an empty cathedral. Rage. Fear. A desperate, clawing hunger for survival at any cost. And underneath it all, so deep it was almost hidden, loneliness. A loneliness so vast and so old that it had calcified into something that called itself purpose. Harry wrenched away. Quirrell collapsed, his hands destroyed, his face a mask of agony. The face on the back of his head was screaming, a sound that wasn't entirely audible, that existed partially in a register beyond hearing, and then something tore free. A shadow. A wraith. Voldemort's disembodied spirit, ripped from Quirrell's body by the contact that was burning his host alive. It hung in the air for a moment, a dark, formless thing with red eyes that blazed with fury and promise, and then it fled. Through the wall, through the stone, gone. Leaving behind the smell of ash and the echo of a scream. Quirrell crumpled to the floor and didn't move. Harry stood in the center of the room, breathing hard, his hands blistered and trembling, his scar bleeding freely down his face. The room was quiet except for the guttering of torches. He looked at the mirror. In its surface, he saw himself, not as he was, bloodied and shaking, but as the mirror imagined he wanted to be. He saw himself older, standing in a courtroom, wearing robes of judgment, with Amelia beside him looking proud. He saw scales in his hand, golden, perfectly balanced, humming with ancient power. He saw justice. Not the imperfect, frustrating, corruptible justice of the real world, but the perfect, untouchable, absolute justice of the tribunal. He saw what he could become if he let himself. And in the reflections pocket, he saw the outline of a small red stone. Harry reached into his real pocket. The Philosopher's Stone was there, small, rough, blood-red. The mirror had given it to him because he wanted it for the right reasons. Not to use it. To protect it. To keep it from being misused. He looked at the stone for a long moment. Immortality. Unlimited gold. The power to reshape reality. All in a rock the size of a walnut. He put it back in his pocket and sat down next to Quirrell's unconscious body to wait. Dumbledore arrived 12 minutes later. Harry had counted. The headmaster swept into the chamber with a speed and focus that belied his elderly appearance. His wand was drawn, and it was, Harry noted, a wand of unusual character, pale, ancient, with a quality to it that made the air hum. Dumbledore assessed the scene in an instant, Quirrell on the floor, Harry sitting against the wall, blood on the stone. Harry. For once, the twinkle was absent. Are you hurt? Burns on both hands. Scar laceration, shallow, bleeding has slowed. No other injuries. Harry paused. Quirrell is alive but his hands are severely damaged. He was possessed by Voldemort. The entity has fled. I have the stone. Dumbledore absorbed this with the controlled calm of a man who had been processing crises for a very long time. He knelt beside Quirrell, checked the man's vital signs, and waved his wand in a complex diagnostic pattern. He's alive, Dumbledore confirmed. Barely. The possession has taken a severe toll. He straightened and looked at Harry. May I see the stone? Harry considered this for 3 seconds. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out the stone, and held it up. You designed the mirror's protection to give the stone to someone who wanted to protect it, not use it, Harry said. You knew whoever came for the stone would need a pure-hearted intermediary to retrieve it. You were counting on that person being a student. You were counting on that person being me. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was gentle but heavy. I had hoped it would not come to this. But you prepared for it. You set a trap inside a school. You used a dangerous artifact as bait. You allowed a man possessed by Voldemort to teach children for an entire year. And you designed protections that a first-year student could bypass, ensuring that if Quirrell made his move, a student, specifically me, would be the one to confront him. The protections were designed to delay, the protections were designed to be solved. Devil's Snare, Flying Keys, Chess, a logic puzzle, they're a gauntlet, not a vault. A vault would have had Aurograde wards and a Gringotts goblin standing guard. This was a test. A selection process. You wanted to see who would come, and you wanted them to reach the end. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an expression that was difficult to read. Respect, perhaps. Or the particular discomfort of a man who was accustomed to being the smartest person in the room and was realizing that the boy sitting on his floor was uncomfortably close to that title. You are very like your mother, Dumbledore said quietly. My mother, Amelia, would have had you removed as headmaster for this. Your birth mother. Lily. She also had a talent for seeing through my justifications. Justifications are what people offer when they know their actions can't be defended on merit. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. You knew Quirrell was possessed. You told me the third-floor corridor was out of bounds with a warning that might as well have been an invitation. You manipulated the situation to engineer a confrontation, and you put students at risk to make it happen. I put protections in place, you put obstacles in place. Protections keep people safe. Obstacles test them. There's a difference, and you know it. Silence stretched between them. The torches flickered. Quirrell's breathing was shallow and labored. I will not pretend, Dumbledore said finally, that my choices were without risk. Nor will I pretend that the outcome was inevitable. But I believed, I still believe, that certain things needed to happen. That you needed to face Tom Riddle and survive. That you needed to prove, to yourself and to him, that you could not be broken or bent. You don't get to decide what I need to face. That's not your right. No, Dumbledore said. It's not. And yet the world often requires us to make choices on behalf of others, especially when those others are children who cannot yet fully understand the threats they face. I understood the threat. I've understood it since I was 4 years old and a woman pulled me out of a cupboard you put me in. The words landed like a physical blow. Dumbledore flinched, actually flinched, and for just a moment, the mask dropped and Harry saw something real. Guilt. Old, heavy, carried like a stone in the chest. Dumbledore had put Harry with the Dursleys and it had been wrong. He knew it. He'd known it for years. But admitting it fully would mean questioning the entire framework of decisions he'd built on top of that original sin. I am sorry, Dumbledore said. For the Dursleys. Truly. Apologies are evidence of awareness, not absolution. Harry stood, wincing at the pain in his hands. I'll give the stone to Nicholas Flamel directly. Not to you. The chain of custody matters, and I don't trust you to handle it without an agenda. He walked toward the exit. Harry. He stopped but didn't turn. Voldemort will return. What happened tonight was not an ending. It was a delay. And when he returns, you will need allies who understand the full scope of what is coming. I have allies. They're the ones who taught me to see through people like you. He left Dumbledore standing in the chamber with Quirrell's broken body and the taste of his own failures in his mouth. The hospital wing was quiet. Madame Pomfrey treated Harry's burns with a salve that smelled like mint and disappointment, the particular disappointment of a healer who'd been telling the headmaster for years that his decisions would put students in her ward, and who had been proven right again. Susan arrived within 20 minutes, having clearly run from the Hufflepuff common room. She looked at his bandaged hands, at the blood on his face, and didn't speak for a long moment. You could have died, she said. I didn't. That's not the point. I know. She sat on the edge of his bed and took his bandaged hand carefully in hers. They sat like that for a while, two children who'd both lost family to a war they were too young to remember, holding on to each other because that was the only protection that actually worked. Amelia arrived at dawn. She'd received Susan's message, mobilized 2 Aurors, and Operaat to Hogsmeade in the middle of the night. By the time she reached the hospital wing, she'd already filed an emergency complaint with the Board of Governors, initiated a formal investigation into Dumbledore's handling of school security, and drafted a letter to Nicholas Flamel regarding the immediate return of his property. She sat beside Harry's bed and listened to his full report. He delivered it the way she'd taught him, chronologically, factually, without embellishment or editorializing. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. You did well, she said finally. Your tactical approach was sound. Your decision-making under pressure was exceptional. And your confrontation with Dumbledore afterward was. She paused, searching for the word. Satisfying. The corner of her mouth moved. I was going to say, necessary. But yes. That too. He said Voldemort will return. He's probably right about that. A disembodied wraith with the determination to possess a professor and infiltrate a school doesn't give up after one setback. Voldemort said something about my magic. About the tribunal. He said the killing curse bounced because of something already inside me, an ancient protection connected to the old judges. Amelia's expression shifted. Not surprise, she was too controlled for surprise, but a deepening of attention. Tell me exactly what he said. Harry recounted Voldemort's words precisely, from memory. The last heir. The power to judge. The ancient protection. The resonance Voldemort had felt the night he killed the Potters. Amelia listened, and when he finished, she spoke carefully. I've been researching the tribunal since you first reported the symbol. The sealed archives contain more than I initially shared with you. I wanted to verify before passing along information that might be speculation. But given what's happened tonight. She reached into her briefcase and pulled out a thin folder. Inside was a single page, old, yellowed, bearing the seal of the Department of Mysteries. This is a fragment of a larger document that was partially destroyed during the First War. It's a genealogical analysis of the tribunal's bloodlines, the families that carried the ability to perform judgment magic. Harry read the page. The handwriting was cramped and archaic, but the key passage was clear: the capacity for judgment manifests through both bloodlines and magical resonance. Certain families carry the potential as a dormant trait, awakened only through specific catalysts. Notable bloodlines include Blackwood, Selwyn, Judicial Branch, and through maternal descent, Evans. Harry looked up. Evans. My mother's family. Lily Evans was Muggle-born, or so everyone assumed. But the Evans family may have been squib descendants of a tribunal bloodline, their magic reappearing after generations of dormancy. The implications cascaded through Harry's mind like dominoes. His mother's sacrifice hadn't just been love, it had activated an ancient magical inheritance. The tribunal's judgment magic, dormant in his bloodline, had awakened when Voldemort's curse hit him. It had weighed the curse, judged it, and returned the verdict. Guilty. Is this why the scales symbols in the castle responded to me? Harry asked. That's my working theory. The embedded tribunal magic recognized a carrier of the bloodline. It activated. The student attacks were the system testing its parameters, judging, compelling truth, functioning as it was designed to function centuries ago. Then the attacks weren't caused by an external agent. They were caused by me. By my presence in the castle. By the interaction between your latent abilities and the castle's embedded systems. It's not your fault, Harry. You didn't choose this. But I activated it. Amelia leaned forward. Listen to me. You have carried the weight of things you didn't choose since the night your parents died. You did not choose the scar. You did not choose the Dursleys. You did not choose to be the boy who lived. And you did not choose this. What you chose, what you always choose, is how to respond. That's what defines you. Not the circumstances. The choices. Harry looked at the genealogical document. Evans. Judgment magic. An inheritance he'd never asked for, dormant in his blood, awakened by violence and activated by ancient stone. What do I do with it? He asked. For now. Nothing. You're 11. You come home, you rest, you train, and next year we dig deeper. Together. He nodded. She was right. He was 11, and he was exhausted, and his hands hurt, and the weight of what he'd learned was settling onto his shoulders like a physical load. But underneath the exhaustion, underneath the pain and the confusion and the anger at Dumbledore, underneath all of it, something else stirred. A sense of purpose. Not the manufactured purpose of the boy who lived, the savior narrative that Dumbledore had been trying to write for him since birth. Something older. Something that felt, paradoxically, like it belonged to him. The power to judge. The responsibility to do it wisely. And the choice, always the choice, to be better than the people who'd wielded this power before. He spent the remaining days of term in the hospital wing, where Susan visited every spare moment, where Neville brought him homework with the solemn dedication of someone performing a sacred duty, and where Hermione came twice to debrief him with a list of 47 questions about the protections guarding the stone, most of which he answered and several of which he deflected on the grounds of ongoing investigation. Daphne came once, on the last day. She stood in the doorway of the hospital wing with her arms crossed and her expression carefully neutral. I heard you fought Voldemort. I fought Quirrell. Voldemort was more of an attached commentary. The corner of her mouth twitched. Are you being funny? I'm being accurate. The humor is incidental. She walked to his bedside and looked at his bandaged hands. Something moved behind her eyes, something she wouldn't name and he wouldn't push. The tribunal research, she said. We're not done. No. We're not. Over the summer. Letters. Coded, obviously, my family monitors correspondence. I'll establish a secure communication channel. My mother has methods. Your mother has methods for everything. Yes. It's one of her best qualities. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. Don't die, Bones. We have work to do. I'll do my best. She left. The hospital wing felt slightly colder in her absence, which Harry noted and filed away as currently relevant after all. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat with Susan, Neville, and Hermione, watching the Scottish Highlands give way to English countryside, the landscape unspooling like a green ribbon outside the window. He was tired in a way that went beyond physical, a soul-deep weariness that came from confronting evil and surviving and knowing that the survival was temporary. Voldemort would return. The Tribunal's magic was awakening. Dumbledore was playing a game that treated people like pieces. And Harry, 11 years old, carrying scars both visible and invisible, stood at the center of a convergence he was only beginning to understand. But he also had Susan, who was asleep with her head on his shoulder. Neville, who was reading a herbology book with quiet determination. Hermione, who was annotating a copy of Hogwarts, a history with corrections. Daphne, who was somewhere on the train, sharp-minded and challenging and oddly, unexpectedly important. And he had Amelia, who would be waiting on the platform, ready to debrief him and feed him and tell him to rest and then, when he was ready, to help him prepare for whatever came next. He had justice. Not perfect justice, he was under no illusions about that. But the real kind. The kind you worked for, fought for, and chose every day. That would have to be enough. When the train pulled into King's Cross, Harry gathered his things and stepped onto the platform. Amelia was there, as he'd known she would be, standing straight, monocle glinting, wearing the expression of a woman who had spent the last week dismantling institutional incompetence and was ready for more. He went to her. She put her hand on his shoulder. Welcome home. Good to be home. They turned to leave, Susan falling into step beside them, and Harry felt something in his pocket that hadn't been there before. He reached in and pulled out a folded piece of parchment. No envelope. No seal. Just a note, on paper so old it was almost translucent, written in ink that shimmered faintly gold. 2 words and a symbol. The symbol of the scales. And the words, first trial passed. Harry read it twice. Then he folded it carefully, put it back in his pocket, and walked out of King's Cross Station into the summer light, the weight of the gavel settling onto shoulders that were young but growing stronger by the day. Chapter 3, The Corruption of Scales. The interrogation room was 7 feet by 9 feet, painted ministry gray, lit by a single enchanted lamp that cast light without warmth. 2 chairs. 1 table. A glass of water that nobody ever drank. Amelia had once told Harry that the glass of water was the most important object in the room, not because anyone was thirsty, but because people in interrogation rooms needed something to look at when they couldn't look at the interrogator. Harry sat in the observation alcove behind the one-way glass and watched Senior Auror Marcus Selwyn work. Selwyn was good. Harry had watched dozens of interrogations over the summer. Amelia had arranged his access as a junior observer, a role that technically didn't exist in the DMLE's organizational structure but that nobody questioned because Amelia Bones did not invite questions about her decisions. Harry had seen Aurors range from competent to clumsy, from surgical to sledgehammer. Selwyn was the best of them. He was a lean man in his 40s with iron-gray hair cropped close and the kind of face that could shift from warm to cold in a heartbeat. Right now he was warm, leaning back in his chair, voice easy, asking the suspect about his family as if they were old friends sharing a pint. The suspect, a middle-aged wizard accused of selling cursed artifacts through a nocturne alley shop, was relaxing. His shoulders were dropping. His hands, which had been clenched on the table, were loosening. Selwyn asked about the man's daughter. The suspect smiled. Selwyn smiled back. Then, without changing his tone or his posture, Selwyn said, so when you sold the bone-rot amulet to the Macmillan boy, did you know it would cripple him, or did you just not care? The transition was seamless. One moment the suspect was talking about his daughter's Hogwarts letter, the next, he was staring at Selwyn with the wide-eyed terror of a man who'd realized, too late, that the friendly conversation had been a cage being built around him. Harry made notes. Technique, rapport building followed by sudden confrontation. Effective against suspects who are socially oriented and seek approval. Less effective against trained operatives or psychopathic personalities. Selwyn's timing was impeccable, he'd waited until the suspect was emotionally open before striking. The contrast between warmth and accusation maximized the psychological impact. The suspect confessed within 20 minutes. Afterward, Selwyn emerged from the interrogation room, rolling his sleeves down. He noticed Harry in the observation alcove and nodded. Learn anything? Your rapport-building phase lasted exactly as long as it needed to. You measured his emotional baseline in the first 3 minutes and tailored your approach accordingly. The transition to confrontation was timed to coincide with peak relaxation. It was textbook, except I've never seen it in a textbook. Selwyn studied Harry with an expression that was difficult to read. Interest, maybe. Or the specific discomfort of being analyzed by a 12-year-old. You've got your mother's eye, he said. She could read a room before she finished walking into it. She still can. That she can. Selwyn glanced toward Amelia's office down the corridor. How long has she had you observing? 6 weeks. Since term ended. And what's your assessment of the department? It was a strange question to ask a child. Selwyn asked it without condescension, as if Harry's answer genuinely mattered. That, in itself, was worth noting. The department is understaffed by approximately 30% based on case-to-aura ratios, Harry said. Response times for urgent calls have increased by 12% over the past year. The evidence processing backlog is significant, some cases are waiting months for forensic analysis. And there are at least 3 ongoing investigations where the case files contain inconsistencies that suggest either incompetence or deliberate interference. Selwyn's eyebrows rose. 3. Which cases? Harry hesitated. This was the line, the point where observation became involvement. He discussed the inconsistencies with Amelia privately, and she told him to keep investigating but to be careful about who he shared his findings with. I'd rather discuss that with my mother first, Harry said. Selwyn nodded slowly. Smart lad. He clapped Harry on the shoulder, brief, professional, and walked away. Harry watched him go. Something about Selwyn nagged at him. Not anything specific. Nothing he could articulate. Just a sense, the investigator's instinct Amelia had spent years cultivating, that the pieces didn't quite fit. Selwyn was too smooth. Too polished. His interrogation technique was flawless, but it was also performative in a way that went beyond professional skill. He wasn't just conducting an interrogation. He was demonstrating one. For Harry's benefit. Why would a senior auror put on a show for a 12-year-old observer? Harry filed it away and went to find Amelia. Her office was organized chaos, stacks of files on every surface, a wall covered in case timelines, her desk dominated by a pensieve she used for reviewing witness memories. She was reading a report when Harry entered, her monocle reflecting the lamplight. The Selwyn interrogation was effective, Harry said, sitting in the chair across from her desk. Marcus is our best interrogator. Has been for 15 years. He asked me about the department's performance. Seemed genuinely interested in my assessment. Marcus takes an interest in promising recruits. He's been training junior aurors for a decade. I'm not a recruit. You're 12. But you think like an operative, and people like Marcus notice that. Amelia set down her report. You said you wanted to discuss the case file inconsistencies. Harry pulled 3 folders from his bag, copies he'd made with Amelia's permission from the department archive. He laid them on her desk, side by side. These three cases share a pattern. Disappearances of minor witches and wizards, people without prominent families or political connections. In each case, the initial investigation was thorough, but the follow-up was dropped. Leads weren't pursued. Witnesses weren't re-interviewed. The cases were classified as presumed runaways within weeks, despite evidence suggesting foul play. Amelia pulled the files toward her. "Show me." Harry opened the first file. Ilara Vance, age 16, disappeared from Hogsmeade in March. Witnesses reported seeing her arguing with an unidentified adult wizard near the Shrieking Shack. The investigating Auror conducted 2 interviews and then closed the case. Who was the investigating Auror? Dawlish. But that's not the interesting part. Dawlish's case notes reference a consultation with a senior officer who recommended downgrading the investigation. The senior officer isn't named, just listed as SO advisory. I cross-referenced the consultation dates with the duty roster. And the senior officer on advisory duty for all 3 consultations was Marcus Selwyn. Amelia went very still. It was a particular kind of stillness that Harry had learned to recognize, the stillness of a predator who'd just caught a scent. Her eyes moved from the files to Harry and back. "That could be coincidence," she said carefully. "Once is coincidence. 3 times is a pattern." It could also be explained by the fact that Marcus handles more advisory consultations than anyone else in the department. He's senior. Cases route to him naturally. That's possible. But the specific recommendation in each case, to downgrade, is inconsistent with the evidence. The Vance case alone had enough to justify continued investigation. An argument with an unidentified wizard, followed by disappearance, in a location known for dark activity? That's not a runaway profile. That's an abduction profile. Amelia was quiet for a long time. She stared at the files with the intensity of someone reading a verdict she didn't want to accept. "I'll open an internal review," she said finally. Quietly. "If Marcus is involved in something, we need evidence, not suspicion. And if he isn't, if this is coincidence or institutional failure, then I need to know that too, because either way, people have fallen through the cracks. I want to help." "You will." "But Harry, if Marcus Selwyn is deliberately suppressing investigations, that makes him dangerous. He knows how we work. He knows our methods, our protocols, our blind spots. Be careful around him." "I'm always careful." "You confronted Voldemort at 11. Your definition of careful and mine don't always align." Harry conceded the point with a half-smile and gathered his files. That evening, he sat at the desk in his bedroom at Bones Manor and decoded a letter from Daphne. She'd been writing all summer, long, detailed letters about the tribunal research, encrypted in a cipher they'd developed together. Her family's archives had yielded more fragments, more history, more threads to pull. This letter was different. "Harry, I found something in the sub-basement. My father doesn't know it exists. The entrance was sealed behind a false wall that I discovered using a resonance detection spell you described in your last letter. The room contained a small collection of artifacts bearing the scales symbol. Most were inert, drained of magic centuries ago. But one was active. It's a gavel. Small, black wood, with the scales carved into the head. When I touched it, nothing happened. But when I held it and spoke a question aloud, the room changed. The air became heavier. I could feel something pressing against my thoughts, not intrusive, not hostile, but present. Like something was listening. I didn't keep it. I sealed the room again and left everything as I found it. But I think you need to know it's there. The tribunal's artifacts aren't all dormant. Some of them are waiting. Stay safe. Don't do anything reckless, which I know is like asking the sun not to rise." Harry read the letter 3 times, then burned it per their agreed protocol. He sat in the darkness of his room, thinking about a gavel in a hidden chamber, about magic that listened, about an inheritance he hadn't asked for and couldn't ignore. Through his window, the Devon countryside was black and still. Somewhere out there, Voldemort existed as a wraith, homeless, bodiless, but patient. And somewhere, perhaps closer than Harry knew, the tribunal of scales was stirring. He went to bed and dreamed of golden scales tipping back and forth in darkness, weighing something he couldn't see. September came like a held breath being released. The Hogwarts Express. The castle on its cliff. The sorting feast, with its golden plates and enchanted ceiling and the particular relief of returning to a place that felt, despite its considerable dysfunction, like a second home. Harry took his seat at the Hufflepuff table next to Susan, who was already in animated conversation with Hannah Abbott about the summer. Across the hall, Daphne caught his eye briefly, a flash of blue, a fractional nod, before turning to Tracy Davis with an expression of polite disinterest that Harry was beginning to recognize as her default social camouflage. The new defense against the dark arts professor was a golden-haired man with a smile like a toothpaste advertisement. Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry had read 3 of his books over the summer at Hermione's insistence and had found precisely 0 verifiable claims in any of them. The man's biographical details didn't withstand basic fact-checking, dates conflicted, locations were wrong, and the magical creatures he claimed to have defeated had documented behaviors entirely inconsistent with his descriptions of the encounters. Lockhart was either a fraud or the greatest wizard of the century. Harry knew which way the evidence pointed. The feast passed. The term began. Harry settled into his second-year routine with the disciplined efficiency of an operative returning to a long-term assignment, classes in the morning, investigation in the afternoon, training in the evenings. He'd expanded his physical training over the summer, adding aura-grade fitness drills to his spell work, and the results showed. He was faster, stronger, and his magical endurance had increased significantly. 2 weeks into term, a package arrived. It came at breakfast, delivered not by owl but by a raven, black, enormous, with eyes that glinted gold in the candlelight. The bird landed in front of Harry, dropped a small wrapped bundle on his plate, and flew away before anyone could react. Susan stared. Was that a raven? Yes. Ravens don't deliver post. This one did. The package was wrapped in dark cloth and tied with a cord that hummed faintly under Harry's fingers. He didn't open it at the table. He excused himself, went to the empty classroom he and Daphne used for their research, and cast every detection charm Amelia had taught him. No curses. No tracking spells. No poisons. But the magical signature was old, genuinely old, and it resonated with the same frequency as the scales symbols in the castle walls. He unwrapped the cloth. The gavel was beautiful. Black wood, dense and heavy, polished to a deep shine that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The scales symbol was carved into the head, the same design he'd traced on castle walls, the same symbol burned into students' palms the previous year. The handle was wrapped in leather so old it had turned the color of dark honey, and the whole thing fit his hand as if it had been made for him. The moment his fingers closed around it, the world shifted. Not dramatically. Not with thunder or light or the sensation of ancient power flooding through him. It was subtler than that, a sharpening. Like putting on glasses he hadn't known he needed. The classroom came into sharper focus. The colors were more vivid. The sounds were crisper. And underneath it all, a new sense, something he couldn't name but could feel, like a sixth finger discovering it could touch a texture no other finger could reach. He held the gavel and looked at the wall. Stone. Old. Neutral. He looked at the desk. Wood. Scratched. Neutral. He looked at the doorway, where a second-year Ravenclaw was passing by, glancing in with idle curiosity. And he felt it. The boy in the doorway carried something, not visible, not audible, but present. A weight. A tension. Like a note slightly out of tune. Harry's new sense reached toward it instinctively and read, guilt. Small guilt, petty guilt, the boy had stolen a chocolate frog from his doormate's trunk that morning and felt bad about it. The guilt was a tiny, insignificant thing, barely worth noticing. But Harry noticed it. And the gavel in his hand hummed with satisfaction, as if it had been waiting to show him exactly this. He set the gavel down. His hand was shaking. He sat in the empty classroom for 20 minutes, breathing, thinking, processing. The gavel could read guilt. Not through legitimacy, he hadn't entered the boy's mind. It was something else entirely. A direct perception of moral weight. The tribunal's judgment magic, crystallized in an artifact, responding to the carrier of the bloodline. It was the most terrifying thing he'd ever held. More terrifying than his wand, more dangerous than the philosopher's stone. Because a wand required intent to harm, and the stone required knowledge to use. The gavel just showed him truth. And truth, unfiltered and unconsentable, was the most dangerous weapon in the world. He wrote to Amelia immediately. Coded, urgent. Then he went to find Daphne. She was in the library, as she usually was between classes, surrounded by a fortress of books that served double duty as research material and social barrier. Harry sat down across from her without preamble. The gavel you found in your family's archive. You said nothing happened when you touched it. Daphne looked up. Her eyes narrowed slightly, reading his expression, his tension, the careful control in his voice. That's right. I felt something listening, but the gavel itself didn't activate. It activated for me. He told her. Quietly, precisely, leaving nothing out. The sharpening of perception. The ability to sense guilt. The raven claw in the doorway and his stolen chocolate frog. Daphne listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. You're afraid of it, she said. I'm aware of its implications. That's a very clinical way of saying you're afraid. Fine. I'm afraid of it. I held it for 30 seconds and I could read a stranger's guilt without his knowledge or consent. That's a violation of everything I've been trained to protect. Due process, the right to privacy, the presumption of innocence, all of it goes out the window the moment I pick up that gavel. Then don't pick it up. It's not that simple. Someone sent it to me. The tribunal, or whatever's left of it, wanted me to have it. And the magic in it recognized me. It's connected to my bloodline, to the same thing that made the scales symbols activate last year. I can't just ignore it. Why not? The question brought him up short. Daphne was watching him with the sharp, challenging gaze that he'd come to rely on, the gaze that tested his reasoning rather than accepting it. She didn't let him get away with assumptions, and she didn't let him hide behind duty. Because if the tribunal is active again, if they're sending artifacts and testing people, then someone is driving it. Someone with an agenda. And I need to understand that agenda before it becomes a threat. So use the gavel to understand the agenda, but don't use it on people. It works on people by default. Just holding it, then learn to control it. You control everything else, Harry. Your temper, your expression, your combat instincts. This is the same thing. It's a tool. Tools don't have morality. The person holding them does. He stared at her. She stared back. And somewhere in the space between them, something eased, not the fear, but the isolation of it. He wasn't carrying this alone. She was here, sharp-minded and unflinching, and she wasn't going to let him drown in the implications. When did you become wise? He asked. I've always been wise. You've just been too busy being competent to notice. The corner of his mouth lifted despite everything. I noticed. Something warm flickered in her eyes before the composure reassembled. Good. Now put the gavel somewhere safe and come help me with the tribunal genealogies. I found 3 more family names connected to the original order. He did. But he kept the gavel close, locked in a warded box in his trunk, pulsing faintly with old magic, waiting. Harry spent the next 2 weeks learning to control it. Not in public. Not on people. In the empty classroom, alone, holding the gavel and practicing the mental discipline of narrowing his perception. Occlumency helped. The same techniques that shielded his mind from external intrusion could, with modification, filter the gavel's input. He learned to dampen the guilt sense, to reduce it from an open floodgate to a controlled trickle. He could hold the gavel in a crowded corridor and feel nothing except the faintest background hum, the ambient moral noise of hundreds of teenagers, too diffuse to read individually. He could also, if he chose, focus the sense like a beam. Point it at one person, open the filter, and read their guilt like a headline. He practiced on himself first. The gavel read his own guilt with merciless clarity, the time he'd been harsh with Susan when she didn't deserve it. The satisfaction he'd felt when Draco Malfoy looked lost and uncertain in their first conversation. The anger he carried toward Dumbledore that sometimes shaded into something less righteous and more personal. Small guilts. Human guilts. The kind everyone carried. It was humbling. And it was necessary. Because if he was going to carry a weapon that could strip people's secrets bare, he needed to know what it felt like from the inside. He didn't use it on anyone without their knowledge. He set that rule for himself and held to it with the rigid discipline Amelia had instilled. The gavel was a tool, and tools required rules, and rules required enforcement even when no one was watching. Especially when no one was watching. But the temptation was there. Constant, quiet, reasonable. Every time Lockhart told an obviously fabricated story, Harry's hand twitched toward the gavel in his pocket. Every time a student lied about homework or bullying or whose fault the broken cauldron was, the urge whispered, you could know. You could know instantly, perfectly, with absolute certainty. No investigation needed. No evidence required. Just truth, pure and immediate. He resisted. Every time. But the effort of resisting was its own kind of weight, and he carried it alongside everything else. Then the attacks began, and the weight got heavier. The first student was found petrified on a Tuesday evening in late October. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who'd been photographing everything in sight with a Muggle camera and whose enthusiasm for Hogwarts bordered on aggressive. He was found rigid as a board in a second-floor corridor, his camera fused to his face, the film inside melted. Harry arrived at the scene before most of the professors. He'd heard the commotion from 2 corridors away and responded automatically, scene preservation first, then assessment. By the time McGonagall arrived, he'd already cast a preservation charm on the area, noted the absence of physical struggle, Colin hadn't fought back, which suggested a sudden, overwhelming attack, and identified a key detail that everyone else missed. Water on the floor. A thin trail of it, leading from the scene down the corridor toward the nearest bathroom. Not a puddle, a trail. Something had moved through water and carried it along. Harry followed the trail to its source, a girl's bathroom, out of order, haunted by a ghost called Moaning Myrtle. The trail ended at the bathroom door, which was closed but not locked. He didn't enter. Crime scene protocol, document the trail, preserve the evidence, report to the appropriate authority. He sent a Patronus message to Amelia and another to McGonagall, then stood guard until staff arrived. The school erupted. A student petrified. Whispers about the Chamber of Secrets, a legend Harry had researched during his first-year investigation. Salazar Slytherin's hidden chamber, supposedly containing a monster that would purge the school of Muggleborns. Most people treated it as myth. Harry treated it as an unsolved case. The second petrification happened 2 weeks later. Nearly headless Nick and Justin Finch-Fletchley, found together on the first floor. Same pattern, no struggle, no warning, sudden and complete petrification. Justin was Muggle-born. The targeting profile was becoming clear. The school's response was fear and blame. Someone had painted a message on the wall in what appeared to be blood, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware, and the rumor mill ground into overdrive. Suspicion fell on various students, including Harry, because of his connection to Voldemort and his habit of being first on scene at every incident. Harry ignored the rumors and worked the case. The petrifying agent isn't a spell, he told Daphne during one of their research sessions. I've checked every known petrification curse and hex. None of them produced this specific effect, the total rigidity, the absence of deterioration, the preservation of consciousness. The victim's eyes are open but unseeing. Whatever did this attacked through sight? A creature, then. Something whose gaze petrifies. A basilisk. He'd reached the conclusion 2 days ago, through elimination and historical research. Born from a chicken egg hatched beneath a toad. The king of serpents. Its direct gaze kills. Its indirect gaze, reflected or filtered, petrifies. Colin's camera. Justin saw it through nearly headless Nick, who was already dead and couldn't be killed again. Both indirect exposures. Daphne absorbed this with the controlled calm she brought to everything. A basilisk in the school. In the Chamber of Secrets. Which means the chamber is real. And someone has opened it. The heir of Slytherin. Or someone using a proxy. The message on the wall was theatrical, designed to create fear and chaos, not to communicate genuine intent. Whoever opened the chamber is operating through intermediaries or magical influence, not direct action. How do you know? Because the attacks don't make strategic sense. If you had a basilisk and wanted to purge Muggleborns, you'd use it efficiently, multiple attacks in rapid succession, overwhelming the school's ability to respond. Instead, we're getting isolated incidents spread over weeks. That's not a military campaign. That's a test. Or a compulsion. Someone is driving these attacks who doesn't have full control over their own actions. Daphne's eyes widened slightly. Possession. Or a cursed object. Something that can influence a person's behavior without their full awareness. They looked at each other across the table, and Harry saw the same thought forming in Daphne's expression that was crystallizing in his own mind. A pattern. A familiar pattern. Quirrell had been possessed, controlled by Voldemort through direct magical parasitism. What if this was similar? A fragment of dark magic, embedded in an object, influencing someone to open the chamber and release the basilisk. We need to find the object, Harry said. Or the person being controlled. Or both. Meanwhile, the political world was burning. Amelia's letters arrived with increasing frequency and decreasing patience. Lucius Malfoy had seized on the Hogwarts crisis as a weapon, not against Dumbledore directly, but against the entire structure of magical governance. In the Wisengamot, he argued that the attacks proved the ministry was incapable of protecting its citizens. That the DMLE, under Amelia's leadership, had failed to secure the most important magical institution in Britain. That new leadership was needed, leadership with connections, resources, and the will to act decisively. It was a transparent power grab, and it was working. Because someone inside the DMLE was leaking information. Amelia's internal investigation had confirmed it. Confidential details about the petrification cases, details known only to DMLE investigators and Hogwarts staff, were appearing in the Daily Prophet, always spun to maximize public fear and minimize confidence in the department. The source couldn't be identified through conventional methods, the leaker was too sophisticated, too careful. Harry thought about Selwyn. About the downgraded investigations. About the smooth, polished Auror who demonstrated his interrogation skills for a 12-year-old observer with a little too much performance and a little too much interest. He didn't have proof. Suspicion wasn't evidence. But the picture was forming, piece by piece, and it looked wrong. Be careful, Amelia wrote. The political situation is deteriorating. Malfoy is pushing for Dumbledore's removal from the Board of Governors, and he's using the attacks as leverage. If Dumbledore falls, the school's protections will be compromised. And whoever is behind this, whether it's the heir of Slytherin or something else, will have a freer hand. I'm assigning additional security to the school. Marcus Selwyn will be arriving as a DMLE liaison. He's the most experienced investigator we have. Use him. Harry read the letter twice. Then he sat very still for a long time. Selwyn was coming to Hogwarts. The man Harry suspected of suppressing investigations, the man whose behavior didn't quite fit, was being sent to the castle where an ancient threat was petrifying students and tribunal magic was embedded in the very stones. Coincidence? Possibly. Amelia trusted Selwyn. She'd worked with him for 15 years. And her instincts were, in Harry's experience, nearly infallible. Nearly. He went to the Room of Requirement, a room he discovered in early October through systematic testing of Hogwarts' anomalous architectural features. Ask the castle for what you need, and it provides. He asked for a secure workspace, and the room gave him one, a private study with a desk, a chalkboard, and total privacy. He took the gavel from its warded box and held it. The guilt sense washed over him, filtered through his acclimacy to a manageable level. The room was empty, there was nothing to read. But the gavel's magic was warm in his hand, and the deeper sense, the one that went beyond guilt, that touched the fundamental wrongness or rightness of a situation, was buzzing. Something was very wrong in Hogwarts. The gavel knew it. Harry knew it. And Selwyn's arrival was either going to help fix it or make it catastrophically worse. He locked the gavel away and went to find the source of the attacks. Harry's investigation of the Chamber of Secrets was methodical, relentless, and faster than anyone expected. He started with the water. Every attack scene had traces of water. Not much, sometimes just moisture on the stone, but consistently present. The water trail from the first attack had led to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry returned to the bathroom, interviewed Myrtle with the patient technique of someone trained to handle difficult witnesses, and learned 3 critical things. First, Myrtle had died in this bathroom, 50 years ago, killed by a pair of enormous yellow eyes she'd seen emerge from a sink. Second, the sink in question had a small serpent carved into its tap and had never worked. Third, a female student had been coming to the bathroom regularly for months, crying, writing in a small black diary, and talking to herself. Myrtle didn't know the student's name but described her as red-haired and miserable. Red-haired. Harry's stomach dropped. Ginny Weasley. Ron's younger sister. A first year, 11 years old, small and shy and so clearly out of her depth at Hogwarts that Harry had noticed her struggling from across the Great Hall. She'd been growing paler and thinner all term. He'd registered it passively but hadn't connected it to the attacks until now. A diary. A small black diary that a lonely, vulnerable first year had been writing in obsessively. Harry went to the Gryffindor common room. He didn't technically have access, but Neville met him at the portrait hole. Harry had sent a Patronus message ahead, and let him in. The common room was mostly empty, it was a Saturday afternoon, and most students were outside or in the library. "I need to look at something in the first-year girls' dormitory," Harry said. Neville's eyebrows climbed. "You can't go up there. The stairs turn into a slide. Then I need you to ask Hermione to go." Hermione arrived within 5 minutes, already suspicious. "What are you looking for?" "A diary. Small, black, probably in or near Ginny Weasley's bed. Don't touch it with your bare hands, use gloves or a cloth. If it's a dark artifact, skin contact could be dangerous." Hermione's face went through several expressions, alarm, determination, curiosity, and she headed up the stairs. She returned 4 minutes later with a small black book wrapped in a Gryffindor scarf. Harry examined it without touching it. Plain black cover. No title, no author. The name, T.M. Riddle, was embossed in faded gold on the back cover. The dark magic radiating from it was so thick Harry could feel it without the gavel, a cold, grasping presence that reminded him viscerally of Quirrell's turban. T.M. Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry had read the name in Amelia's sealed files on Voldemort. Tom Riddle was the Dark Lord's birth name. The diary was Voldemort's. "Don't open it," Harry said sharply, as Hermione's hand moved toward the cover. "This isn't a book. It's a weapon." He wrapped the diary more securely, placed it in a conjured box, and warded the box with every protective charm he knew. Then he sat down in the Gryffindor common room and faced the hardest question of his investigation. Ginny Weasley had been opening the Chamber of Secrets. Not willingly, that much was clear. She was being controlled, manipulated by the diary's dark magic, used as a puppet to unleash a basilisk on Muggle-born students. She was a victim. But she was also the instrument of the attacks. Students had been petrified. People could have died. And the evidence, Myrtle's testimony, the diary, Ginny's declining health, pointed directly to her. If Harry reported this through proper channels, Ginny would face investigation. Possibly charges. The Wisingamot had convicted children before, and the political pressure created by the attacks would push for a scapegoat. Lucius Malfoy would use it to destroy the Weasley family. Arthur Weasley was one of his political opponents. If Harry didn't report it, he was suppressing evidence. The exact thing he suspected Selwyn of doing. The exact thing his entire training told him was wrong. The gavel in his pocket pulsed faintly, as if sensing the conflict. He took it out. He didn't want to. Every principle he held told him this was wrong, using the gavel on an 11-year-old girl without her knowledge or consent. But Ginny wasn't here. She was somewhere in the castle, carrying guilt that might not be hers, and Harry needed to know the truth before he could decide what to do with it. He held the gavel and thought about Ginny Weasley. Thought about her pale face at meals, her trembling hands, the way she flinched when anyone mentioned the attacks. The gavel responded. Guilt. Enormous, crushing, suffocating guilt. Ginny Weasley was drowning in it. But underneath the guilt, underneath the terror and the shame, innocence. Not the legal kind. The human kind. She hadn't chosen this. She didn't understand what was happening to her. She was a child who'd found a diary and trusted it, and it had consumed her. The gavel could read the difference. Guilt felt one way, heavy, earned, the weight of choices made. This was different. This was guilt inflicted. Imposed. A foreign weight placed on shoulders too small to carry it. Harry lowered the gavel. His hands were shaking again. "You just did something," Hermione said quietly. She'd been watching him, and she was too smart to miss the shift in his expression. "With that, what is that?" "It's a tool. And I used it in a way I'm not comfortable with. But I needed to know something, and now I know it." "What did you need to know?" "Whether Ginny Weasley is guilty of the attacks." Hermione's breath caught. "Is she?" She opened the chamber. She released the basilisk. But she was controlled, possessed by the diary. "She's not guilty, Hermione. She's a victim. And I need to figure out how to prove that in a way that protects her and stops the attacks." He made the call. He went to Dumbledore. It was the hardest thing he'd done since confronting Voldemort. Walking to the headmaster's office, giving the gargoyle a password he'd obtained through observation, Dumbledore used candy names, which was both endearing and a security vulnerability, and climbing the spiral staircase to face the man he distrusted most in the wizarding world. Because this wasn't about his feelings toward Dumbledore. It was about Ginny Weasley's safety, and Dumbledore, whatever his faults, was the most powerful wizard in the castle and the one best equipped to deal with a Horcrux. Harry didn't know the word Horcrux yet. But he knew the diary was a fragment of Voldemort's soul, the same parasitic, possessing magic he'd encountered in Quirrell, and he knew that destroying it required power beyond his current capability. Dumbledore listened to Harry's report with absolute stillness. His expression shifted only once, when Harry described the diary and its connection to Tom Riddle. Something ancient and terrible crossed the old man's face. Recognition. And fear. "You're certain of this?" Dumbledore said. The evidence supports it conclusively. The diary is dark magic of the highest order, a soul fragment, if my analysis is correct. Ginny Weasley has been under its influence for months. She needs immediate medical and psychological care, and the diary needs to be destroyed. And Miss Weasley's culpability? She has none. She's a victim of magical coercion. Any legal proceeding would exonerate her, but the political damage of a public investigation would be devastating to her and her family. I recommend handling this internally, treat it as a security incident, not a criminal case. Dumbledore studied Harry over his half-moon spectacles. You've thought this through carefully. I was trained to. Indeed you were. A pause. You've brought this to me, despite our complicated relationship. Why? Because the right thing to do and the comfortable thing to do are rarely the same. You're the most qualified person to deal with the diary, and Ginny's welfare matters more than my feelings about you. That, Dumbledore said quietly, is a level of maturity that many adults never achieve. Maturity isn't a function of age. It's a function of training and choice. Your mother has done remarkable things with you, Harry. She has. Which is why I'd appreciate it if you stopped trying to undo her work. The words were measured but they landed hard. Dumbledore's expression flickered. The adoption challenge, he said. You know about that. I know about all of it. Every filing, every proxy, every quiet conversation with Wisengamot members. I know you believe you're acting in my best interest, and I know you're wrong. But that's a conversation for another day. Right now, Ginny Weasley needs help. Dumbledore rose from his chair. You're right. She does. I'll handle the diary personally. And I'll ensure Miss Weasley receives care without facing investigation. I want your word. You have it. Your word isn't worth much to me. But it's what I have. Harry left the office. Behind him, he heard Dumbledore sigh, a sound heavy with decades of accumulated regret. The diary was destroyed. Harry didn't see how. Dumbledore handled it privately, but the headmaster confirmed it was done, and Ginny Weasley began to recover. Color returned to her face. She stopped flinching at loud noises. She started eating again. Harry watched from a distance, feeling the complicated weight of what he'd done. He'd used the gavel to read Ginny's guilt without her knowledge. He'd violated her privacy to confirm her innocence. The outcome was good, she was safe, the attacks had stopped, the diary was destroyed. But the method. The method haunted him. Daphne found him in the room of requirement 2 days later, sitting in the dark with the gavel on the desk in front of him. You used it, she said. Not a question. On Ginny Weasley. Without her consent. Without her knowledge. To determine if she was guilty of the attacks. She wasn't. She was possessed. Then you saved her. I violated her to save her. I read her guilt, her private, internal moral landscape, without asking. How is that different from legitimacy without consent? How is that different from Veritaserum administered without a warrant? Daphne sat down across from him. The room of requirement had given them 2 chairs and a lamp, nothing more. In the warm light, her face was serious but not condemning. It's different, she said carefully, because the alternative was worse. If you hadn't confirmed her innocence, she might have been investigated, charged, and destroyed by the political fallout. You used an invasive tool to prevent a greater injustice. That's the same argument people use to justify every abuse of power in history. The ends justified the means. It's the argument Dumbledore uses. It's the argument Voldemort uses. It's the argument the original tribunal used before they became tyrants. You're not a tyrant, Harry. Not yet. But I held that gavel and I could feel every person in this castle. Their guilt, their shame, their secrets. I could have read them all. I could have known everything. And for a moment, just a moment, I wanted to. Silence. That moment, Daphne said, is the most important thing you've told me. Why? Because you recognized it. Because you stopped. Because you're sitting here in the dark, agonizing over a single use of a tool that saved a girl's life, instead of walking through the castle reading everyone you pass. She leaned forward. You're not afraid of the gavel, Harry. You're afraid of yourself. Of what you could become if you let the power make your decisions for you. He looked at her. In the lamplight, she was vivid, blue eyes, dark hair, the sharp lines of her face softened by something that might have been concern. Or something deeper. When did you get so good at this? He asked. At what? At seeing through me. She held his gaze. I've been practicing. You're not as opaque as you think. The moment held. Something unspoken passed between them, not resolution, not romance, but acknowledgement. She saw him. The real him, underneath the training and the competence and the control. The 12-year-old who'd been given power he didn't ask for and was terrified of using it wrong. You need to tell your mother about the gavel, Daphne said. About all of it. Including the part where you used it on Ginny. I know. And you need to decide what to do with it. Keep it and control it, or give it up and lose access to information that could save lives. I know that too. Then stop sitting in the dark and go make the call. He wrote to Amelia that night. Not coded, there wasn't a cipher complex enough for what he needed to say. He wrote it in plain language, sealed it with a bloodlock charm that only Amelia could open, and sent verdict into the night. He told her everything. The gavel, its power, his experiments with control, his use of it on Ginny. The temptation. The fear. The question he couldn't answer alone, was it right to keep a tool that could do this much good and this much harm? Amelia's response arrived 2 days later. She'd written it by hand, not dictated to a quill, not typed by charm. Her own handwriting, cramped and sure. Harry, I've read your letter 3 times. I want you to understand what I'm about to say, because I mean every word of it. You did the right thing with Ginny Weasley. Not because the outcome was good, outcomes are unpredictable, and good results don't justify bad methods. You did the right thing because you were faced with an impossible choice and you made the decision that protected the most vulnerable person in the situation. You used a tool you didn't fully understand, in a way you weren't comfortable with, to save a child from destruction. That's not an abuse of power. That's the burden of it. But you're right to be afraid. The gavel is dangerous, not because of what it can do, but because of what it invites you to become. Every person who's ever held power has faced the moment you described, the moment when using it felt good, when the knowledge felt righteous, when the certainty felt like justice. The tribunal fell because they couldn't resist that feeling. They let certainty replace judgment, and judgment became execution. You are not them. But you could be, if you stop questioning yourself. The moment you use that gavel without doubt, the moment it feels easy, is the moment you need to put it down. Keep it. Learn to control it. But never let it control you. And Harry, the fact that you told me, that you chose transparency over secrecy, tells me more about your character than any training exercise ever could. I'm proud of you. Not of the power. Of the choice. Be just. Harry read the letter until he'd memorized it. Then he locked it in the warded box alongside the gavel. 2 things happened on the same day the following week, and both changed the shape of the year. First, Marcus Selwyn arrived at Hogwarts. He came quietly, without fanfare, a DMLE liaison assigned to bolster security in the wake of the petrification attacks. He was given an office near the defense classroom and access to the staff meetings. His cover was perfect, concerned ministry official, experienced investigator, here to ensure student safety. Harry watched him settle in with the patient intensity of surveillance. Selwyn was smooth, professional, and immediately popular with the staff. He deferred to Dumbledore without being obsequious. He treated the students with warmth. He conducted himself exactly as a senior Auror should. And every time Harry's occlumency shielded awareness brushed against the man, something pinged wrong. He didn't use the gavel. He'd promised himself he wouldn't use it on anyone without extreme justification, and suspicion wasn't extreme justification. But the temptation was there, louder than ever, whispering, one touch, one moment, and you'd know. Guilty or innocent. Truth or mask. You'd know. He resisted. Instead, he observed Selwyn's movements through the castle. His meetings with staff. The owls he sent, Harry couldn't read them, but he tracked their frequency and timing. The man was communicating with someone outside Hogwarts on a regular schedule, and the communications didn't match the reporting pattern of a standard DMLE liaison. Second, Lucius Malfoy succeeded in removing Dumbledore from the school. The Board of Governors, pressured by months of political maneuvering and public fear, voted to suspend the headmaster pending investigation of the attacks. Dumbledore departed quietly, with dignity, and an expression that suggested he was already planning his return. But his absence left a vacuum, and into that vacuum, other powers rushed. Selwyn expanded his authority immediately. With Dumbledore gone, he positioned himself as the de facto security chief, answering to the Board of Governors through Malfoy's influence rather than through Amelia's chain of command. It was a subtle shift, technically within his remit, practically a power grab. Harry recognized the maneuver for what it was. He'd seen it in case studies. When institutional authority weakens, individuals with ambition and preparation fill the gap. The question was whether Selwyn was filling it on his own initiative, on Malfoy's orders, or on behalf of something else entirely. The gavel pulsed in his trunk. Harry ignored it. 3 days after Dumbledore's departure, Harry caught Selwyn in a lie. It wasn't dramatic. It was a small thing, a throwaway comment during a staff meeting that Harry observed from the corridor through a listening charm. Selwyn mentioned that the DMLE had no records of previous Chamber of Secrets incidents, that the current attacks were unprecedented. Harry knew this was false. The DMLE archives contained a sealed file on the 1943 chamber opening, the incident that had killed Moaning Myrtle and resulted in Hagrid's expulsion. Harry had read the file over the summer. Selwyn, as a senior officer with archive access, would have read it too. A small lie. Inconsequential in isolation. But lies in investigations weren't inconsequential, they were evidence. Someone who lied about what they knew was hiding why they knew it. Harry confronted the gavel's temptation one more time. One touch. One moment. He held the gavel. He focused on Selwyn, who was walking through the corridor below, visible through a window. The guilt hit him like a wave. Not the small, petty guilt of a stolen chocolate frog. Not the imposed guilt of a possessed child. This was deep, structural, load-bearing guilt, the kind that had been carried so long it had become part of the carrier's identity. Selwyn was guilty of something profound. Something connected to loyalty, to betrayal, to a choice made long ago that had defined every choice since. And woven through the guilt, like a thread through fabric, the scales. The symbol. The resonance. The tribunal's magic, humming in Selwyn's soul like a tuning fork. Harry lowered the gavel. Selwyn was tribunal. The realization didn't surprise him as much as it should have. The pieces had been assembling for months, the suppressed investigations, the performance in the interrogation room, the interest in Harry's development. Selwyn wasn't a corrupt Auror. He was something more dangerous, a true believer, embedded in the Ministry's law enforcement apparatus, serving a different master. Harry didn't have proof. The gavel's reading wasn't evidence, it couldn't be presented in any court, and he'd obtained it through a method that would be considered an illegal violation of mental privacy. He knew the truth, but he couldn't prove it. The gap between knowing and proving was, he was beginning to understand, the central tragedy of justice. He went to Daphne. Selwyn is tribunal, he said, without preamble, sitting down across from her in the room of requirement. She didn't ask how he knew. She studied his face, read the tension in his jaw, and drew her own conclusions. The gavel. Yes. I thought you weren't going to use it on people. I wasn't. I did. The justification was that he's a potential threat to every student in this castle and I needed to know. And was the justification enough? I don't know. Ask me when this is over. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she pulled a folder from her bag. The Greengrass family records contain a list of tribunal members from the last century before the ministry was established. I found 3 family names that are still active in the wizarding world: Blackwood, Folly, and Selwyn. Harry's breath caught. Selwyn is a tribunal bloodline. Not just a bloodline. The judicial branch. According to the records, the Selwyn family provided the tribunal's enforcers, the ones who carried out sentences after judgment was passed. Investigators. Executioners. She paused. Marcus Selwyn isn't just a member. He's heritage. Like me. Like you. Except you were raised by someone who taught you that power requires accountability. We don't know who raised him. Harry leaned back. The picture was forming, not complete, not yet, but clear enough to see the shape. Selwyn, a tribunal legacy, embedded in the DMLE. Suppressing investigations that might draw attention to tribunal activity. Coming to Hogwarts when the ancient magic in the castle walls began to stir. Watching Harry, testing Harry, reporting on Harry to whom? There's someone above him, Harry said. Selwyn is an operative, not a leader. He's reporting to someone. The head of the tribunal. If it still exists as an organization, it has a head. Blackwood. You said Blackwood was a tribunal family. The senior bloodline. If anyone is running this, it's a Blackwood. Harry stood. I need to talk to my mother. Not by letter. In person. This is too big for correspondence. Harry. Daphne caught his arm. The contact was unexpected, they didn't touch, usually, maintained the careful physical distance of 2 people who respected each other's boundaries. Her hand on his arm was warm and firm and grounding. Be careful with Selwyn. If he knows you suspect him, he won't know. You're 12. He's a trained senior Auror with decades of experience and a secret organizational backing. Don't underestimate him. I don't underestimate anyone. That's also something my mother taught me. Her hand stayed on his arm for a moment longer than necessary. Then she released him, and the ghost of something unresolved hung in the air between them. Harry left the room of requirement and walked into a confrontation he hadn't planned. Selwyn was waiting in the corridor. The senior Auror leaned against the wall with the casual posture of someone who'd been there a while, his arms crossed, his expression mild. But his eyes were sharp, and his wand was visible in its forearm holster, and the corridor was empty in both directions. Interesting room, Selwyn said. Appears when you need it. Disappears when you don't. Rather like evidence. Harry stopped. His hand was on his wand. Not drawing, not yet, but ready. The gavel was in his pocket, warm against his thigh. Senior Auror Selwyn. Just having a walk. Noticed you coming out of a wall. Curious architectural feature. Anything I should know about? The room of requirement. It's in Hogwarts, a history. Not classified. Of course. Selwyn pushed off the wall and fell into step beside Harry as he walked. Not threatening. Not aggressive. Just, present. The way a predator is present when it's decided the prey isn't running yet. You've been busy this year, Harry. The petrification investigation. The diary. You've been doing the work that the staff should have been doing. Someone had to. Indeed. And you did it well. Your mother would be proud. She is. I imagine she is. Amelia's standards are legendary, and you've exceeded them. Selwyn's voice was warm, collegial, the voice of a mentor taking interest in a protege. But I wonder if she's told you everything she knows. About your heritage. About what you are. Harry's occlumency shields hardened. I'm a second-year student. That's what I am. You're the heir to a tradition older than this school. Older than the ministry. You carry judgment magic in your blood, and the castle itself responds to your presence. The attacks last year, the scales marks on students, those weren't random. They were the castle's embedded systems recognizing a carrier and activating. Harry stopped walking. So did Selwyn. They stood in the empty corridor, 12 feet apart, and for a moment, every pretense fell away. How long have you been tribunal? Harry asked. Selwyn's expression didn't change. Not a flicker. He'd been ready for the question. All my life. It's in my blood, same as yours. And the suppressed investigations? The disappearances you buried? Now a reaction, a tightening around the eyes. Necessary relocations. The individuals in question had committed crimes the ministry couldn't or wouldn't prosecute. The tribunal provided an alternative. An alternative that involved making people disappear without trial. Trials are a luxury, Harry. The ministry's courts are corrupt, slow, and easily manipulated. You know this. You've seen Lucius Malfoy buy his way out of accountability. You've seen Dumbledore hide behind greater good. The tribunal doesn't negotiate with corruption. It cuts through it. By judging people without their knowledge and executing sentences without oversight. That's not justice. That's tyranny. It's efficiency. And it works. Until it doesn't. Until someone is judged wrongly. Until the judge's certainty replaces evidence and process. The original tribunal fell because they stopped questioning themselves. You're making the same mistake. Selwyn studied him. Something shifted in the man's expression, not anger, not contempt, but a strange, almost paternal disappointment. Your mother has done a remarkable job with you, Harry. She's given you principles and training and a framework for understanding the world. But she's also given you her limitations. Amelia believes in the system because the system is all she has. She can't conceive of something better because imagining it would mean admitting that everything she's built her career on is insufficient. The system is insufficient. I know that. I've seen it fail. But the answer to a broken system isn't no system, it's a better one. We are the better one. You're the old one. You failed once. You'll fail again. Silence. The corridor was cold. The torches guttered in a draft that seemed to come from the stones themselves. Selwyn reached into his robe and pulled out something small. He held it up, a coin, bronze, bearing the scales symbol. It glowed faintly in the torchlight. Keep it, he said, and tossed it to Harry. Harry caught it reflexively. The coin was warm. The scales symbol hummed against his palm. What is this? A communication token. When you're ready to talk to the person who sent you the gavel, the person who's been watching your development since before you were born, hold the coin and speak his name. Corvus Blackwood. He'll hear you. And if I'm not interested in talking? Then keep the coin anyway. Because the Dark Lord is returning, Harry. You know it. I know it. Amelia knows it. And when he does, the ministry will crumble like wet paper. The only force with the power and the will to stand against him is the tribunal. We've been preparing for this for centuries. Selwyn turned to go. Then he stopped. One more thing. The diary you found, the one Dumbledore destroyed. It wasn't the only one. Harry's blood went cold. What? The Dark Lord made more than one anchor for his soul. The diary was a fragment. There are others. Hidden, protected, scattered across Britain. The tribunal has been hunting them for decades. We've found two. We believe there are at least 4 more. How do you know this? Because the tribunal has been fighting Voldemort longer than the Ministry has. Longer than the Order of the Phoenix. Longer than anyone. We've been doing the work that no one else is willing to do. His gray eyes were steady, certain, burning with the light of absolute conviction. Think about that, Harry. Think about who's actually fighting the war, and who's just posturing. He walked away. His footsteps echoed in the corridor, steady and sure, and then he was gone. Harry stood alone, holding the bronze coin, feeling its warmth against his skin. The gavel pulsed in his pocket. The scale symbols in the castle walls hummed at frequencies he could feel in his teeth. Horcruxes. Multiple soul fragments. A war being fought in the shadows by an organization he'd been raised to oppose. And Selwyn, who was either an enemy or the most dangerous kind of ally, the kind who was right about the problem and wrong about the solution. Harry pocketed the coin. He didn't destroy it. He didn't throw it away. He went to find Amelia. The meeting happened that weekend in Hogsmeade, in a private room at the 3 Broomsticks that Amelia had warded personally. She looked tired, the political battles were wearing on her in ways she'd never admit, but her eyes were sharp and her posture was straight, and when Harry told her everything, she listened with the absolute focus that had made her the most effective law enforcement officer in Britain. He told her about Selwyn's confession. About the tribunal. About the suppressed investigations being relocations. About the communication coin. About Corvus Blackwood. And about the Horcruxes. Amelia's face went through a progression of expressions that Harry had never seen before. Surprise, genuine surprise, a rarity. Calculation. Fury. And finally, a cold, clear determination that was more frightening than all of them combined. Multiple soul anchors, she said. That's how he survived. That's why the killing curse bounced off you instead of destroying him permanently. His soul was already fractured, tethered to physical objects scattered across the country. Selwyn said the tribunal has found 2. He implied there are at least 4 more. And the diary makes 7 total, if we count the piece that's still in Voldemort's primary form. Amelia's fingers drummed on the table, a rare sign of agitation. This changes everything. Killing Voldemort isn't just about winning a battle. It's about finding and destroying every anchor first. Can we trust Selwyn's information? That's the question, isn't it? Amelia stood and paced the small room. Selwyn admitted to suppressing DMLE investigations. He admitted to being part of an illegal organization that operates outside Ministry authority. He's been lying to me for 15 years. Her voice was flat, controlled, but Harry could hear the edge of betrayal underneath. She'd trusted Selwyn. Worked with him. Called him a colleague and perhaps a friend. But his information about the Horcruxes, if it's accurate, is the most valuable intelligence we've ever received about Voldemort. Which is exactly why he gave it to me. It's leverage. A reason for us to cooperate with the tribunal instead of opposing them. Manipulative. Effective. Amelia looked at her son. 12 years old, sitting in a pub room, analyzing the strategic implications of a shadow war with the calm of a 30-year intelligence veteran. She'd made him this way, trained him, shaped him, given him the tools to see the world as it was rather than as anyone wanted it to be. She was proud of that. She was also, in moments like this, faintly terrified by it. "What do you recommend?" she asked. The question wasn't performative. She was asking for his genuine assessment, as she would ask any trusted advisor. Harry felt the weight of it. Verify the Horcrux information independently. If it's true, we need to act on it regardless of the source. Start a parallel investigation within the DMLE, eyes only, minimal personnel, no one Selwyn could have compromised. Agreed. Don't arrest Selwyn. Not yet. He's more useful as a known quantity than as a fugitive. If we arrest him, the tribunal goes underground. If we leave him in place, we can monitor his communications and potentially identify Blackwood. Also agreed, though it turns my stomach. And the gavel. Harry pulled the warded box from his bag and set it on the table. I need to show you this. And I need to tell you how I've been using it. He told her about the gavel's power. About the guilt sense. About his experiments with control. About using it on Ginny Weasley. Amelia listened. When he finished, she opened the box and looked at the gavel without touching it. You used it on Ginny to confirm her innocence. Yes. Without her knowledge or consent. And the result saved her from investigation and protected her welfare. The result was good. The method was questionable. Amelia was quiet for a long time. Then she closed the box, gently, and pushed it back across the table. Keep it. Harry blinked. You're sure? I'm sure that the world isn't simple enough for simple rules. I've spent my career working within a system that I believe in, and that system has let children be abused, let murderers walk free, and let a Dark Lord build an army of soul anchors without anyone noticing. The system works. Most of the time. But the times it doesn't, the Ginny Weasleys, the people falling through the cracks, those are the times when someone with judgment, with the wisdom to know right from wrong beyond what the law prescribes, needs to step in. That sounds dangerously close to what Selwyn said. The difference is accountability. Selwyn answers to Blackwood. Blackwood answers to no one. You answer to me. And I answer to the law, the Wisengamot, and my own conscience. The chain of accountability is what separates justice from tyranny. As long as that chain holds, the gavel is a tool. The moment it breaks, the moment you use it without telling me, without questioning yourself, without accepting oversight, it becomes a weapon. She reached across the table and put her hand on his. You just passed a test most adults would fail, Harry. You had a secret that made you powerful, and you chose to share it. You had a weapon that made you certain, and you chose to doubt. That's not training. That's character. Harry's throat tightened. He didn't cry, he rarely cried, and never in situations that felt operational, but something in his chest expanded and ached and settled into a new configuration. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me. Just keep being the person who tells me the truth, even when the truth is uncomfortable. I will. I know you will. She squeezed his hand. Now. Let's talk about what we do when Selwyn realizes you know what he is. The answer came faster than either of them expected. Harry returned to Hogwarts on Sunday evening. Monday morning, Selwyn was gone. His office was empty. His personal effects had been removed. No note, no forwarding address, no explanation. Professor McGonagall, who was running the school in Dumbledore's absence, received an official ministry communication stating that Senior Auror Selwyn had been reassigned to classified duties and would not be returning to Hogwarts. Harry checked the communication. It was genuine ministry parchment, bearing the correct departmental seal. But when Amelia investigated, she found no record of the reassignment in DMLE files. Selwyn hadn't been reassigned. He'd vanished. His quarters at the ministry were equally empty. His flat in London was abandoned. His Gringotts vault had been closed a week prior. Marcus Selwyn had erased himself from the wizarding world's official infrastructure with the thoroughness of someone who'd been planning his exit for months. Or someone who'd been recalled. The only thing left behind was a single sheet of parchment in his Hogwarts office, sealed with the scales symbol, addressed to Harry. The tribunal watches. The tribunal waits. The tribunal judges. You are not ready yet. But you will be. When the Dark Lord returns, and he will return, you will understand why we exist. You will understand why mercy, without the strength to enforce it, is just another word for surrender. We will meet again, Harry Bones. On that day, you will choose. Not between the tribunal and the ministry. Between what the world is and what it could be. The scales are waiting. Selwyn. Harry read the note once, memorized it, and gave it to Amelia as evidence. Then he went to the room of requirement, sat in the dark, and thought about the year. Ginny Weasley, possessed and innocent, carrying guilt that wasn't hers. The gavel, powerful and dangerous, reading truth from the soul. Selwyn, an enemy who'd given him the most valuable intelligence of his life. Dumbledore, removed from power by political machination. Malfoy, pulling strings from the shadows. And underneath it all, the tribunal, ancient, patient, absolutely certain of their righteousness. The door opened. Daphne. She didn't ask if he was okay. She never asked that, she considered it a pointless question, since the answer was always either obvious or a lie. Instead, she sat down across from him, pulled a book from her bag, and began to read. After a while, Harry said, "Selwyn is gone. I noticed. He told me about the Horcruxes. Voldemort has multiple soul anchors. The diary was one. There are more." Daphne's reading paused. "How many?" "At least 6, plus the primary fragment in Voldemort himself." She processed this with the quiet efficiency that he'd come to admire more than any other quality in anyone he knew. No panic. No dramatics. Just rapid, intelligent absorption of new information and its implications. "That changes the strategic calculus of the entire war," she said. "Yes. And the tribunal has been hunting them. Apparently. Which means they have intelligence and operational capability that the Ministry lacks." "Yes." She closed her book. "You're wondering if they're right. I'm wondering if they're wrong for the right reasons or right for the wrong reasons, and whether the distinction matters when the alternative is Voldemort winning." Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she moved her chair closer to his. Close enough that their knees almost touched. Close enough that he could smell lavender and old books, the scent he'd noticed on the train a year ago and hadn't been able to forget since. "The distinction always matters," she said. "Because the war will end eventually. Voldemort will be defeated, one way or another. And when he is, the people who defeated him will shape what comes next. If those people are the tribunal, if absolute justice wins, then the world that follows will be one where a single authority reads guilt from the soul and executes sentence without appeal. No trial. No defense. No mercy. And if the Ministry wins? Then the world that follows will be one where Lucius Malfoy buys his way out of accountability and Dumbledore makes decisions for everyone else because he's convinced he knows best. Imperfect. Infuriating. But correctable. Because the system has mechanisms for correction, elections, trials, appeals, oversight. The tribunal doesn't. So we choose the imperfect system over the perfect tyranny. We choose the system that allows for growth over the one that demands perfection. Perfection is static. Growth is alive." She paused. "And we work to make the imperfect system better. That's why you exist, Harry. Not to serve the system as it is, but to push it toward what it should be." He looked at her. 12 years old, sitting in a magical room in a magical castle, talking about the architecture of justice with a clarity that would shame most adults. And underneath the clarity, underneath the intellect and the composure and the careful defenses, warmth. Real, genuine, hard-won warmth that she showed to almost no one. "You make me better," he said. It came out before he could filter it, and once it was out, he didn't want to take it back. Something shifted in Daphne's expression. The Ice Queen mask, the Slytherin armor she wore like a second skin, cracked. Just for a moment. Just enough for him to see the girl underneath, the one who was lonely and brilliant and afraid of being known and desperate for exactly that. "You make me braver," she said quietly. "Which is irritating, because I had a perfectly functional emotional defense system before you came along." He almost laughed. "Sorry. No, you're not. No. I'm not. They sat in the room of requirement as the castle settled into evening around them, two 12-year-olds carrying the weight of ancient magic and modern corruption, and for a few minutes, the weight felt lighter because they were carrying it together. The term ended. Dumbledore returned. Amelia's political counterattack against Malfoy had succeeded, the Board of Governors reversing their decision once the public learned that Malfoy had been the one to plant the diary on Ginny Weasley in the first place. Harry had discovered this through Dobby, the Malfoy house elf, who'd been trying to warn him about the diary all year in the most unhelpful ways possible. The evidence was circumstantial but damning, and Amelia used it to devastating effect in the Wizengamot. Malfoy survived, he always survived, the man was a cockroach in silk robes, but his political capital was depleted, and his alliance with the Board of Governors was fractured. The basilisk remained in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry had identified the entrance, the broken sink in Myrtle's bathroom, but without a Parselmouth to open it, access was impossible. He reported its location to Amelia and Dumbledore both, recommending that the creature be dealt with over the summer by qualified DMLE beast handlers. Dumbledore agreed. Then, in a private conversation in his office, he said something that surprised Harry. "You handled the diary situation with remarkable judgment, Harry. You identified the threat, confirmed the victim's innocence, and brought the matter to the appropriate authority. You did what was right, even when it required working with someone you don't trust." Are you complimenting me or yourself? I'm acknowledging that we are, despite our differences, on the same side of a war that neither of us chose. Harry considered this. The Horcruxes. How many do you know about? Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes, ancient, tired, calculating, shifted into a new gear. You've been speaking with people who have information I've been gathering for many years. How many, Professor? A long pause. I believe Tom made 6. Plus the fragment that remains in his primary form. 7 pieces total. The Tribunal claims to have found 2. The Tribunal. Dumbledore said the word with a weight that suggested he'd been thinking about them for a very long time. Yes. I know of them. I've known of them since before you were born. And you didn't think to mention this? I didn't think you were ready. I've revised that assessment. He steepled his fingers. The Tribunal is not your enemy, Harry. Nor are they your ally. They are an alternative, a different answer to the same question. The question is whether justice should be absolute or aspirational. They believe it should be absolute. I believe it should be aspirational. You, I think, are still deciding. I've decided. Justice should be real. Not perfect, not absolute, not aspirational. Real. Imperfect and functional and accountable and real. Dumbledore smiled. It was the first genuine smile Harry had seen from the man, not twinkling, not performative, but real. Your mother raised you well. Yes. She did. On the train home, Harry sat with Susan and Neville and Hermione and, for the first time, Daphne, who joined them with a raised eyebrow that dared anyone to comment on a Slytherin in a mixed-house compartment. Nobody commented. They talked about summer plans. About classes. About normal things. And underneath the normal things, the undercurrent of war, Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Tribunal's machinations, the political battles that would only intensify. Harry watched the countryside unroll past the window and felt the gavel in his pocket, warm and waiting. He thought about Selwyn, out there somewhere, reporting to Corvus Blackwood. He thought about the bronze coin, still in his trunk, a direct line to the leader of an organization that wanted to recruit him or destroy him. He thought about Daphne, sitting across from him, reading a book with one hand and absent-mindedly stealing crisps from Susan's bag with the other. He thought about the way she'd said "you make me braver" in the room of requirement, and the way her mask had cracked, and the girl he'd seen underneath. He thought about Amelia, waiting at King's Cross, ready to debrief and feed him and tell him to rest and then, when he was ready, to keep fighting. The train pulled into the station. Harry gathered his things. In an office that existed in no official record, in a building that appeared on no map, Corvus Blackwood sat behind a desk made of black wood and read Marcus Selwyn's final report. The room was lit by a single lamp, and the shadows were deep and old and patient. "He destroyed the diary fragment with judgment magic he barely understands," Blackwood read aloud. His voice was deep, measured, carrying the weight of centuries in every syllable. "He chose mercy for the girl. He surrendered the gavel to his mother. He identified Selwyn as tribunal within weeks. He rejected the coin but kept it." Blackwood set the report down. He was old, not in the way Dumbledore was old, with his grandfather's warmth and his twinkling performance of age. Blackwood was old the way mountains were old. Still. Immovable. Carved by time into something harder than the stone around him. His eyes were dark and deep-set, and they held a certainty that went beyond conviction into something that resembled geological fact. "Mercy," he said, tasting the word. "He chose mercy for the Weasley girl. The tribunal's magic showed him her guilt, and he chose to see the innocence underneath." He stood. Behind him, on the wall, hung a pair of golden scales, ancient, enormous, perfectly balanced. They had not moved in 300 years. But as Blackwood spoke, the faintest tremor ran through them. A vibration. A recognition. "Mercy is either the first corruption of justice," Blackwood said, "or its highest expression. The boy will determine which. And when he does, the scales will move." He turned to the window. Outside, the world was dark and full of gathering storms. "Bring him to me," he said to no one visible. "When the time is right. When the Dark Lord forces his hand. When mercy alone isn't enough, and he needs power to make it mean something." A pause. The scales hummed. "It's time we met." Chapter 4, The Court of Shadows. The courtroom was silent except for the scratching of the court scribe's quill. Harry stood at the prosecution's lectern, not as the prosecutor, technically, but as the investigating officer presenting evidence. The distinction mattered legally, even if every eye in the Wizengamot chamber was fixed on him with the particular intensity reserved for watching a 13-year-old dismantle a 12-year miscarriage of justice in real time. The accused, Sirius Orion Black, was imprisoned in Azkaban on November 3, 1981, for the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, Harry said, his voice carrying through the chamber with a clarity that owed nothing to amplification charms and everything to Amelia's years of speech training. He was never tried. No evidence was presented before the Wizengamot. No defense was offered. No witnesses were examined. He was arrested, processed, and imprisoned on the authority of Bartemius Crouch Sr., then head of the DMLE, under emergency wartime powers that had technically expired 6 hours before the arrest was made. A murmur swept the chamber. Harry let it settle before continuing. "I present the following evidence. Item 1, Pettigrew's body was never recovered. The investigation concluded that Black's curse vaporized the victim, leaving only a finger. This conclusion was accepted without forensic verification. The DMLE's own guidelines require physical evidence of death for a murder conviction. No such evidence exists." He placed the first document on the lectern. Behind him, Amelia sat in the gallery, her face carefully neutral, her pride radiating like heat from a furnace. Item 2, Sirius Black was the Potters' publicly known secret keeper for the Fidelius charm protecting their home. However, sworn testimony from Albus Dumbledore, provided for this hearing, confirms that the secret keeper was changed shortly before the Potters' deaths. The actual secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew. The murmur became a wave. Several Wizengamot members turned to Dumbledore, who sat in the gallery with his hands folded, looking precisely as old and regretful as the situation demanded. Item 3. Harry placed a glass jar on the lectern. Inside, a rat with a missing toe scrabbled frantically against the walls. Peter Pettigrew. Alive. Captured last week in his animagus form by DMLE operatives acting on intelligence I developed over the course of my 3rd year at Hogwarts. His animagus registration was never filed, itself a criminal offense, but his identity has been confirmed through magical signature analysis and Veritaserum interrogation. The chamber erupted. Fudge was banging his gavel. Reporters in the gallery were scribbling frantically. And at the back of the room, a thin, hollow-eyed man with long black hair watched from the defendant's cage with an expression of such desperate, fragile hope that it hurt to look at. Sirius Black had spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. The system Harry believed in, the courts, the procedures, the chain of evidence and accountability, had failed him so completely that the failure was almost incomprehensible. Almost. But Harry had learned, over 3 years of training and investigation, that comprehending failure was the first step toward preventing it. You didn't fix what you couldn't face. The vote was unanimous. Sirius Black was exonerated. Harry left the courtroom through a side door to avoid the press. Amelia met him in the corridor, and for a long moment, she just looked at him, her son, 13 years old, who had just done what the entire Diagon Alley had failed to do for over a decade. That was flawless, she said. The evidence was flawless. I just presented it. Don't do that. Don't diminish what you accomplished. The evidence existed for 12 years. No one else found it. No one else looked. Someone should have. Yes. Someone should have. And that's why you matter, Harry. Not because you're the boy who lived. Because you're the boy who looked. The door behind them opened, and Sirius Black stumbled out. He was gaunt, shaking, his prison robes hanging off a frame that had been powerful once and was now held together by willpower and not much else. His eyes found Harry and stayed there. "You're James's son," he said. His voice was rough, damaged by years of screaming and silence. "I'm Amelia's son. But yes, James Potter was my father." Sirius flinched. Not at the correction, at the reminder of what he'd missed. 12 years of Harry's life. A childhood he should have been part of and wasn't. "I'm your godfather," Sirius said. "I don't know if that means anything to you. It means you were important to my parents. And it means the system failed you. Both of those things matter." Sirius looked at Amelia. "You raised him." "I did. He's not what I expected." "He's better," Amelia said, and there was no pride in her voice because it wasn't a boast. It was a fact. She dealt in facts. Sirius Black moved into the guest wing of Bones Manor that evening. The first week was difficult. Sirius was damaged in ways that went beyond the physical, and his relationship with Harry was complicated by the fundamental disconnect between the man Sirius wanted to be, the fun godfather, the link to James, the marauder, and the young man Harry actually was, disciplined, reserved, uncomfortable with unearned intimacy. But they found their way. Sirius told stories about James and Lily, not the sanitized legends, but the real stories. The arguments. The fears. The stupid, reckless, beautiful choices they'd made because they were young and in love and believed that the world could be saved by people willing to fight for it. Harry listened and filed every story away, not as intelligence but as something rarer and more valuable, family history. Evidence of who his parents had been. Evidence of who he'd come from, even if who he'd become was shaped by different hands. Sirius, in turn, learned who Harry was. It took time. The godfather who'd expected a miniature James, loud, reckless, Gryffindor to the bone, found instead a quiet, precise, devastatingly competent Hufflepuff who analyzed situations the way other boys analyzed Quidditch scores. It was disorienting. "He's terrifying," Sirius told Amelia one evening, after Harry had casually dismantled a legal argument Sirius had made about property rights. "In the best possible way." "I know," Amelia said. "I made him that way on purpose." By August, they'd settled into something real. Not the godfather-godson relationship Sirius had imagined, but something better, a mutual respect built on honesty and the shared understanding that they'd both lost something irreplaceable and were both still standing. Sirius taught Harry about animagi, about the Marauder's map, about the creative and slightly illegal magic that came from thinking outside the system's approved boundaries. Harry taught Sirius about the law, not the rigid, bureaucratic law that had imprisoned him, but the living, evolving law that Harry was learning to wield. The law as a tool for justice, not a weapon for control. They were, in their own strange way, good for each other. Summer burned through August, and September arrived with news that changed everything. The Triwizard Tournament was coming to Hogwarts. Harry learned about it before the official announcement because Amelia told him, because Amelia always told him things before the official announcement. It was how she demonstrated trust, by treating him as an ally rather than a child. 3 schools. 3 champions. A series of dangerous tasks designed to test magical ability, Amelia said, laying out the briefing documents on her desk. The tournament was discontinued in 1792 after the death toll became politically inconvenient. It's being revived now because Fudge wants a public relations victory and Bagman wants to relive his glory days. Security assessment. Inadequate. The tasks will involve dangerous magical creatures, environmental hazards, and direct magical combat. The age restriction, 17 and older, provides some protection, but the spectacle aspect invites cutting corners on safety. Delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will bring their own security concerns. What do you need from me? I've arranged for you to serve as a DMLE observer at the tournament. Junior credentials, limited authority, but enough access to monitor security arrangements and report problems before they become disasters. I'm 14. You solved the Chamber of Secrets at 12 and exonerated a wrongly convicted man at 13. Age is a number. Competence is a qualification. Harry took the credentials. The badge was small and bronze, bearing the DMLE seal and his name, H. Bones, Junior Observer. It felt heavy in a way that had nothing to do with weight. One more thing, Amelia said. There's intelligence, unconfirmed, that someone may attempt to use the tournament for purposes beyond the competition. The political disruption of having 3 schools in one location creates opportunities for any number of actors. The tribunal? Possibly. Also Death Eaters. Also political opportunists. Also anyone who wants to embarrass the ministry, which is a distressingly long list. She paused. And Harry, Bartemius Crouch Sr. is overseeing the tournament. The same Crouch who imprisoned Sirius without trial. The same Crouch whose son was convicted of torturing the Longbottoms. Crouch Jr. is dead. He died in Azkaban. That's the official record. I've always found the official record suspiciously tidy on that point. Harry filed that away. Amelia's instincts about official records were, in his experience, worth more than the records themselves. Hogwarts welcomed the delegations with appropriate pageantry. Beauxbatons arrived in a flying carriage pulled by winged horses the size of elephants. Durmstrang arrived in a ship that surfaced from the Black Lake like a nautical nightmare. The Hogwarts students gawked and speculated and placed bets on who would be champion. Harry watched from the edges, wearing his observer credentials, cataloging security vulnerabilities. There were many. The Beauxbatons carriage was minimally warded. The Durmstrang ship had detection avoidance charms that were technically illegal under international magical transport regulations. The Goblet of Fire, the artifact that would select the champions, was protected by an age line that Dumbledore had drawn himself, which was strong but not infallible. And the staffing for the delegations included several individuals whose backgrounds didn't survive basic verification. He submitted his first security report within 48 hours. It was 12 pages long, identified 17 vulnerabilities, and recommended immediate action on 6 of them. Amelia forwarded it to the tournament's organizing committee. The committee ignored it. Harry wasn't surprised. Bureaucracies didn't fix problems until the problems became crises, and by then it was usually too late. The Goblet selected its champions on Halloween night. Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts, a 7th-year Hufflepuff, popular, capable, and someone Susan had been close to since third year. Fleur Delacour for beaux batons, elegant, part villa, and sharper than her beauty suggested. Victor Crumb for Durmstrang, famous Quidditch player, taciturn, with the physical presence of someone who'd been hit by bludgers professionally and considered it good exercise. 3 champions. The goblet's fire died. The hall buzzed with excitement. Harry waited for the 4th name. It didn't come. The goblet went dark. The champions were escorted to a back chamber. Dumbledore made a speech. And Harry, standing against the wall with his observer badge catching the candlelight, let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Amelia's protective measures had worked. Whatever attempt might have been made to enter Harry's name, and he was almost certain an attempt had been made, given the intelligence about tournament manipulation, it had been blocked. The protective ward she'd layered around the goblet, the monitoring charms she'd insisted on, the redundant security measures that the organizing committee had grudgingly accepted, they'd held. He was not a champion. He was an observer. And for the first time in his Hogwarts career, Harry felt something unfamiliar, relief at not being at the center of the storm. The relief lasted approximately 3 days. Moody's wrong. Harry was in the room of requirement with Daphne. They'd been meeting there regularly since third year. Their research sessions had evolved from the tribunal investigation into something broader, a shared study of magical theory, political history, and the intersection of power and justice that fascinated them both. The room provided what they needed: privacy, resources, and the particular comfort of a space that existed only for them. They were 14 now, and something had shifted between them. Not suddenly, nothing about Harry and Daphne was sudden. It had been gradual, accumulating like snowfall, each conversation and shared silence and intellectual argument adding another layer until the weight of it was impossible to ignore. Harry noticed things about her now that he hadn't noticed at 11. The way she tucked her hair behind her ear when she was concentrating. The way her voice dropped when she was saying something she actually meant, as opposed to the polished social performance she maintained for everyone else. The way she smelled like lavender and old books, always, as if she'd been marinated in a library. He noticed, and he filed it away, and he told himself it was irrelevant to the investigation. It was becoming harder to believe that. "What do you mean, Moody's wrong?" Daphne asked, looking up from a genealogical chart she was annotating. Mad-Eye Moody. The new defense professor. Something about him is wrong. Daphne set down her quill. She'd learned to take Harry's instincts seriously. They'd been right about Quirrell, right about Selwyn, right about the diary. When Harry said something was wrong, something was wrong. Specifics? He drinks from a hip flask on a precise schedule. Every 58 to 62 minutes. The regularity suggests a potion with a 1-hour effective duration. Polyjuice, Daphne said immediately. That's my assessment. Polyjuice potion requires redosing every hour. The timing matches exactly. So someone is impersonating Moody? Someone with access to the real Moody's hair, which means they have the real Moody somewhere, alive, as a supply. And someone with the skill to brew polyjuice consistently, which is Newt-level work. Have you reported this? I reported the behavioral anomaly to Amelia. She's running background checks on Moody's recent movements. But I don't have proof, just pattern analysis. And pattern analysis doesn't get warrants. What else? His magical signature fluctuates. I've been monitoring it with a detection charm, passive, unobtrusive, and it doesn't match the signature on file for Alastair Moody. The fluctuation is consistent with Polyjuice transformation, where the impersonator's native signature bleeds through as the potion wears off. Daphne was quiet for a moment. If someone has replaced the defense professor with a Polyjuice impersonator, during a tournament that someone tried to manipulate, in a school where Voldemort has already attempted theft once, then we have an active threat inside Hogwarts. Again. You need to tell Dumbledore. I need proof first. Dumbledore hired Moody. If I go to him with suspicion and no evidence, he'll either dismiss it or handle it privately, and his idea of handling things privately tends to involve letting the situation play out to see what happens, which puts students at risk. So what do you do? Watch. Wait. Gather evidence. And keep the real target, whatever the impersonator is here for, under observation. The real target being me. Or the tournament. Or both. Daphne looked at him with an expression he'd seen before, the particular mix of concern and exasperation that she directed at him when he was being simultaneously right and infuriating. You know, she said, other people our age worry about Quidditch and who's going to ask whom to the Yule Ball. There's a Yule Ball. There's a Yule Ball. Champions open the dancing. Everyone else awkwardly shuffles around the great hall pretending they know what they're doing. That sounds terrible. It sounds normal. You should try it sometime. Normal. Being 14. Having fun. Not treating every social event as a potential security threat. Harry considered this. Is there a threat assessment for the Yule Ball? Daphne threw a book at him. He caught it. Go with me, she said. The words landed in the space between them, and the air changed. Not dramatically, Daphne didn't do dramatic. But the shift was there, unmistakable, like the barometric drop before a storm. Harry looked at the book in his hands. Then at Daphne. Her composure was intact, Ice Queen exterior firmly in place, but he'd spent 3 years learning to read what was underneath, and what was underneath right now was vulnerability. Real, genuine, terrifying vulnerability. She'd just put herself forward in a way she almost never did, and she was waiting for the response with the particular stillness of someone bracing for impact. Yes, he said. Her shoulders dropped by approximately 1 centimeter. That was, for Daphne Greengrass, the equivalent of collapsing with relief. Good, she said. Wear something that doesn't make you look like you're attending a sentencing hearing. I'll do my best. They returned to their research. But something had changed, a wall had moved, a door had opened, and the space between them felt different. Warmer. Closer. Full of potential energy that hadn't been there before. Or maybe it had always been there, and they'd both just been too stubborn to acknowledge it. The first task was dragons. Harry stood in the observers section of the arena, watching Cedric Diggory face a Swedish shortsnout with nothing but his wand and his nerve, and felt his chest constrict with something that wasn't quite fear and wasn't quite pride but shared elements of both. Cedric was Susan's friend. He was a Hufflepuff. He was brave and decent and he was being asked to fight a dragon for entertainment, and the entire spectacle made Harry's teeth ache. Cedric survived. He was burned, battered, and shaking when he stumbled out of the arena clutching a golden egg, but he was alive. Susan was on her feet, screaming his name, tears streaming down her face. Harry watched the other champions handle their dragons, Crumb with brute force, Delacour with elegant charm work, and noted the security failures in real time. The dragon handlers were undermanned. The containment wards were barely sufficient. 3 spectators had been hit by stray fire. The task had been designed for maximum spectacle with minimum concern for collateral damage. He wrote a scathing incident report. It was ignored. Again. But the first task gave him something useful, time in close proximity to Moody. The impersonator had been in the stands, watching the champions with an intensity that went beyond professional interest. And during Cedric's performance, when the Hufflepuff had been in genuine danger, Harry had seen the impersonator's reaction, a flash of irritation that Cedric was performing well, quickly masked by the gruff approval that the real Moody would have shown. The impersonator didn't care about the champions equally. He cared about one champion, or one potential champion, specifically. And the irritation at Cedric's success suggested that the impersonator's plan had originally involved a different Hogwarts champion. Harry. The plan had been to enter Harry in the tournament. Amelia's protections had prevented it. And now the impersonator was adapting, watching, waiting for another opportunity to achieve whatever goal had brought him to Hogwarts under a dead man's face. The Yule Ball arrived on Christmas night, and Harry discovered that he had absolutely no idea how to dance. This was, he realized, a gap in his training. Amelia had taught him to duel, to investigate, to interrogate, to read magical law, to cast under pressure, to think strategically, to maintain occlumency shields, and to deflect nerve disruption hexes. She had not taught him to waltz. Susan solved this by kidnapping him for 3 evenings of emergency dance lessons in the Hufflepuff common room, where she taught him the basics while their housemates provided commentary, encouragement, and in the case of one's 6th year, a running score out of 10. "You're leading with your shoulders," Susan told him. "Don't think of it like combat. Think of it like a conversation. You're not controlling your partner, you're suggesting a direction and seeing if she agrees. That's alarmingly philosophical for a box step. Dance is philosophy with better music. Now spin me." He spun her. She laughed. It was, he thought, the most normal thing he'd done in 4 years. The night of the ball, Harry stood in front of the mirror in his dormitory and assessed himself with the critical eye of someone used to evaluating evidence. Dark dress robes, Susan's choice, simple and well-cut. Hair that refused to cooperate, as always. The scar, visible on his forehead, unavoidable and unignorable. He looked like a 14-year-old boy going to a dance. That was, he supposed, exactly what he was. Daphne was waiting in the entrance hall, and when he saw her, his training failed him for the first time in 4 years. She wore deep blue robes that caught the candlelight like water, and her dark hair was swept up in a way that showed the lines of her neck and jaw. She looked like someone he couldn't take his eyes off of, and every analytical framework he possessed was completely useless in explaining why. "You're staring," she said. "I'm observing. There's a distinction. The distinction involves closing your mouth." He closed his mouth. She smiled, not the careful, calculated smile she showed the world, but the real one, the one that creased the corners of her eyes and made her look 16 and made something in his chest do things that were not covered in any training manual. "You look." He searched for the right word. Clinical precision failed him. Legal terminology failed him. Even Amelia's interrogation vocabulary, which covered every conceivable human interaction, failed him. "You look like you're going to be the most interesting person in the room. Which you always are. But tonight it's also visible." Daphne blinked. Then the real smile widened, and she tucked her hand into the crook of his arm. "That," she said, "is the most Harry Bones compliment anyone has ever received. I'm keeping it." They entered the great hall together. The room had been transformed, ice sculptures, fairy lights, a ceiling enchanted to look like a clear winter night full of stars. A wizarding orchestra played in the corner. Students in formal robes milled around tables laden with food and drink, and the air smelled like pine and cinnamon and nervous anticipation. Harry danced with Daphne. He was not good at it. She was better, the product of pure-blood social training that included formal dance as a core competency. But Susan's emergency lessons had given him enough foundation to avoid catastrophe, and Daphne guided him through the more complex movements with a subtlety that made it look like he was leading. "You're counting in your head," she said, close enough that he could feel her breath on his cheek. "I count everything. Stop counting. Feel the music. That's not how I process, Harry." She pulled back enough to look at him. Blue eyes, candlelight, the faintest flush on her cheeks. "Stop processing." He stopped processing. And something happened that he wasn't prepared for. Without the analytical framework, without the constant assessment and evaluation and filing, there was just this. The music. The warmth of her hand in his. The way the candlelight caught the blue of her robes and the darker blue of her eyes. The smell of lavender. The feeling of being exactly where he was supposed to be, doing exactly what he was supposed to be doing, with exactly the right person. He'd never felt that before. In his entire life, he'd never simply been present without analyzing the present. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It was, better, Daphne murmured. You're finally dancing instead of executing a movement sequence. Is that what this is? This is what normal feels like. Don't panic. I'm not panicking. Your pulse just doubled. I can feel it in your hand. That might not be panic. She looked at him. He looked at her. The music swelled around them, and the great hall was full of people, and none of them mattered because the world had narrowed to a single point of contact, his hand on her waist, her hand on his shoulder, the 2 feet of candlelit air between their faces. Daphne, if you say something analytical right now, I will hex you. I was going to say you're remarkable. That's acceptable. And that I've been wanting to tell you that for approximately 2 years. Also acceptable. And that I think, she kissed him. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a Hollywood moment with swelling orchestras and spinning cameras. It was quick, a press of lips, warm and soft and over before he fully registered it was happening. She pulled back with the composure of someone who just executed a precisely planned maneuver, and the only thing that betrayed her nerves was the slight tremor in the hand still resting on his shoulder. Harry stood on the dance floor of the Hogwarts Yule Ball, 14 years old, and for the first time in his life, had absolutely no idea what to say. You kissed me, he said. I did. During a waltz. The timing seemed appropriate. I was mid-sentence. Your sentence was taking too long. I edited. He laughed. A real, genuine laugh that surprised him as much as the kiss had, bubbling up from somewhere deep and unguarded. Daphne's composure cracked, the Ice Queen mask fragmenting into something warm and startled and vulnerable, and she laughed too, and they stood there on the dance floor, laughing, holding each other, while the music played and the world, for one perfect moment, was simple. It wasn't, of course. The world was never simple. But standing there, with Daphne's hand in his and the taste of her lips on his mouth and the sound of her laughter in his ears, Harry decided that the complicated world could wait 5 more minutes. The world waited 3 days. The invitation arrived by Raven on December 28th. Same method as the gavel, a black bird with golden eyes, unnervingly intelligent, dropping a folded parchment in front of Harry at breakfast and departing before anyone could react. The parchment was heavy, old, and bore the scales symbol. The message was brief. Mr. Bones, I request the courtesy of a meeting. The 3 Broomsticks, Hogsmeade, January 3rd, noon. I will come alone. You may bring whomever you trust, though I suspect that list is short. There are matters of mutual concern that neither of us can afford to ignore. The Dark Lord is closer to returning than your ministry understands, and the forces arrayed against him are weaker than they believe. I do not come as an enemy. I come as a man who has spent centuries fighting the same war you have just begun. Corvus Blackwood. Harry read the letter twice. Then he showed it to Amelia, who read it 3 times and spent 20 minutes in silence before speaking. He's testing you. The meeting itself is the test, whether you come, who you bring, how you conduct yourself. I know. It could also be a trap. It could. But Blackwood has had multiple opportunities to move against me, through Selwyn, through the gavel, through the castle's embedded magic. He hasn't. He's been watching, evaluating. This is the next step in whatever assessment he's running. You want to go. I need to go. The Horcrux intelligence alone justifies the risk. If Blackwood has information about Voldemort's soul anchors, locations, protections, methods of destruction, that information could save lives. Amelia's jaw tightened. It was the expression she wore when her duty as DMLE had conflicted with her instincts as a mother, and neither side was willing to give ground. Conditions, she said. I will be in Hogsmeade with a rapid response team. You will carry your emergency port key. The meeting will be observed remotely through a monitoring charm I will place on you personally. And if at any point you feel threatened, you activate the port key immediately. No heroics. No judgment calls. You leave. Agreed. And Harry, she caught his arm as he turned to go. This man is old. Not Dumbledore old, truly old. Centuries old, if the tribunal records are accurate. He has survived wars, purges, and the collapse of his own order. He is not someone you can read the way you read Draco Malfoy or even Selwyn. Be careful what you show him. I'll show him what I choose to show him. That's also something you taught me. The Three Broomsticks was quiet at noon on a Tuesday in early January. Students were still on holiday, the village was half empty. Harry arrived 10 minutes early, took a booth at the back with a view of the door, and ordered a butterbeer he didn't drink. Daphne was in the next booth, concealed by a disillusionment charm. They hadn't discussed this arrangement, she'd simply informed him she was coming, and the look in her eyes had made argument pointless. She was there as backup, as witness, and as the person who would pull him back if Blackwood's argument started making too much sense. Corvus Blackwood entered at precisely noon. Harry had prepared himself for this meeting. He'd studied every fragment of tribunal history he could find. He'd analyzed Selwyn's behavior for clues about tribunal philosophy and methods. He'd practiced his occlumency until his mental shields were as strong as he could make them. None of it was adequate. Blackwood didn't walk into the pub so much as arrive in it. One moment the door was opening, the next, a man was standing in the entrance, and the air in the room had changed. It was heavier. Thicker. Charged with a presence so dense it was almost physical. He was tall and lean, with the build of a man who'd never carried excess weight in his life. His face was carved rather than formed, sharp cheekbones, a jaw like an axe blade, eyes so dark they appeared black. His hair was iron gray, cropped close, and his robes were plain and dark and bore no insignia, no symbol, no decoration of any kind. He didn't need them. His authority was in his bones, radiating outward like gravity. He looked 60. He felt ancient. Blackwood surveyed the pub with a single sweep of those dark eyes, the same sweep Harry used, exits first, threats second, and then walked to Harry's booth and sat down. No introduction. No pleasantries. He sat and folded his hands on the table and looked at Harry with an expression of such focused intensity that Harry felt his occlumency shields flex under the pressure. Not legilimency. Nothing so crude. Just, attention. The weight of being truly, completely seen by someone who had been seeing people for a very long time. You look like your mother, Blackwood said. Lily. She had the same precision in her eyes. The same refusal to blink. You knew my mother. I knew of her. The Evans bloodline was of interest to the tribunal. When Lily's magic manifested, we watched. When she entered Hogwarts, we hoped. When she married James Potter, a man of courage but not of judgment, we were disappointed. My mother wasn't a breeding program. No. She was a woman who carried the potential for judgment magic and never knew it. She died before we could tell her. That is one of many failures I carry. A pause. I carry a great many failures, Mr. Bones. Centuries of them. I find they weigh more than successes. Harry studied the man across from him. The occlumency shields were holding, but the pressure was constant, not aggressive, not invasive, just heavy. Being near Blackwood was like being near a large astronomical body, the gravity affected everything. You wanted to meet, Harry said. So talk. Direct. Good. Your adoptive mother's influence. I approve. Blackwood leaned back. I will tell you 3 things, Mr. Bones. One true, one dangerous, and one that will change how you see the world. You can decide which is which. I'd rather decide what's relevant. Relevance is a function of context. You don't yet have enough context. So listen. Harry listened. First, the Tribunal of Scales was founded in 891 by a witch named Serena Blackwood. My ancestor. She possessed a natural ability to perceive guilt, the same ability you've begun to develop through the gavel. She believed that this ability, cultivated and systematized, could create a justice system that was truly just, one where the guilty could never hide and the innocent could never be condemned. For 8 centuries, the tribunal fulfilled that vision. Crime in magical Britain was nearly non-existent under our watch. Dark wizards were identified and neutralized before they could cause harm. The innocent were protected. Justice was real. And then the ministries of magic were established. Politicians who couldn't control us decided to destroy us. They couldn't match our magic, so they used politics, turned public opinion against us, painted us as tyrants, convinced the magical world that imperfect democratic justice was preferable to perfect autocratic judgment. The war lasted 11 years. We lost. You lost because the world rejected absolute authority. That's not politics. That's self-governance. We lost because the world chose comfort over truth. They preferred a system that could be corrupted, that let the wealthy and connected escape judgment, because corruption gave them hope that they, too, might escape if they ever needed to. The tribunal offered certainty. People don't want certainty. They want possibility. Even when possibility means injustice. Harry absorbed this. The argument was not new, Selwyn had made a version of it. But Blackwood made it with the weight of centuries, and the weight mattered. This wasn't a man theorizing about the failure of institutions. He'd watched them fail. For hundreds of years, he'd watched murderers walk free and innocent people suffer because the system couldn't or wouldn't do its job. He wasn't wrong about the problem. He was wrong about the solution. But the problem was real, and Harry felt the pull of it, the same pull he felt every time Lucius Malfoy smirked his way out of a courtroom. Second, Blackwood continued. The Dark Lord has made 6 Horcruxes. Your mother's sacrifice destroyed one, the diary, which Lucius Malfoy planted at Hogwarts. The tribunal has located and destroyed 2 more, a ring belonging to the Gaunt family, hidden in a shack in Little Hangleton, and a locket belonging to Salazar Slytherin, hidden in a cave on the coast. Harry's breath caught. How did you destroy them? Judgment magic. The same power that bounced the killing curse off your forehead. The tribunal's magic can weigh a soul fragment and find it wanting, corrupt, broken, abomination. The judgment itself destroys the container. Blackwood's dark eyes held Harry's. This is why we need you, Mr. Bones. Not as a weapon. As a judge. You carry the bloodline. You carry the potential. With training, you could destroy Horcruxes more efficiently than any method Dumbledore has devised. What methods has Dumbledore devised? Fiend fire. Basilisk venom. Crude, destructive approaches that require physical destruction of the container. Our method is surgical. We judge the soul fragment and leave the container intact. The ring, for example, it contained a stone of significant magical importance. Dumbledore's method would have destroyed both. Ours preserved the stone. Harry's mind was racing. If Blackwood was telling the truth, and the details were specific enough to suggest he was, at least partially, then the tribunal had intelligence and capabilities that were genuinely unique. They could destroy Horcruxes without collateral damage. They'd been doing it for years. And they had a method that Harry, with the right training, could replicate. This was the hook. He recognized it intellectually even as he felt it emotionally. Blackwood was offering him something irresistible, the means to defeat Voldemort. Not through brute force, not through Dumbledore's manipulations, but through the one thing Harry valued above everything else. Justice. Judgment. The weighing of a corrupt soul and the rendering of a verdict. It was exactly the right bait for exactly the right target. Which meant it was either genuine or the most sophisticated manipulation Harry had ever encountered. Third, Blackwood said, and his voice dropped. The ambient noise of the pub seemed to recede, as if the air itself was leaning in to listen. You are not the only one with this potential. The Dark Lord knows about the tribunal bloodlines. He has been hunting them, quietly, systematically, for decades. 3 families have been wiped out. The Evans line survives only through you. And the reason Voldemort attacked your parents, the reason he came for you specifically, on that Halloween night, was not because of a prophecy. The world tilted. What? Harry said. Dumbledore believes Voldemort attacked you because of a prophecy. The prophecy is real, I've heard it. But prophecies are interpretation, not causation. Voldemort came for you because his spies had identified Lily Evans as a tribunal descendant. He came to eliminate the bloodline before a new judge could be born. The prophecy gave him a convenient framework, but the motivation was strategic. He wanted to be the last soul manipulator in existence. He wanted to ensure that no one would ever have the power to judge his Horcruxes. Harry sat in the booth of the 3 broomsticks and felt the foundations of his understanding shift beneath him. If this was true, if Voldemort's attack had been motivated by the tribunal bloodline rather than the prophecy, then everything changed. The prophecy wasn't destiny. It was camouflage. Dumbledore's entire strategic framework, built on the assumption that Harry was the chosen one, was based on a misunderstanding of Voldemort's true motivations. And Harry wasn't just a target. He was the last defense against a Dark Lord who had deliberately set out to destroy every person capable of judging his fractured soul. You're asking me to believe, Harry said slowly, that the entire narrative I've been given about my life is wrong. I'm asking you to consider that the narrative you've been given is incomplete. Dumbledore is not a liar, he's a man who builds frameworks from partial information and mistakes them for truth. The prophecy is real. Your mother's sacrifice is real. But the context is larger than anyone has told you. Including you. Blackwood's expression didn't change. Including me. I have my own blind spots and my own agenda. I won't pretend otherwise. I want you to join the tribunal. I want you to be trained in judgment magic. I want you to become what your bloodline intended, a judge capable of rendering verdicts on the darkest magic in existence. That is my agenda, stated plainly. And if I refuse? Then I will respect your choice and continue fighting Voldemort without you. The tribunal has survived for centuries without a Bones, or an Evans, in our ranks. We will survive without you. But the war will be harder, longer, and bloodier. More people will die. And the Horcruxes that remain will be destroyed through cruder methods that risk losing artifacts of irreplaceable value. That's not a threat. It's an assessment. Threats are beneath me. Harry believed him. That was the dangerous part, he believed Blackwood's sincerity, if not his conclusions. The man wasn't lying. He was genuinely offering partnership, genuinely providing intelligence, genuinely motivated by the desire to defeat Voldemort through judgment magic rather than brute force. He was also, genuinely, the head of an organization that believed in absolute justice without process, without appeal, without mercy. An organization that had judged and executed people for centuries. An organization that, by its own history, had become tyrannical enough to provoke a war. I need time, Harry said. You have it. The coin Selwyn gave you works both ways, hold it and speak my name, and I will hear you. When you're ready to talk again, I'll be there. And in the meantime? In the meantime, watch the man pretending to be Alastor Moody. He is not what he seems, and his agenda involves you directly. The Dark Lord's plans for the tournament are not over simply because you weren't selected as champion. Harry's blood chilled. You know about the impersonator? I've known since September. The man beneath the polyjuice is Bartemius Crouch Jr. He's alive, his father smuggled him out of Azkaban years ago and kept him hidden under an imperious curse. The Dark Lord freed him and sent him to Hogwarts to ensure your participation in the tournament. My participation was blocked. Which means Crouch will find another way to deliver you to the Dark Lord. The tournament is the mechanism, but you are the target. Guard yourself, Mr. Bones. And guard the people you care about. Blackwood stood. He was taller than Harry had realized, well over 6 feet, and his presence filled the pub like smoke. It was a pleasure to meet you, Harry. You are everything I hoped you would be, and nothing I expected. A pause. Your mother, Amelia, has done extraordinary work. The tribunal judges harshly, but even we acknowledge excellence when we see it. She built you well. He walked to the door. Opened it. Paused. One last thing. The gavel I sent you is a tool. Tools can be mastered. The power in your blood, the judgment magic itself, is not a tool. It is a part of you. You cannot master it any more than you can master your own heartbeat. You can only learn to live with it. He left. The pub felt lighter immediately, as if a physical weight had been removed from the air. In the next booth, the disillusionment charm dropped, and Daphne appeared. Her face was pale. He's terrifying, she said. Yes. And he's not wrong about everything. No. He's not. But he's wrong about the important things. Harry looked at her. She met his gaze with the unflinching directness that he relied on more than he'd ever told her, the directness that cut through his analytical fog and found the human underneath. Which important things? He asked. If one man decides guilt and punishment, it doesn't matter how smart or fair he is. He'll eventually be wrong, and there's no one to correct him. Justice without process isn't justice, Harry. It's tyranny with good intentions. She reached across the table and took his hand. You know this. You've known it since you were 4 years old, and someone decided, without process, without oversight, that a cupboard under the stairs was an acceptable place for a child. The comparison hit him like a physical blow. Dumbledore had made a judgment about Harry's placement. Unilateral. Unchecked. Well-intentioned. And it had been catastrophically wrong. That was what absolute authority produced, not evil, necessarily, but error without correction. Judgment without appeal. Thank you, he said. For what? For being the person who reminds me what I believe when someone offers me something better. She squeezed his hand. That's what I'm here for. Among other things. What other things? I'll tell you when you're older. He almost smiled. Almost. 2 weeks later, Susan disappeared. It happened on a Saturday morning. Susan had gone to the library. She hadn't come back. By noon, Harry knew something was wrong. Susan didn't miss meals without telling him, and her communication mirror wasn't responding. By 1 o'clock, he'd checked the library, the common room, the hospital wing, and every location Susan frequented. She was gone. By 2 o'clock, he'd found the note. It was pinned to the door of the room of requirement, a location only Harry frequented, which meant whoever had left it knew his habits. The scales symbol. A message in the same old parchment and golden ink as Blackwood's correspondence. The girl is unharmed. She will remain so for precisely 12 hours. Save her within the law if you can. But the law is slow, and she doesn't have time. What will you choose, Judge? Harry's vision went white. Not with the analytical clarity he relied on, with something rawer, more primal, more dangerous. Terror. Pure, uncomplicated terror for the person he loved most in the world after Amelia. For 5 seconds, he wasn't Harry Bones, trained investigator, junior DMLE observer, heir to the Tribunal of Scales. He was a 14-year-old boy whose sister had been taken, and the fear was so vast it threatened to swallow every rational thought he'd ever had. Then training took over. 5 seconds was all the fear got. After that, he was operational. He activated the emergency port key link to Amelia. The bronze coin grew hot, sending a distress signal to the DMLE. He sent a Patronus to Dumbledore. He sent another to Neville, Hermione, Cedric, and Daphne, everyone he trusted, everyone who could fight. Then he started tracking. The note itself was evidence. The parchment was old, tribunal stock, consistent with previous communications. The ink was the same golden compound. But there was something else on the note, a faint magical residue that didn't match Blackwood's signature from the Hogsmeade meeting. Someone else in the tribunal had written this. Someone who'd been close enough to the room of requirement to know Harry used it. Selwyn. It had to be Selwyn. The man had been at Hogwarts long enough to map Harry's habits, and the wording of the note matched Selwyn's particular brand of philosophical provocation. Harry cast a tracking charm on the residue. It was faint, hours old, but it led somewhere. Down corridors, through passages, past the entrance hall, out the front doors, across the grounds. Toward the Forbidden Forest. His allies arrived within the hour. Neville came first, wand drawn, face grim. He'd grown in 3 years, not just physically, but in the quiet, determined competence that Harry had always seen in him and that the world was beginning to notice. He didn't ask unnecessary questions. He just said, "What do you need?" "Combat support. The people who took Susan are trained. Possibly tribunal agents." "I'm ready." Hermione arrived next, with a bag full of supplies and a look on her face that said she'd already started researching rescue protocols. "I brought healing potions, signal flares, and a portable ward breaker. Also 3 books on tribunal magic that might be relevant." "You brought books to a rescue mission. Knowledge is the most versatile weapon." Cedric Diggory came because Susan was his friend and because asking a Hufflepuff to stand by while another Hufflepuff was in danger was like asking the sun to set in the east. He was 17, magically powerful, and carried the focused intensity of someone who'd recently fought a dragon and won. Daphne arrived last, disillusionment charm already active, appearing beside Harry with the quiet efficiency of someone who'd been practicing stealth since childhood. She carried her wand and the folder of tribunal research they'd compiled together. "I tracked the magical residue to the Forbidden Forest," Harry told them. "At least 2 tribunal agents are involved, Selwyn and at least 1 other. Susan is alive, the note guarantees 12 hours, and I believe they'll honor it. The tribunal is many things, but they keep their word." "Why take her?" Cedric asked. "What's the point?" "It's a test. For me. They want to see if I'll abandon the law when someone I love is at risk. If I go outside the system to save her, it proves their argument, that the legal system is too slow to protect the people who matter. If I wait for official channels, Susan suffers. So don't wait," Neville said. "Go get her. It's not that simple. If I act outside the law, Harry." Daphne's voice cut through his analysis like a blade. "Your sister is in the Forbidden Forest with people who kidnapped her. You can have your ethical crisis after she's safe." He looked at her. She looked back with the unflinching directness that had kept him sane for 3 years. "The emergency provisions in the Hogwarts Charter," she said, "permit student action in cases of immediate threat to life when staff response is delayed. You used the same provision in first year when you fought the troll. The legal framework exists. Use it." She was right. Of course she was right. The law wasn't an obstacle, it was a tool, and tools could be wielded creatively. He wasn't abandoning the system by acting within its emergency provisions. He was proving that the system worked, even under pressure. Even when the pressure was designed to break it. "All right," Harry said. "Here's the plan." The plan was simple because complexity was the enemy of execution under pressure. 2 teams. Harry and Cedric as the primary assault element, the 2 strongest duelists in the group. Neville and Hermione as support, covering flanks, providing healing, maintaining communication. Daphne as overwatch, disillusionment charm active, monitoring the approach for additional threats, ready to intervene if the situation changed. They entered the forbidden forest at 4 o'clock, with 3 hours of daylight remaining. Harry led, tracking the magical residue through the trees with a detection charm that grew stronger as they moved deeper into the forest. The forbidden forest was dark even in daytime, ancient trees, thick canopy, the sounds of things moving in the underbrush that were decidedly not deer. The trail led to a clearing about 2 miles in. It was circular, deliberately cleared, with standing stones at the compass points that hummed with old magic. Tribunal magic. The stones bore the scales symbol, and the clearing itself was warded, not to prevent entry, but to contain what happened inside. An arena. They'd built an arena. Susan was in the center, seated on a stone chair, unharmed but bound by golden ropes that pulsed with enchantment. She was conscious, alert, and furious. Her expression when she saw Harry was equal parts relief and righteous anger. 2 figures stood at the clearing's edge. One was Selwyn, older now, harder, wearing dark robes bearing the scales symbol openly for the first time. The other was a woman Harry didn't recognize, tall, dark-skinned, with the coiled readiness of a professional duelist. "You came quickly," Selwyn said. "I expected you would. The question was whether you'd come through channels or through the forest. You chose the forest. Interesting. I chose the emergency provisions of the Hogwarts Charter, Section 4, Subsection B, which permits student action in defense of an immediate threat to life when authorized staff response is unavailable. The threat was created by you, which makes your challenge self-defeating. You designed a scenario to force me outside the law, and I found a way to stay inside it." Selwyn's expression shifted. Something that might have been respect, if respect could coexist with disappointment. "Clever," the woman said. Her voice was low, accented, Eastern European, maybe. "But cleverness isn't the test, Mr. Bones. The test is what happens next. What happens next is you release my sister and surrender to DMLE custody. Or," Selwyn said. Harry's wand came up. Behind him, Cedric, Neville, and Hermione moved into combat positions. In the trees, invisible, Daphne waited. "Or we take her back and you go to Azkaban with bruises." The fight was fast and violent and nothing like a school duel. Selwyn moved first, a curse that ripped through the air with the focused lethality of someone who'd been trained to kill. Harry deflected it with an angled shield, the spell ricocheting into a standing stone and cracking it. Cedric engaged the woman, who fought with a style Harry had never seen, fluid, circling, her spells coming from angles that shouldn't have been possible. Harry and Selwyn dueled across the clearing, and Harry realized within seconds that this was different from fighting Raoul. Selwyn was a senior auror with decades of combat experience and tribunal training on top of it. He was faster than Harry, more powerful than Harry, and his spell knowledge was vast. But Harry was fighting for Susan, and that changed the calculus. He didn't duel with elegance. He dueled with fury, controlled, channeled, disciplined fury that Amelia had taught him to harness rather than suppress. Every spell was aimed with intent. Every dodge was a setup for the next attack. He used the environment, trees, stones, the uneven ground, turning obstacles into weapons and weapons into obstacles. Selwyn pressed him hard. A cutting curse opened a gash on Harry's left shoulder. A concussive hex rattled his ribs. A tripping jinx nearly put him on the ground. Harry absorbed the damage, kept fighting, and waited for the opening. It came when Selwyn overcommitted to a bludgeoning hex, putting too much power behind it, sacrificing recovery time for impact. Harry sidestepped the hex by 3 inches, he felt the displaced air ruffle his hair, and fired 3 spells in the gap. Stunner. Shield Breaker. Disarming Charm. The stunner was a feint, Selwyn blocked it instinctively. The shield breaker hit the shield and shattered it. The disarming charm hit Selwyn's wand hand before a new shield could form. Selwyn's wand flew through the air. Harry caught it. For a moment, they stood facing each other across the clearing, Harry with 2 wands, bleeding from the shoulder, breathing hard. Selwyn, unarmed, his expression not defeated but, evaluating. Good, Selwyn said. Very good. Your mother trained you well. My mother trained me to protect people. You took one of them. This is the result. Cedric had subdued the woman, not easily, she'd fought like a cornered dragon, and Cedric had a black eye and a burned sleeve to show for it, but she was down and bound. Neville had covered the flanks. Hermione had disrupted the ward stones, collapsing the containment field. Harry went to Susan. The golden ropes dissolved at his touch, they recognized his magic, his bloodline, and released their hold. Susan stood, rubbing her wrists, and looked at her brother with eyes that were bright and fierce and full of things she wouldn't say in front of other people. You came, she said. Obviously. I knew you would. I told them you'd come and you'd beat them and you'd do it without breaking a single law because that's who you are. Her voice was shaking now, the post-crisis tremor that came when the adrenaline faded and the fear caught up. I told them they didn't know you at all. Harry pulled her into a hug. Not a brief, professional embrace, a real hug, the kind that held on and didn't let go, the kind that said everything he couldn't put into words. She was safe. She was safe. She was his sister and she was safe, and if anyone ever touched her again, the law would be the second thing they answered to. I'm sorry, he said into her hair. I'm sorry they used you to get to me. Don't apologize. Destroy them. Legally. He almost laughed. Almost. Behind them, Daphne dropped her disillusionment charm and walked into the clearing. She'd been watching from the trees, one trained on Selwyn throughout the fight, ready to intervene if things went wrong. She hadn't needed to. But she'd been there. She looked at Harry, at the blood on his shoulder, the fire in his eyes, the way he held Susan like he was afraid to let go, and something in her expression shifted. Not the cool assessment of an intellectual partner. Something warmer. Something that had been building for 3 years and was no longer willing to stay hidden. You're bleeding, she said. I noticed. Sit down. Let Hermione look at it. Susan first. Susan is fine. You're the one dripping blood on your shoes. Sit down. He sat. Hermione healed the shoulder wound with a competence that suggested she'd been studying medical magic without telling anyone. Neville stood guard over the bound tribunal agents. Cedric checked Susan over for hexes or curses, finding none. And Daphne sat next to Harry on a standing stone, close enough that their shoulders touched, and said nothing for a while. They just breathed. Together. In the aftermath of violence, in the cold of the forbidden forest, they breathed. I was afraid, Harry said quietly. I know. Not of the fight. Of losing her. I know. I'm afraid of becoming like him. Like Blackwood. So certain that the ends justify the means that the means stop mattering. Daphne took his hand. Her fingers were cold. His were warm. The contrast felt like everything, like the balance between heat and ice, certainty and doubt, justice and mercy. That fear, she said, is exactly why you won't. The DMLE arrived 30 minutes later. Amelia led the team personally. She'd apparat to Hogsmeade the moment the emergency signal activated and had been moving toward the forest when Harry's Patronus reached her with coordinates. She took one look at the scene, bound tribunal agents, freed hostage, her son bleeding and victorious, and the mask of the DMLE head cracked for just a moment to reveal the mother underneath. She hugged Susan first. Then Harry. Briefly, fiercely, with a strength that belied her lean frame. Report, she said. 2 tribunal agents. Marcus Selwyn and an unidentified woman. They abducted Susan as a test, designed to force me outside the legal system. I stayed inside it. Emergency charter provisions. The agents are disarmed and bound. Injuries? Minor. My shoulder. Cedric has some burns. Susan is unharmed. And the agents? Conscious, uninjured. Ready for interrogation. Amelia looked at Selwyn, who met her gaze from the ground where he lay bound. Whatever she saw in his face, the face of a man she'd trusted for 15 years, hardened her expression into something that went beyond professional. "Marcus Selwyn," she said. "You are under arrest for kidnapping, assault, conspiracy, and operating an illegal organization within the borders of magical Britain. You have the right to legal representation. You have the right to a fair trial. You have the right to present evidence in your defense." She paused. "Rights you don't believe in. But I do. And so does my son." Selwyn said nothing. But his eyes moved to Harry, and in them, Harry saw something unexpected. Not defeat. Not anger. A question. Still unanswered. Still waiting. The Aurors took Selwyn and his companion away. Amelia stayed behind to secure the clearing and analyze the tribunal ward stones, which contained magical signatures that the DMLE had never encountered. Harry walked out of the forbidden forest with Susan on one side and Daphne on the other, and behind them, Neville and Hermione and Cedric, his people, his team, the small circle of trust that he'd built over 4 years of combat and investigation and shared danger. He was 14 years old. He was exhausted and wounded and angry and afraid. But Susan was safe. And the law had held. And that was enough. 2 weeks later, the third task happened, and everything fell apart. Harry had identified Crouch Jr., the moody impersonator, through accumulated evidence, the Polyjuice schedule, the fluctuating magical signature, and finally, a moment of carelessness when the impersonator's flask ran dry mid-class and Harry glimpsed a flicker of transformation before Crouch bolted for his office. Harry reported immediately to Amelia and Dumbledore simultaneously. Amelia dispatched Aurors. Dumbledore moved to confront Crouch. But Crouch had been planning for contingencies, and his contingency was already in motion. The Triwizard Cup was a portkey. Not for Harry, Harry wasn't a champion. For Cedric. Cedric Diggory touched the cup at the center of the maze and vanished. Harry knew instantly. He felt it, not through the gavel, not through judgment magic, but through the sharp, sickening instinct of someone who'd spent 4 years watching threats materialize and knowing exactly what they meant. He ran. Not toward the maze. Toward Dumbledore's office, where Crouch Jr. was being detained. The impersonator would know where the portkey led. He was the link, the connection between the tournament and whatever Voldemort had planned. He arrived to find Aurors restraining Crouch, who was wild-eyed and laughing, the polyjuice wearing off, his real face emerging from Moody's features like a nightmare surfacing from a dream. "Where?" Harry demanded. "Harry, we need to," an Auror started. "Where did the portkey take him?" Crouch's laughter died. He looked at Harry, really looked at him, and something in the Death Eater's eyes shifted. Fear. Recognition. Or the particular clarity of a fanatic who'd achieved his objective and no longer had reason to hide. "Little Hangleton," Crouch whispered. "The graveyard. My master is waiting." Harry grabbed the emergency portkey Amelia had given him, the bronze coin, always in his pocket, always charged, and modified the destination with a spell Amelia had taught him for exactly this kind of situation. Field redirect. Change a portkey's destination on the fly. It was classified Auror-grade magic, technically illegal for civilians, and he did it in 4 seconds. "Harry, don't," he activated the portkey. Little Hangleton graveyard materialized around him in a rush of darkness and cold. Tombstones jutted from the earth like broken teeth. A cauldron bubbled in the center of the cemetery, emitting a sickly green light. Figures moved in the shadows, robed, masked, forming a loose circle. Cedric was on the ground, bound, his wand gone, alive but dazed. A small, hunched figure, Pettigrew, Harry recognized him with a surge of fury, was feeding something into the cauldron. Something wrapped in dark cloth that writhed and hissed. Harry had approximately 6 seconds before he was noticed. He used them. First, he cast a shield charm on Cedric, the strongest he could manage, a shimmering dome that would buy the Hufflepuff champion time. Second, he summoned Cedric's wand from where it lay on the ground, sending it skidding toward the older boy. Third, he sent a Patronus to Amelia, coordinates, situation, the single word now. Then the 6 seconds were up, and Wormtail saw him. The boy. Pettigrew squeaked. Master, the boy is here, it's Potter, the cauldron erupted. Harry had imagined Voldemort's return. In his colder moments, lying awake at Bones Manor, he tried to picture what it would look like, the most dangerous dark wizard in history regaining physical form. He'd imagined it clinically, analytically, the way Amelia had taught him to approach threats. The reality was worse than anything he'd imagined. The thing that rose from the cauldron was barely human. Tall, skeletal, skin so white it seemed luminescent. Red eyes that burned with a hunger beyond physical need. Hands like spider legs, elongated and wrong. He emerged from the dark liquid of the ritual like a corpse climbing out of a swamp, and the magic that radiated from him was so dark, so concentrated, so fundamentally opposed to everything Harry's training stood for that his scar split open and poured blood down his face. Voldemort looked at Harry with those red eyes, and the cemetery went silent. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. His voice was high and cold and carried the particular satisfaction of a man whose plan had just been validated. Or Harry Bones, as you prefer. How convenient that you've come to me. I was going to send for you. You sent for Cedric. Cedric Diggory was bait. You were always the target. Voldemort stepped from the cauldron, nude and terrible, and Wormtail scurried forward with a robe that the Dark Lord donned with the casualness of a man dressing for dinner. My faithful Death Eaters arranged the tournament to bring you here. When your mother's protections blocked your entry, we adapted. We knew you'd come for the Hogwarts champion. Loyalty. The Hufflepuff weakness. Loyalty isn't weakness. Everything is weakness when it can be predicted. Voldemort raised his wand, a yew wand, 13.5 inches, brother to Harry's. But I didn't bring you here to debate philosophy. I brought you here to die. Harry's wand was up. Behind him, Cedric was stirring, the shield charm had protected him, and his retrieved wand was in his hand. Cedric, Harry said, without turning. When I give the signal, grab the cup. It's a portkey. It'll take you back to Hogwarts. I'm not leaving you, you're not trained for this. I am. When I give the signal. Go. Voldemort watched the exchange with amusement. Around him, Death Eaters were materializing, operating in from wherever they'd been hiding for 13 years. Lucius Malfoy. Crabbe. Goyle. Not. Others Harry didn't recognize. They formed a circle, trapping Harry and Cedric inside. How touching, Voldemort said. The judge and the champion. Let's see which breaks first. He struck without warning. The killing curse, green light, the sound of rushing death, screamed across the graveyard. Harry dove, the curse missing him by inches, striking a tombstone that exploded into fragments. Harry fought back. Not with the desperate, improvised defense of his first-year encounter. Not with the terrified determination of a child facing something beyond his comprehension. He fought with 4 years of aura training, with the precision and tactical thinking that Amelia Bones had drilled into him until it was as natural as breathing. He couldn't win. He knew he couldn't win. Voldemort was too powerful, the gap between a 14-year-old prodigy and the most dangerous dark wizard in history was simply too vast. But Harry didn't need to win. He needed to survive long enough for help to arrive and to get Cedric out alive. He used the graveyard. Tombstones as cover, ducking behind them, circling, never staying in one place. He transfigured debris into barriers, animated a stone angel to serve as a momentary distraction, used the uneven ground to create angles that disrupted Voldemort's line of fire. Voldemort's spells tore the graveyard apart. Tombstones shattered. The earth cratered. The air itself seemed to scream as dark magic saturated it. But Harry kept moving, kept casting, kept thinking. Then Voldemort cast the killing curse again, and Harry cast a disarming charm, and their spells met in midair. Priori incantatem. The brother wands connected. A golden thread of light stretched between them, and the world changed. Harry felt the connection in his bones, not just magic, but resonance. His wand and Voldemort's wand, linked by their shared core, creating a bridge between caster and caster that neither had fully anticipated. Ghost images poured from Voldemort's wand. The echoes of his recent spells. And then, faces. The shades of people Voldemort had murdered, emerging from his wand tip like spirits given form. An old man. A woman. A ministry official Harry didn't recognize. Then Lily Potter. And James Potter. Harry's parents looked at him from across the Golden Bridge, and for one shattering moment, every wall he'd built, every defense, every shield, every carefully constructed barrier between his emotions and the world, crumbled. His mother smiled at him. His father looked proud. "Hold on, Harry," Lily said. "Just a little longer. When we tell you," James said, "break the connection and run. We'll hold him." Harry held. The connection strained. Voldemort was pushing back, his face twisted with rage and effort, the golden thread vibrating like a wire about to snap. "Now!" Cedric shouted from behind him. The older boy had crawled to the Triwizard Cup, one hand on its handle. Harry broke the connection. The shades of his parents surged toward Voldemort, ghostly barriers that bought seconds, precious, irreplaceable seconds. Harry ran. He grabbed Cedric's shoulder. Cedric activated the cup. The portkey seized them both and ripped them out of the graveyard in a whirl of color and noise. They landed on the Hogwarts grounds, in front of the maze, in front of the crowd, in front of the world. Cedric was bleeding and shaking. Harry was on his knees, his scar pouring blood, his hands burned from the Priori incantatem, his body pushed past every limit his training had prepared him for. But they were alive. And the war had begun. The aftermath was chaos. Fudge denied Voldemort's return. Publicly, loudly, with the desperate conviction of a man who understood that admitting the truth would mean admitting his own catastrophic failure. Lucius Malfoy was in his ear within hours, whispering about panic and instability and the danger of believing the testimony of a 14-year-old boy. Amelia fought. In the Wizengamot, in the press, in private meetings with ministers and officials. She presented evidence, Crouch Jr.'s testimony under Veritaserum, the Priori incantatem effect, the physical evidence from the graveyard that Harry had preserved with crime scene charms before the portkey activated. She was methodical, relentless, and absolutely certain. Fudge blocked her at every turn. He couldn't discredit the evidence, so he discredited the presenter, questioning Amelia's objectivity. Of course she believes the boy, he's her son, questioning Harry's reliability, a traumatized child, prone to attention-seeking behavior, questioning the very framework of evidence-based investigation that was the DMLE's foundation. Harry watched the system he believed in fail in real time. Not fail the way it had failed Sirius Black, through negligence and corruption. Fail the way systems fail when the people running them choose comfort over truth. Fudge wasn't corrupt. He was afraid. And his fear was more dangerous than corruption because it wore the mask of reason. "The system doesn't work," Harry said to Amelia, sitting in her office at the ministry, 3 days after the graveyard. "The system is being obstructed. That's different. The result is the same. Voldemort is alive and gathering strength, and the ministry is pretending he isn't. People are going to die because Fudge is too afraid to act. People are going to die regardless. The question is how many, and the answer depends on what we do now." Amelia's voice was steel. She looked tired, the kind of tired that sleep couldn't fix, but her eyes were clear. "I am building the case, Harry. Not just for the Wizengamot, for the public. When the evidence becomes overwhelming, Fudge will fall. And when he does, the DMLE will be ready. And if he doesn't fall fast enough? Then we prepare for war on our own terms. I've already begun. Quietly. The Auror Corps is being readied. Alliances are being built. And I have intelligence. She stopped. Looked at him. Made a decision. Dumbledore has reformed the Order of the Phoenix. A private organization, operating outside Ministry authority, dedicated to fighting Voldemort. He's asked me to join. Will you? I've agreed to cooperate. Not join. The distinction matters. The Order operates outside the law. I can't be part of that and maintain my position. But I can share intelligence, coordinate efforts, and ensure that the DMLE's resources are deployed where they'll do the most good. Walking a line. Walking the only line available. The system is imperfect, Harry. It's always been imperfect. But abandoning it, joining Dumbledore's private army or Blackwood's ancient tribunal, would make it worse, not better. The system survives because people like us stay in it and fight for it. Even when it fights back. Harry looked at his mother, his real mother, the one who'd chosen him, and felt the weight of everything she'd given him settle into its permanent configuration. Not a burden. A foundation. I need to be ready for war, he said. Not just the war with Voldemort. The war for the system. The political war, the institutional war, the war for what justice means when the world is burning. You need to be ready for all of it. And you will be. How do you know? Because I raised you. And because you're sitting in my office at 14, talking about institutional warfare instead of crying about the fact that you just fought Voldemort in a graveyard. You are ready, Harry. You've been ready since you walked out of that cupboard. He sat with that for a moment. Then he nodded. What do we do first? First, we go home. Susan has made dinner and she'll be furious if we're late. Then, tomorrow, we start building the case that will bring down Fudge and save the wizarding world from its own cowardice. And the tribunal? The tribunal is a problem for another day. Today we deal with the problems in front of us. Blackwood said something. About the Horcruxes. He said the tribunal can destroy them using judgment magic. I heard. The monitoring charm caught his entire pitch. Is it true? Possibly. We'll verify independently. Dumbledore has his own methods. Between the two approaches, we'll find a way. And if we can't? If the only way to destroy the Horcruxes is through the tribunal's magic? Amelia was quiet for a long time. Then we'll cross that bridge when we reach it. But Harry, if that day comes, remember what the tribunal costs. Remember what they are. And remember that the power to judge is only as good as the person wielding it. Is that a warning? It's a reminder. You carry that power in your blood. It's awakening. The gavel accelerated it, and the graveyard, the priori incantatem, the connection with Voldemort's wand, may have accelerated it further. You'll notice changes. The ability to sense deception, to perceive guilt, to weigh a person's moral character, it's going to get stronger. How do you know? Because I've been researching your bloodline for 4 years, and the pattern is clear. Trauma catalyzes the judgment magic. Every crisis you've faced has made it stronger. And the crises are only going to intensify. Harry looked at his hands. Scarred from burns, calloused from wand work. The hands of a fighter. The hands of a judge. The hands of a 14-year-old boy who just survived a graveyard and was expected to survive whatever came next. I'll be ready, he said. I know. Now come home. Your sister is waiting. He went home. He ate dinner. He sat with Susan on the back porch of Bones Manor, watching the sun set over Devon, and neither of them spoke because they didn't need to. They were alive. They were together. The war was coming, but the war hadn't come yet, and the sunset was beautiful and the food was warm and the people who mattered were safe. Later, in his room, Harry held the bronze communication coin that Selwyn had given him. Blackwood's line. A direct connection to the head of the Tribunal of Scales. He didn't activate it. But he didn't throw it away, either. In his dreams that night, he stood before a pair of golden scales that hung in darkness, perfectly balanced, humming with a frequency that matched his heartbeat. On one side sat mercy. On the other, judgment. And in the distance, getting closer with every dream, a pair of red eyes watched and waited. Harry woke at dawn. He dressed, picked up his wand, and went downstairs to train. The war was coming. The tribunal was watching. Voldemort was alive. And Harry Bones, son of Amelia, heir of the Scales, judge of the darkest magic in existence, was just getting started. Chapter 5, Final Verdict. The Toad wore pink. Dolores Umbridge sat at the head of the defense against the dark arts classroom in a cardigan the color of raw salmon, flanked by decorative plates featuring kittens in various states of manufactured adorableness, and smiled at the assembled fifth-year students with the particular warmth of someone who had learned to mimic human expressions by studying photographs without understanding what the expressions meant. "Good morning, class," she said. Her voice was high and sweet and wrong in the way that artificial sweetener was wrong, the shape of sugar without the substance. "Good morning, Professor Umbridge," the class parroted back. Most of them. Harry didn't speak. He was reading the syllabus she'd placed on each desk, and what he found there was more alarming than anything he'd encountered in 4 years of dark wizards and ancient tribunals. No practical magic. No defensive spell work. No wand use of any kind. The entire year's curriculum consisted of reading ministry-approved textbook chapters on theoretical defense, with assessments limited to written essays. It was, Harry recognized instantly, not education. It was sabotage. Fudge had sent Umbridge to Hogwarts not to teach students how to defend themselves, but to ensure they couldn't. A generation of witches and wizards, trained to be helpless, in a world where Voldemort was gathering an army. Umbridge's eyes found Harry in the second row. The smile widened. "Mr. Bones. I understand you've had quite an eventful few years. Trolls, basilisks, tournaments. One might think you'd confused Hogwarts with an Auror training camp. One might think the events at Hogwarts warranted practical defense training, Professor. Given that students have been petrified, attacked, and, in the case of the Triwizard Tournament, subjected to a portkey trap that resulted in direct contact with a resurrected dark wizard." The smile didn't waver, but something behind it hardened. "The Ministry's position is that there is no resurrected dark wizard. The events at the tournament were tragic but have been thoroughly investigated and explained. The Ministry's investigation consisted of a single interview with the survivor, conducted by Minister Fudge personally, without DMLE oversight, and resulted in a conclusion that contradicts the physical evidence, the Veritaserum testimony of Bartemius Crouch Jr., and the sworn statements of 4 witnesses. I have the case file, if you'd like to review it." The classroom was very quiet. Hermione, sitting behind Harry, had her hand pressed over her mouth. Neville, beside her, looked like he was watching someone walk a tightrope over a canyon. Umbridge's smile became something that lived in a different part of the emotional spectrum from actual smiles. "Mr. Bones, this is a classroom, not a courtroom. Your mother's influence, while charming, is not appropriate here. Due respect, Professor, but accuracy is appropriate everywhere. Detention, Mr. Bones. This evening. My office. On what grounds? Disruption of class. I asked a question about the curriculum and cited publicly available evidence regarding a matter of student safety. Educational Decree 14, subsection 3, establishes the right of students to question instructional decisions when those decisions relate directly to their welfare. I'm not disrupting. I'm exercising a codified right." Umbridge stared at him. The kittens on the wall plate seemed to stare too, their painted eyes wide with manufactured innocence. "You are testing my patience, Mr. Bones. I'm testing the legal foundation of your authority, Professor. There's a difference, and the difference is documented. She gave him detention anyway. Harry accepted it, noted the violation of Educational Decree 14 in a small leather journal he carried for exactly this purpose, and began the process that would consume the next 3 months of his life, the systematic, methodical, legally devastating dismantling of Dolores Umbridge. He didn't use the gavel. He didn't need it. Umbridge radiated her nature so openly that reading her guilt would have been redundant, like using a spotlight to find the sun. She was a petty authoritarian drunk on borrowed power, and petty authoritarians always defeated themselves. You just had to give them enough rope and document the hanging. Harry documented everything. Every educational decree she issued, he cross-referenced against existing Hogwarts regulations and ministry education law. Most of them contradicted established statute. Several violated the Hogwarts Charter directly. 1. The decree banning student organizations of 3 or more, contravened the International Statute of Magical Cooperation's provisions on freedom of assembly, which Britain had ratified in 1948. He filed formal objections. Not complaints, objections. Legal documents, properly formatted, citing specific statutes and precedents, submitted through the official channels that Umbridge herself had established. Each objection required a formal response within 14 business days, per ministry administrative procedure. Umbridge, who had expected obedience and received litigation, found herself drowning in paperwork. Every detention she assigned, Harry appealed. The appeals process, established by Educational Decree 7, one of Umbridge's own creations, ironically, required a written justification for each detention, a record of the student's alleged offense, and a signature from the head of house confirming the appropriateness of the punishment. Professor Sprout, who loathed Umbridge with the quiet intensity of a woman who'd spent 30 years nurturing growth and recognized its opposite when she saw it, declined to sign. Without the head of house signature, the detentions were technically invalid. Umbridge served them anyway. She had authority as High Inquisitor to override standard procedure, but each invalid detention became another entry in Harry's growing file. Evidence. Documented, dated, and devastating. You're driving her insane, Susan said, with barely concealed delight, watching Harry draft his 11th formal objection at the Hufflepuff common room table. I'm holding her accountable. If that drives her insane, that's a commentary on her relationship with accountability. She's going to come after you eventually. Not through paperwork. Through force. I'm counting on it. When an authoritarian can't win through rules, they abandon the rules. And when they abandon the rules they created, they delegitimize their own authority. It's self-defeating. You're using her own system against her. I'm using the system against her. That's the point, Susan. The system works. Even when the people running it don't. But the system was only part of the war. The larger conflict, the three-front war that Amelia had been fighting since the graveyard, was accelerating, and the fronts were converging. Front 1, Voldemort. Active, recruiting, building an army in the shadows. The Death Eaters who'd escaped prosecution after the First War were answering his call, along with new recruits drawn by fear, ambition, or the particular attraction that absolute power held for the weak. The Order of the Phoenix was mobilizing in response, but the Order was small, underfunded, and hamstrung by Dumbledore's insistence on secrecy. Front 2, the Ministry. Fudge's denial had calcified into policy. Anyone who publicly stated that Voldemort had returned was discredited, demoted, or dismissed. Amelia was walking a razor's edge, maintaining her position at the DMLE while quietly preparing for a war the Ministry refused to acknowledge. Every day was a calculated risk, every public statement measured against the political cost of honesty. Front 3, the Tribunal. And this front was the one that Harry had underestimated. The intelligence came through Daphne, who'd maintained her own network of sources within the Slytherin social ecosystem, a web of information built on genuine relationships, careful observation, and a particular skill that only a Slytherin could possess, the ability to be trusted by people who trusted no one. Blackwood is making moves, she told Harry, during one of their sessions in the Room of Requirement. The room had evolved over 4 years, it now provided them with a full research space, complete with maps, timelines, and a wall of interconnected evidence that looked like the workspace of a senior DMLE investigator. Which, functionally, it was. What kind of moves? Political. He's been meeting with Wisengamot members privately. Not the ones you'd expect, not the dark families or the traditionalists. The moderates. The centrists. The people who are frustrated with Fudge's denial but aren't willing to join Dumbledore's order. He's building a coalition. He's building an alternative. A third option between Fudge's head-in-the-sand ministry and Dumbledore's unaccountable vigilante group. He's positioning the tribunal as the rational middle ground, an organization with the intelligence, the capability, and the institutional knowledge to fight Voldemort effectively. And the absolute authority to judge anyone they choose without oversight. He doesn't lead with that part. Harry stared at the wall of evidence. The connections were multiplying, lines between tribunal contacts, ministry officials, Death Eater movements, Horcrux locations. The picture was complex and getting more complex by the day. How many Wisengamot members? At least 8 that I can confirm. Possibly 12. He's offering them something Fudge can't, competence. And something Dumbledore won't, transparency about his methods and goals. Selective transparency. He's transparent about the parts that make him look good. Obviously. But it's working. These are intelligent people, Harry. They're not being fooled. They're making a calculated choice to support an organization that can actually do something about Voldemort, even if that organization's long-term agenda is authoritarian. Because they think they can control the tiger after it eats the snake. And historically, that approach has never gone wrong. Daphne's voice was dry enough to catch fire. There's something else. Blackwood has corrupted several tribunal members. Or rather, Voldemort has corrupted them. Death Eaters have infiltrated the tribunal, offering Voldemort's dark magic in exchange for access to the tribunal's judgment capabilities. Harry went cold. Voldemort wants judgment magic. He wants the ability to read guilt. To know, absolutely and certainly, who among his followers is truly loyal and who is secretly plotting against him. Voldemort's greatest weakness has always been paranoia, he can't trust anyone because he's incapable of trust. Judgment magic would solve that problem. And give him the ability to read his enemies' intentions. Their plans. Their secrets. Yes. If Voldemort acquires judgment magic, the war is over. He wins. Because he'd know everything about everyone, and no resistance movement, no secret organization, no individual with doubts would be able to hide. Harry sat down. The weight of it settled onto his shoulders like a physical load, the convergence of every threat, every enemy, every impossible choice, compressing into a single, unavoidable reality. 3 armies. 3 agendas. All of them heading for collision. And at the center, holding the scales, a 15-year-old boy who'd been raised to believe that justice was possible in a world that seemed determined to prove otherwise. We need allies, Harry said. Real allies. Not Dumbledore's pawns or Fudge's bureaucrats or Blackwood's converts. People who believe what we believe, that the system can work, that justice requires process, that power requires accountability. You have allies. Neville. Hermione. Cedric. Susan. Me. Students. For now. We won't always be students. We might not have until always. This is coming to a head soon. I can feel it. Daphne moved to stand beside him at the evidence wall. Their shoulders touched. He could smell lavender and old books and the faint electric charge of her magic, familiar now and essential in a way he'd stopped trying to analyze. Then we prepare, she said. For whatever's coming. We prepare, and we trust each other, and we don't let any of them, Voldemort, Fudge, Blackwood, or Dumbledore, decide our future for us. He turned to look at her. Blue eyes, dark hair, the sharpest mind he'd ever encountered, and underneath it all, a heart that she guarded like a dragon guards gold but gave to him freely, completely, without reservation. "I love you," he said. The words came out the same way his compliment at the Yule Ball had, unfiltered, unplanned, bypassing every analytical framework and defense mechanism he possessed. And like the Yule Ball compliment, once they were out, he didn't want them back. Daphne stared at him. The Ice Queen mask held for approximately 2 seconds. Then it shattered, completely and spectacularly, and the girl underneath, the real Daphne, the one who was terrified and brave and brilliant and lonely and loved, surfaced like a diver breaking through water. "You have the worst timing of anyone I've ever met," she said. Her voice was shaking. Her eyes were bright. "We're standing in front of a wall of evidence about a three-way apocalyptic war and you choose now to. I choose now because now is when I realize that if any of those three armies succeeds, the first thing I'd regret is not telling you." She closed the distance between them and kissed him. Not the quick, precise, strategically timed kiss from the Yule Ball. This was the real thing, deep and desperate and tasting of fear and certainty and the particular madness of two people who'd spent 4 years circling each other and finally stopped. When they broke apart, breathing hard, foreheads touching, she said, "I love you too." "Obviously. I've loved you since you asked Draco Malfoy whether he'd actually thought about what house he wanted to be in. You were 11 and you were already more honest than anyone I'd ever met. I thought you said it was when I stopped processing at the Yule Ball. That's when I admitted it to myself. There's a difference. There's always a difference with you. You like it. I love it. I just told you I love it." She laughed, the real laugh, the unguarded one, the one that only Harry heard, and for a moment, standing in front of their wall of war, surrounded by evidence of converging catastrophe, the world was warm and right. Then Harry's emergency coin burned in his pocket, and the warmth ended. Amelia's message was 3 words, "Ministry under attack." Everything happened at once. Harry gathered his people, the network he'd built over 5 years, not Dumbledore's army, though some members overlapped, but something different. Something he'd been training since the start of term, in the room of requirement, in sessions that combined combat drills with ethical reasoning, tactical thinking with investigative methodology. He'd called them the Court. Not as a joke, as a statement of purpose. They were the next generation of just wizards and witches, and they were about to be tested. Neville arrived first, because Neville always arrived first now. The round-faced, anxious boy of first year had been replaced by something harder and quieter, a young man who'd spent 4 years training with Harry, learning to fight and think and stand. He carried his wand like an extension of his arm and his grandmother's expectations like a weight he'd finally learned to bear. Susan was next. She'd always been warm where Harry was cool, but the kidnapping had forged something steel inside her warmth. She could duel, heal, and organize with equal competence, and she carried Amelia's emergency medical kit everywhere since 4th year. Hermione, who'd been researching tribunal ward-breaking techniques since Harry had asked her to in September. She'd mastered 3. Cedric Diggory, who'd survived a graveyard and a dragon and come back to school because the alternative was hiding, and Hufflepuffs didn't hide. And Daphne. Always Daphne. "The tribunal is assaulting the ministry," Harry said, buckling his wand holster, the forearm rig Amelia used, which he'd adopted in 3rd year. "They're making their move to seize power. Simultaneously, Voldemort is striking, he's using the chaos as cover. Amelia is inside." "How do you know it's both?" Hermione asked. "Because Blackwood is too smart to attack the ministry while Voldemort is a threat unless he knows Voldemort is also attacking. This is coordinated. Blackwood wants to prove the ministry's incompetence by letting Voldemort breach it, then sweeping in to restore order. He gets to be the savior and the judge at the same time." "How do we get there?" Neville asked. "The room of requirement can create a passage to the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade. From there, the Floo network connects to the ministry atrium. If the ministry's under attack, internal flow access may be disrupted, but I have DMLE override codes that should bypass the lockdown. You have, Cedric started. My mother gave them to me when I was 13. In case of emergency. This qualifies. They moved. The room of requirement provided the passage, a tunnel that emerged in the basement of the Hog's Head, where Aberforth Dumbledore looked at 6 armed teenagers emerging from his wall with an expression that suggested this wasn't the strangest thing he'd seen this week but was certainly in the top 5. Albus has already gone ahead, Aberforth said gruffly. The order's mobilizing. You lot should stay here. With respect, sir, no, Harry said, and walked past him to the fireplace. The ministry atrium was a war zone. Harry emerged from the flue into a scene that would have made veteran Aurors blanch. The grand fountain in the center of the atrium was shattered, the golden statues of the witch, wizard, centaur, goblin, and house elf scattered across the marble floor in fragments. The walls were scarred with spell damage. The air was thick with dust and the acrid smell of dark magic. 3 distinct groups were fighting. Harry catalogued them in seconds. Ministry defenders, Aurors, hit wizards, and Department of Magical Law Enforcement staff, were holding a defensive line around the elevator bank, trying to prevent access to the lower floors. They were outnumbered and outgunned, fighting on 2 fronts against enemies who had no interest in taking prisoners. Death Eaters, masked, robed, casting with the reckless abandon of people who knew their master was watching and that failure meant death. They'd entered through the visitor's entrance, overwhelming the security checkpoint, and were pushing toward the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort wanted the prophecy, Harry knew this from Amelia's intelligence briefings, and the attack on the ministry was his means of getting it. And the tribunal. They'd entered from below, through passages and tunnels that predated the ministry building itself, ancient routes that connected to the tribunal's original infrastructure. They wore dark robes bearing the scales symbol openly for the first time in 3 centuries, and they fought with a disciplined, coordinated precision that made the Death Eaters look like amateurs and the Aurors look like children. Blackwood's strategy was clear. Let the Death Eaters and the ministry exhaust each other. Then step in, neutralize both, and establish the tribunal as the new order. Clean, efficient, and devastating. Harry looked at the chaos and made a decision. Neville, Cedric, join the ministry defensive line. Reinforce the Aurors. They need numbers and they need people who can fight. Both nodded and moved without hesitation, wands up, falling into the DMLE formation like they'd been born to it. Hermione, the tribunal's ward structures. They'll have established anchor points in the building to support their assault. Find them and break them. Take every ward-breaking technique you've learned and use it. On it. Hermione vanished into a side corridor with the focused intensity of someone who'd been given a problem to solve and intended to solve it. Susan, medical. Set up a triage point behind the Auror line. Anyone who falls, you stabilize them. I need supplies. The DMLE maintains an emergency medical cache on sublevel 2. Access code is 7419. My mother's authorization. Susan squeezed his arm and ran. Daphne, with me. We're going to the Department of Mysteries. Daphne didn't ask why. She already knew. The prophecy was in the Department of Mysteries, and Voldemort's force was pushing toward it. But so was something else. Harry could feel it through the gavel in his pocket, through the judgment magic in his blood. The tribunal's real target wasn't the atrium. It was below. Deep below. Where the oldest magic in the ministry was kept. The Department of Mysteries. Where the original tribunal had been headquartered, 1,000 years ago, before the ministry was built on top of their foundations. They were going home. Harry and Daphne fought through the corridors of the ministry with a coordination that came from 4 years of partnership. Harry led, shield charms, deflection, clearing the path. Daphne covered his flanks, precise, surgical spellwork that dropped targets with minimal waste. They'd never fought together like this, in genuine combat against trained opponents, but the muscle memory of 1,000 research sessions translated into combat awareness. They knew each other's movements, each other's instincts, each other's blind spots. A Death Eater stepped out of a doorway, casting. Harry shielded. Daphne stunned. The man dropped. They kept moving. 2 tribunal agents blocked a corridor. Harry recognized their fighting style. Selwyn had trained them, the same disciplined, efficient technique he'd demonstrated in the Forbidden Forest. Harry engaged the first, drawing fire, while Daphne flanked and took the second from behind. Both went down in under 20 seconds. "We're good at this," Daphne observed, stepping over the unconscious agents. "We've been training for 4 years. I meant together. We're good together." "Yes. We are." They reached the elevator bank. The lifts were disabled. Someone had cut the power, probably the tribunal, to control vertical movement in the building. Harry blasted the doors open with a reducto and they descended via levitation charm, dropping through the shaft into the darkness below. The Department of Mysteries was silent. The sounds of battle above were muffled by floors of stone and enchantment, reduced to a distant thunder that vibrated through the walls. The corridors down here were circular, disorienting, lit by a blue-black light that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Harry had studied the floor plans. Amelia had provided them, classified, but she'd given him access because she'd known, even then, that someday he'd need to navigate this building in the dark. "The Hall of Prophecy is through the time room and past the space chamber," he said. "But that's not where we need to go." "Where do we need to go?" "The courtroom. The original one. Sub-basement level, beneath the Department of Mysteries. It's where the tribunal held their sessions before the ministry was built. It's been sealed for 300 years. And you think Blackwood is heading there?" "I know he is. He's not interested in the prophecy, that's Voldemort's objective. Blackwood wants the Chamber of Scales. The original courtroom contained the tribunal's primary artifact, the Great Scales. A pair of golden scales with the power to weigh souls on a massive scale. Not one person at a time, like my gavel. Everyone. An entire building. An entire city. If Blackwood activates the Great Scales, he can read the guilt of every person in the ministry simultaneously. He can identify every Death Eater, every corrupt official, every person who's ever broken a law or harbored a dark thought. That sounds useful. It sounds like totalitarian surveillance. It's the magical equivalent of reading everyone's mind without their consent. It's the tool the original tribunal used to maintain absolute control, and it's the reason they were overthrown. They moved deeper. The corridors narrowed, the light dimmed, and the magic in the walls grew older, thicker, heavier, resonating with the judgment magic in Harry's blood. He could feel the great scales ahead of him, pulling at him like gravity, and the gavel in his pocket was vibrating so intensely he could hear it. A door appeared at the end of the corridor. Not a modern ministry door, ancient stone, carved with the scales symbol, sealed with magic that predated every ward Harry had ever encountered. It was open. Blackwood had already gone through. Harry and Daphne entered the Chamber of Scales. It was enormous, a cavern carved from living rock, far beneath the ministry, lit by luminescent crystals embedded in the ceiling that cast a cold, white light. The chamber was circular, tiered like an amphitheater, with stone benches rising in concentric circles around a central platform. The architecture was old in a way that made Hogwarts feel modern. This space had existed for 1,000 years, sealed and waiting, and the magic saturating every surface was so dense Harry could taste it. At the center of the platform, suspended from the ceiling by chains of enchanted gold, hung the great scales. They were magnificent. 12 feet tall, perfectly balanced, wrought from gold so pure it seemed to glow with its own light. The pans hung at precisely equal height, and the beam was carved with runes that Harry could read, judgment magic, hardwired into the metal, the accumulated weight of a millennium of verdicts. Corvus Blackwood stood beneath the scales, his hands raised, his eyes closed, his magic pouring into the artifact like water into a vessel. The air around him warped and shimmered, and the scales were beginning to move, the faintest tremor, the pans swaying, the chains singing with a frequency that made Harry's teeth ache. He was activating them. "Blackwood," Harry said. The ancient wizard opened his eyes. They burned with certainty, the absolute, unshakable certainty of a man who'd spent centuries building toward this moment and would not be stopped by a 15-year-old boy, no matter how well trained. "Harry." Blackwood's voice was calm, even warm. "You came. I'd hoped you would. Shut it down. I can't. Even if I wanted to, which I don't, the activation sequence is past the point of manual interruption. The scales are waking, Harry. For the first time in 300 years, true justice is returning to the magical world. This isn't justice. It's mass violation. You're about to read the guilt of every person in this building without their knowledge or consent. I'm about to identify every Death Eater hiding behind a ministry badge. Every corrupt official who sold their loyalty for gold. Every coward who knew Voldemort had returned and chose to look away. The scales will find them all, and the tribunal will judge them all, and for the first time in 300 years, the guilty will answer for what they've done. And the innocent? The people with nothing to hide. They get their souls weighed too. Their private guilt, their small, human, harmless guilt, read and catalogued by an authority they never consented to. Innocence has nothing to fear from judgment. That's what every tyrant in history has said. And they've always been wrong, because innocence and guilt aren't binary. People carry guilt for things they've thought, things they've felt, things they've imagined. Not crimes. Human nature. Your scales can't tell the difference, and neither can you. Blackwood lowered his hands. The scales continued to move, the activation was self-sustaining now, building momentum, the ancient magic cycling through the artifact like a heartbeat accelerating toward its peak. You've studied us, Blackwood said. The tribunal. Our history. Our methods. You've held the gavel. You've felt what it can do. You know that judgment magic works. You know that it reads true guilt, real guilt, the kind that matters. You know that in a world of liars and manipulators and dark wizards, the ability to see truth is the most valuable power in existence. I do know that. I also know that power without accountability is tyranny. I know that certainty without doubt is fanaticism. And I know that you've been alone with your certainty for 500 years, and it's turned you into exactly the kind of monster you were supposed to judge. Something shifted in Blackwood's expression. A crack. Small, deep, immediately sealed. You know nothing about me. I know everything about you. I've been researching you for 3 years. Daphne's family archives, Amelia's sealed records, the Department of Mystery's fragmentary histories. I know the tribunal's official story, 8 centuries of perfect justice, overthrown by jealous politicians. And I know the real story. Harry stepped forward. Daphne moved with him, wand drawn, watching the chamber for threats. Her presence at his back was as steady as gravity. You judged your own family, Corvus. The chamber went very, very quiet. The scales humming seemed to recede, as if the ancient magic itself was listening. I've read the records, Harry continued. Fragmentary, yes. Sealed, yes. But present. Your wife, Elara Blackwood, born 1487. Your son, Caius Blackwood, born 1510. Both tried before the tribunal in 1522. Both found guilty. Blackwood's face was stone. But his eyes were burning. Elara's crime, she argued publicly that the tribunal's authority should be subject to oversight. That the judges themselves should be judged. She advocated for reform, for a system of appeals, for external review, for the basic principle that even the most powerful institution could make mistakes. She challenged the tribunal's foundational mandate, Blackwood said. His voice was different now, lower, rougher, carrying the weight of something he'd been carrying for 500 years. She challenged your authority. And you judged her for it. The scales, these scales, weighed her soul and found disloyalty to the court. Disloyalty. Not crime. Not harm. Not violence. She disagreed with you, and you called it guilt. The tribunal required absolute unity. Internal dissent, your son. Caius. 16 years old. His crime, he defended his mother. He stood in front of this court and said that she was right, that the tribunal had become everything it was supposed to oppose, and that if the judges couldn't judge themselves, they had no right to judge anyone else. He was young. He didn't understand, he understood perfectly. And you executed them both. The word executed landed like a boulder dropped from a great height. Daphne drew a sharp breath. The scales humming intensified, the pans swaying wider now, the golden chains singing in discordant harmony. Blackwood was silent for a long time. The crystals in the ceiling cast his face in cold white light, and in that light, Harry saw 5 centuries of grief and guilt and the desperate, calcified certainty that it had been necessary. That the executions had been just. That the tribunal's mission was worth any cost, even the cost of everything he'd loved. They were found guilty, Blackwood said. By the scales. By the magic. It wasn't my judgment, it was the tribunal's. The tribunal is you. It's been you for 500 years. You built it. You led it. You decided what counted as guilt and what counted as innocence. And when your wife disagreed with you, when the person who loved you most in the world told you that you were wrong, you used the most powerful magical artifact in existence to prove that she was the guilty one. Harry was close now. Close enough to see the individual runes on the great scales, close enough to feel the heat of Blackwood's magic, close enough to reach out and touch the man who terrorized the magical world for half a millennium. You're not a judge, Corvus. You're a murderer who found a gavel. The scales screamed. Not metaphorically, the ancient artifact produced a sound that went beyond hearing, a frequency that resonated in bone and soul, and the golden pans swung wildly, and the light in the chamber changed from cold white to blazing gold, and the magic that had been building toward activation suddenly had a target. Blackwood. The scales turned on their master. The judgment magic, the true, ancient, foundational magic of the tribunal, responded to Harry's truth the way it was designed to respond. It weighed the evidence. It assessed the guilt. And it rendered a verdict. Blackwood staggered. The golden light wrapped around him like chains, and Harry saw what the scales saw, not with his eyes, but with the judgment magic singing in his blood. 5 centuries of guilt, compressed into a single soul. Not just the executions, the hundreds of decisions, the thousands of judgments, the accumulated weight of absolute authority wielded without oversight, without appeal, without the humility to admit that even the most powerful judge could be wrong. No, Blackwood breathed. His voice was small, not the voice of an ancient, immortal judge, but the voice of a man who'd just been shown the truth about himself and couldn't bear what he saw. No, the scales recognize me. I am the tribunal is bigger than you. It was always bigger than you. The magic doesn't belong to you, Corvus, you belong to it. And it just weighed your soul and found what you've been hiding from for 500 years. The great scales settled. The pans moved, slowly, inevitably, with the mechanical precision of a verdict being delivered, and one side dropped. Guilty. The other side rose. The balance was broken. The judgment was rendered. Blackwood's magic, the centuries of accumulated power, the soul-anchoring rituals that had kept him alive far beyond any natural lifespan, began to unravel. The golden light that bound him tightened, and the ancient wizard fell to his knees, and for the first time in 500 years, Corvus Blackwood looked afraid. Please, he said. I did what I thought was right. I always did what I thought was right. I know, Harry said. And he meant it. That was the tragedy, the fundamental, irreducible tragedy of absolute justice. Blackwood wasn't evil. He was certain. And certainty, without the counterbalance of doubt, without the check of accountability, without the grace of mercy, became the most destructive force in the world. "I know you did what you thought was right," Harry repeated. "But thinking you're right isn't the same as being right. And the moment you stopped asking yourself whether you might be wrong, the moment you executed your own wife because she dared to suggest that you could make mistakes, you became the thing you were supposed to judge." The scales' verdict solidified. The golden chains retracted, pulling the great scales upward, away from Blackwood, detaching from the man who'd claimed them as his own. The tribunal's magic, ancient, impersonal, incorruptible, withdrew its allegiance from its self-appointed master and searched for a new vessel. Harry felt it coming. A wave of power so vast and so old that it defied comprehension, rolling toward him like a tide, seeking the bloodline, seeking the air, seeking the person whose judgment magic resonated with the same frequency as the scales themselves. "No," he said. The magic hesitated. Not because it understood language, it was older than language, older than civilization, a fundamental force of the magical universe, but because Harry's refusal carried its own weight. His judgment magic, trained, tempered, bound by principles and accountability and the hard-won wisdom of a boy raised by the best woman he'd ever known, pushed back against the scales' offer with the force of conviction. "I don't want absolute authority," Harry said, to the scales, to Blackwood, to the ancient magic thrumming in his blood. "I don't want the power to judge without oversight, without appeal, without the possibility of being wrong. That's not justice. That's what destroyed you." The scales hummed. The golden light pulsed. And then, something remarkable happened. The magic didn't force itself on Harry. It didn't overwhelm his refusal or override his judgment. Instead, it shifted. Adapted. Responded to what he was offering, not absolute authority, but partnership. Not dominion, but stewardship. Not the power to judge alone, but the power to see truth clearly, tempered by the wisdom to know that truth alone wasn't enough. The great scales settled into a new configuration. The pans leveled, not perfectly balanced, not the sterile, rigid equilibrium of absolute justice, but a living balance, dynamic and responsive, capable of tilting and adjusting and correcting. It was, Harry realized, the first time in the tribunal's 1,000-year history that the scales had been calibrated for mercy. Blackwood collapsed. The soul-anchoring magic that had sustained him for 5 centuries, his equivalent of Voldemort's Horcruxes, though achieved through different means, failed as the scales withdrew their power. He aged rapidly, centuries catching up in seconds, but the judgment magic was not cruel. It did not kill him. It bound him, golden chains of ancient enchantment wrapping around his body, holding him still, preserving his life while stripping his power. Imprisoned by the very justice he'd claimed to serve. Judged by the scales he'd wielded as a weapon. Sentenced to live with the truth about himself, unable to hide from it, unable to deny it, unable to retreat into the certainty that had been his armor and his prison. It was, Harry thought, the most just punishment he'd ever seen. And the most merciful. Because it gave Blackwood something he'd denied everyone else, time. Time to reflect. Time to question. Time, maybe, to change. Daphne touched his arm. "Harry. We need to go. The battle's still happening upstairs." She was right. The chamber drama had consumed time they didn't have. Above them, Aurors were fighting Death Eaters and Tribunal agents, people were dying, and the war was raging without them. Harry looked at the great scales one more time. They hung motionless now, golden and patient, waiting for someone to use them wisely. Not today. Not yet. But someday. He turned away and ran. They emerged from the Department of Mysteries into pandemonium. The battle had shifted while they'd been underground, the Death Eaters had pushed deeper into the Ministry, reaching the Department of Mysteries entrance, while the Tribunal forces had engaged both sides with the disciplined efficiency of trained operatives following a plan that no longer had a leader. Harry's emergence changed the dynamic. The Tribunal agent saw the scales symbol glowing faintly on his palm, when had that appeared? He couldn't remember, but it was there now, golden and warm, and hesitated. Their magic recognized the air. Their training demanded obedience to the bearer of the scale's authority. "Stand down!" Harry shouted, his voice cutting through the cacophony of battle with the force of someone who'd been trained to command attention in crisis situations. "Corvus Blackwood has been judged and bound. The tribunal's assault is over. Stand down or face the consequences of continuing an illegal action without sanction." Some obeyed. The older agents, the ones who'd served the tribunal longest, who felt the scale's magic in their own blood and recognized its shift, lowered their wands and stepped back. Others didn't. The ones who'd been corrupted by Voldemort, the ones fighting for power rather than principle, kept fighting. Harry dealt with them. Not alone, his people were scattered throughout the ministry, each fighting their own battles, each contributing to the larger effort. Neville was holding a corridor single-handedly, covering a group of wounded Aurors, his shield charm absorbing spell after spell while he returned fire with a precision that would have made Amelia proud. He'd come so far from the anxious boy with the toad, and Harry felt a fierce, protective pride watching him fight. Hermione had found and dismantled two of the tribunal's ward anchors, collapsing their support infrastructure and weakening the remaining agents' coordination. She was bleeding from a cut on her forehead and her robes were singed, and she was already working on the third anchor with the relentless determination of someone who treated problems like personal insults. Cedric was in the atrium, fighting alongside the Aurors, his wand work drawing attention from seasoned professionals who recognized excellence when they saw it. A seventh-year Hufflepuff, holding the line in a three-way battle, because that's what Hufflepuffs did. They held the line. Susan had set up her triage point behind the Auror line and was treating casualties with a calm efficiency that saved lives. 3 Aurors owed their survival to her quick application of blood-stopping charms and stabilization spells. And Amelia, Harry found his mother in the corridor outside the Department of Mysteries, and what he saw stopped him cold. Amelia Bones was fighting 3 opponents simultaneously. 2 tribunal elders and a Death Eater who'd broken through the Ministry's defensive line. She was injured, blood on her face, her left arm hanging at an angle that suggested a broken bone, and she was magnificent. She fought the way she did everything, with precision, with discipline, with the controlled fury of a woman who'd spent her entire career preparing for exactly this moment. Her spell work was devastating, each cast landing with purpose, each shield deployed at the exact angle needed, each counter-curse tailored to the specific threat. She was outmatched in raw power, the tribunal elders wielded magic that made the air scream, but she was not outmatched in skill, in determination, or in the absolute, unshakable conviction that what she was fighting for mattered. The Death Eater fell first, a stunner to the face that dropped him like a puppet with cut strings. 1 tribunal elder fell next, a combination that Harry recognized as his own signature move, the faint shield breaker disarm sequence he'd used against Raoul and Selwyn. She'd been watching his duels. She'd learned from them. His mother had learned from him. The third opponent, the remaining tribunal elder, a woman with silver hair and ancient eyes, was harder. She wielded judgment magic that disrupted Amelia's shield charms, reaching through the magical barriers to destabilize the caster's concentration. Amelia staggered. Her broken arm buckled. She went to one knee. Harry moved. He hit the tribunal elder with a judgment-infused stunner, the first time he deliberately channeled the scale's magic through his wand in combat. The spell struck the woman's shield and passed through it like it wasn't there, because judgment magic recognized its own kind and refused to be stopped by lesser enchantments. The elder collapsed. Amelia looked up at her son. Blood on her face. Broken arm. Eyes blazing with a fire that hadn't dimmed in 6 years of raising him, training him, and fighting the world to give him a chance. "Took you long enough," she said. "I was dealing with Blackwood. And he's bound. The scales judged him. It's over." Something moved across Amelia's face, relief, pride, love, and the particular expression of a parent who's just been proven right about everything she'd invested in her child. "Good," she said. Help me up. We have a dark lord to deal with. He helped her up. She was shaking, the adrenaline fading, the injuries catching up, but she stood, because Amelia Bones stood. Always. That was the lesson she'd taught him more clearly than any other, not through words but through the relentless example of a life lived on its feet. Voldemort came from below. He rose through the Department of Mysteries like smoke, ascending from the depths where his Death Eaters had been fighting to reach the Hall of Prophecy. He'd found what he'd come for. The glass sphere containing the prophecy about Harry Potter was in his hand, glowing with milky light, and his red eyes burned with the triumph of a plan completed. He emerged into the atrium and found it changed. The tribunal forces were surrendering or subdued. The Death Eaters who'd survived were scattered, some fighting, most fleeing. The Aurors, reinforced by Harry's allies and the Order of the Phoenix, which had arrived in force, led by Dumbledore, who'd entered the Ministry through the Visitor's Entrance and cut through the Death Eater rear guard like a hot knife through butter, were closing in. Voldemort surveyed the scene with the calm of a man who'd been in worse situations and survived them all. Then his eyes found Harry. "You," Voldemort said. The word carried centuries of hatred compressed into a single syllable. "You and your little crusade for justice. You've cost me valuable allies today. The tribunal wasn't your ally. They were a tool you were trying to acquire. Tools don't mourn their users." Voldemort's thin lips curved. "Spoken like a true judge. Your bloodline is showing, boy. I can feel the scales magic in you, stronger than before. Much stronger. Blackwood's failure has accelerated your development. How unfortunate for him. How interesting for me." He raised his wand. The prophecy sphere sat in his other hand, glowing, and Harry noticed that Voldemort held it casually, carelessly, even. As if the prophecy didn't matter as much as Voldemort wanted everyone to think it did. Because it didn't matter. Not anymore. Blackwood had told Harry the truth in Hogsmeade. Voldemort's attack on the Potters had been motivated by the tribunal bloodline, not the prophecy. The prophecy was camouflage. A convenient framework for a strategic decision. And now that Harry knew the truth, the glass sphere in Voldemort's hand was just glass. "The prophecy doesn't control me," Harry said. "It doesn't define me. It's one person's interpretation of one possible future, and I refuse to let it determine mine." Something flickered in Voldemort's red eyes. Surprise, maybe. Or the recognition that his opponent had grown beyond the framework Voldemort had been counting on. "It doesn't matter what you believe," Voldemort said. "What matters is what I can do." He struck. The killing curse split the air, green light, the sound of death, aimed at Harry's chest with the precision of a man who'd cast it 1,000 times. Harry didn't try to block it. He couldn't, no shield stopped the killing curse. Instead, he moved, the broken compass pattern Amelia had drilled into him, the instinctive, trained response that put his body 3 feet from where the curse passed, close enough to feel the displaced air on his skin. His counterspell was a judgment-infused banishing charm that hit Voldemort's shield and cracked it. Not broke, cracked. The scales magic resonated against Voldemort's defenses, finding the dark magic and reading it, weighing it, beginning the process of judgment. Voldemort felt it. His expression shifted, from contempt to genuine alarm, as the judgment magic probed his defenses, reaching through his shields toward the fractured soul underneath. "Interesting," Voldemort hissed. "You've learned to weaponize the old magic. But you can't judge what you can't touch." He operat. Inside the Ministry, normally impossible, but Voldemort's power was beyond normal limitations. He appeared behind Harry, casting as he materialized, and only Daphne's shouted warning saved Harry's life. He dropped flat, the curse sailing over him, and rolled to his feet with his wand already tracking Voldemort's new position. They fought. Not the way Harry had fought him in the graveyard, desperately, defensively, buying time. This time, Harry attacked. The judgment magic in his blood responded to his will, infusing his spells with a quality that made them more than simple charms and curses. Each spell carried weight, moral weight, the authority of the scales, the fundamental assertion that dark magic was wrong and that the person wielding it was guilty. Voldemort was still more powerful. Vastly more powerful. But power wasn't everything. Harry had learned that from Amelia, from Selwyn's defeat, from every fight he'd won against opponents who should have overwhelmed him. Technique mattered. Strategy mattered. And the judgment magic gave Harry something no amount of raw power could provide, certainty about his opponent. He could read Voldemort. Not fully, the Dark Lord's occlumency was too strong for a complete reading, but in flashes. Moments of insight that cut through the defenses like lightning through clouds. He saw Voldemort's fear, not of death. Voldemort didn't fear death, the Horcruxes ensured that, but of judgment. Of being weighed and found wanting. Of the possibility that the boy standing before him carried the one magic in the world that could reach through the Horcruxes and touch the shattered remnants of Tom Riddle's soul. That fear made Voldemort dangerous. A frightened Voldemort was an unpredictable Voldemort, and unpredictable meant deadly. The Dark Lord unleashed a barrage of curses that turned the atrium into a hellscape. Fire that burned without fuel. Shadows that moved with predatory intent. Transfigured debris, chunks of the shattered fountain, fragments of the marble floor, animated into weapons that attacked from every direction. Harry countered, shielded, dodged, and fought back. But he was tiring. The battle with Blackwood, the fight through the Ministry, the sustained use of judgment magic, it was draining him faster than normal combat. Then Dumbledore was there. The headmaster entered the atrium like a force of nature, and the entire dynamic of the battle shifted. Dumbledore's magic was immense, different from Voldemort's dark power, different from Harry's judgment magic, but vast and ancient and wielded with a mastery that came from a century of practice. He engaged Voldemort directly, and for a few incredible moments, the two most powerful wizards in the world tore the Ministry apart around them. Amelia moved to Harry's side, broken arm bound in a conjured sling, wand in her right hand. Behind them, the allies converged, Neville, battered but standing. Cedric, shoulder bleeding, jaw set. Susan, her medical kit depleted, her own wand drawn. Hermione, ink-stained and fierce. Daphne, always Daphne, at his right hand. They formed a line. Not a defensive line, a statement. The next generation, standing together, refusing to yield. Voldemort felt the shift. The combined opposition, Dumbledore in front, Harry's coalition behind, Aurors closing in from the flanks, was too much. He was patient, strategic, and intelligent enough to know when a battle was lost without the war being over. He looked at Harry. The red eyes burned with something that went beyond hatred, a recognition, perhaps. An acknowledgement that the boy who'd survived a killing curse at 15 months had become something that even Lord Voldemort couldn't easily dismiss. "This isn't over, boy," Voldemort said. "Your little judges failed once. They'll fail again. And when they do, when your precious system crumbles under its own inadequacy, I'll be waiting." He disapparated. The crack of his departure echoed through the ruined atrium like a gunshot. The battle was over. The Ministry was in ruins. The atrium was destroyed, the golden fountain shattered, the marble floor cratered, the walls scarred with spell damage that would take months to repair. Aurors moved through the wreckage, securing prisoners, treating wounded, beginning the long, grim process of accounting for the dead. There were dead. Not many, the battle had been chaotic but relatively short, but enough. An Auror named Dawlish, the one Amelia had always said complained too much, had been killed by a tribunal elder. 2 hit wizards had fallen to Death Eaters. A Ministry clerk who'd been working late had been caught in crossfire. Harry stood in the center of the ruined atrium and felt the weight of their deaths. Not guilt, he hadn't caused them. But responsibility. The awareness that the world he was fighting to protect was a world where people died for the things they believed in, or for the mistake of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, or for nothing at all. Justice couldn't undo death. That was the hardest lesson, and the one that no amount of training could prepare you for. You could judge the guilty and protect the innocent and build systems and fight wars and do everything right, and people would still die. Justice wasn't a shield. It was a promise, that the deaths would mean something, that the guilty would answer, that the world would be better for the sacrifice. It wasn't enough. But it was all there was. Fudge arrived 40 minutes after the battle ended. He stumbled through the visitors' entrance, flanked by advisors, his face the color of old porridge, and surveyed the destruction with the expression of a man who just realized that the lie he'd been telling for a year had collapsed on top of him. Voldemort was real. The Ministry had been attacked. The evidence was literally smoking around him. He looked at Amelia, bloodied, broken-armed, standing amid the wreckage of a building she'd nearly died defending. "Amelia," he started, his voice cracking. We need to discuss, the situation, Cornelius, is that the Dark Lord attacked the Ministry of Magic while you were at home denying his existence. The situation is that 3 of my people are dead. The situation is that an ancient organization called the Tribunal of Scales attempted to seize power while your government was too busy persecuting a 15-year-old boy to prepare for actual threats. Her voice was flat. Not angry, past anger, into the cold, clear territory of someone who'd already decided what needed to happen and was simply waiting for reality to catch up. "You are finished," she said. "Not because I say so. Because the evidence says so. And when the Wisengamot convenes tomorrow, and it will convene tomorrow, the evidence will speak for itself." Fudge opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. He had nothing to say. For the first time in his career, the Minister for Magic had been rendered speechless by the simple, devastating weapon that Amelia Bones had spent her life mastering. The truth. The Wisengamot convened the following morning in an emergency session. The chamber was packed, every member present, the gallery overflowing with press and observers, the air electric with the particular tension that accompanies institutional crisis. Fudge fell. The vote of no confidence was overwhelming, 47-3, with the 3 holdouts being Malfoy allies who'd calculated that loyalty to a doomed cause might somehow pay dividends later. It didn't. Malfoy himself abstained, reading the room with the survival instinct of a man who'd been navigating political upheaval for decades. The question of succession was more complex. Several candidates emerged, bureaucrats, politicians, the usual suspects. But the chamber kept returning to one name. The name that had been whispered in corridors and debated in back rooms and grudgingly acknowledged even by her opponents. Amelia Bones. She didn't campaign. She didn't politic. She stood in the Wisengamot chamber with her arm in a sling and her monocle catching the light and answered questions with the precision and honesty that had defined her career. "Can the Ministry survive a war with Voldemort?" a member asked. "Not as it currently exists. The Ministry has been weakened by denial, corruption, and the systematic dismantling of its defensive capabilities. Restoring it will require institutional reform, increased Auror recruitment, and the political will to make difficult decisions." "What about the Tribunal? Are they still a threat?" "The Tribunal's leadership has been neutralized. Their forces have been largely subdued. But the underlying grievance that created the Tribunal, the failure of our institutions to provide reliable justice, remains valid. If we don't address the legitimate problems in our legal system, another tribunal will rise to fill the gap. And you know who? What is your plan?" Amelia looked at the chamber. Dozens of faces. Politicians, lawyers, bureaucrats, activists. The full, messy, imperfect machinery of democratic governance. Voldemort is the most dangerous dark wizard in a century. Defeating him will require intelligence, military capability, and political unity. It will also require something this institution has been conspicuously lacking, the courage to tell the truth and act on it. I can provide the strategy. I can provide the leadership. But I cannot provide the courage. That has to come from you. The chamber was silent. Then Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother, stood. I've known Amelia Bones for 30 years. She has never lied to me, never disappointed me, and never once chosen the easy path when the right path was available. She is the most competent, honest, and principled public servant I have ever encountered. And if this body has any sense left, which, based on recent performance, is an open question, it will make her minister for magic before the Dark Lord gives us another reason to regret our cowardice. The vote was 39-11. Amelia Bones became minister for magic. Harry watched from the gallery, Susan beside him, and felt something he'd been too disciplined to feel for most of his life, uncomplicated pride. Not pride in himself, pride in her. In the woman who'd walked into a cupboard under the stairs and walked out with a son. In the woman who'd fought a political war for 6 years, survived a physical war overnight, and emerged with the authority to reshape the wizarding world. She'd earned it. Every day, every choice, every sacrifice. She'd earned it. After the vote, in a quiet room off the main chamber, Amelia found him. She'd changed out of her battle-damaged robes into fresh ones, minister's robes, deep black with gold trim, and they fit her like armor. You did it, Harry said. We did it. None of this happens without you. I meant the vote. I meant everything. The training. The investigations. Sirius. The chamber. The tournament. Last night. All of it. Every case you solved, every wrong you righted, every moment you chose justice over convenience, that's what built the case. Not for me. For the principle. That the system works when the people inside it refuse to let it fail. Harry's throat tightened. You sound like you're giving a speech. I'm talking to my son. She took his hand. I need to tell you something. The prophecy. She nodded. She'd heard it, she had clearance now, as minister, and Dumbledore had shared the full text. She told him. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry listened. He processed it analytically, habit, reflex, the trained response to new information. The prophecy confirmed what Blackwood had suggested. Harry was connected to Voldemort through the scar, through the shared wand cores, through a destiny neither of them had chosen. But it was just a prophecy. Words spoken by a seer in a pub. It described a possibility, not a certainty. It was intelligence, not destiny. The power he knows not, Harry said. Dumbledore thinks it's love. What do you think? Harry considered. Love was part of it, his mother's sacrifice, Amelia's devotion, the bonds he'd built with Susan and Neville and Hermione and Daphne. But love alone hadn't defeated Voldemort in the graveyard. Love alone hadn't judged Blackwood. Love alone hadn't held the line at the ministry. Judgment, he said. Not the tribunal's kind, absolute, merciless, certain. The real kind. The kind that weighs all the evidence, considers all the arguments, and renders a verdict that's fair even when fairness is hard. The kind that knows when mercy is stronger than punishment and when punishment is necessary despite mercy. That sounds like justice. Justice tempered by love. Love disciplined by justice. Together. Not one or the other. Amelia squeezed his hand. You just described what I've been trying to build in you for 11 years. I know. And you've surpassed everything I imagined. I had a good teacher. She looked at him, really looked at him, the way she'd looked at him the first time, in the cupboard under the stairs, when she'd seen a child in darkness and decided that the darkness was unacceptable. I'm proud of you, she said. Not of the fighting. Not of the power. Not of the scales or the judgment magic or the political victories. I'm proud of the choice. You had the power to judge without mercy, and you chose to be better. You had the authority to rule, and you chose to serve. That's not training, Harry. That's character. You built that character. I provided the materials. You built it yourself. Every day. Every choice. They stood in a quiet room, mother and son, and for a moment the weight of the world, the war, the politics, the ancient magic, the prophecy, lifted. Not permanently. It would settle back. It always did. But for one moment, it was enough to simply be here, together, alive, and proud of each other. The world moved on, as worlds do. The ministry reorganized under Amelia's leadership. Auror recruitment tripled. The DMLE expanded its capabilities. International alliances were strengthened. The Wisingamat, chastened by its own failures, passed reforms that increased transparency, strengthened oversight, and established an independent review board for magical law enforcement, the very things Alara Blackwood had advocated for 5 centuries ago. The tribunal's remnants were dealt with through the legal system, not through vengeance or purges but through proper investigation, fair trials, and proportionate sentences. Some members received prison time. Others, who'd been coerced or blackmailed into service, were offered rehabilitation. The organization itself was formally dissolved, its assets seized, its history preserved in the Department of Mysteries as a warning and a lesson. Blackwood remained bound in the Chamber of Scales, alive but powerless, his centuries of certainty crumbling under the weight of a verdict he couldn't appeal. Harry visited him once. They spoke for an hour. Blackwood asked if Harry would continue the tribunal's work. "Not the way you did it," Harry said. "But the mission, the idea that justice should be real, that the guilty should answer, that the system should work for everyone, yes. That's worth continuing. With oversight. With accountability. With mercy." Blackwood was quiet for a long time. Then he said something Harry didn't expect. "I was wrong. About Alara. About Caius. About all of it." His voice was thin. Ancient. Carrying 5 centuries of grief he'd refused to acknowledge until the scales forced him to face it. "I was so certain I was right that I destroyed the only people who could have shown me I was wrong. That's why certainty is dangerous. It makes you blind to the very things you need to see. Your mother taught you that. Both of them did." The Horcrux hunt continued. With the tribunal's intelligence, the locations they'd identified, the destruction methods they'd developed, and Dumbledore's research, the remaining soul fragments were systematically targeted. 3 down, 4 to go, and the combined resources of the Reformed Ministry, the Order of the Phoenix, and Harry's own judgment magic made the hunt more efficient than it had ever been. The war with Voldemort was coming. Everyone knew it. The Battle of the Ministry had been the opening engagement, not the climax, and the Dark Lord was out there, gathering strength, planning, waiting for the moment to strike. But the world was preparing now. Not hiding. Not denying. Preparing. And at the center of the preparation, steady and resolute, stood a 15-year-old judge who'd chosen mercy over power and service over authority. The evening after Amelia's appointment, Harry found himself on the grounds of Hogwarts. He'd returned from the ministry through the flu, exhausted and sore and carrying the weight of everything that had happened, and he'd walked out onto the grounds because the castle felt too small to contain what he was feeling. The sun was setting over the Black Lake, painting the water gold and copper, and the air smelled like grass and approaching summer. The castle rose behind him, ancient and scarred and beautiful, and the world was quiet in the way that the world is only quiet after violence, a held breath, a pause between movements. Daphne found him by the lake. Of course she did. She always found him. She sat down beside him on the grass without speaking. They were both battered, bruised, cut, magically drained. She had a burn on her left hand from a deflected curse, and her robes were torn at the shoulder. She looked exhausted and fierce and alive, and Harry thought she'd never been more beautiful. "You saved the world," she said. I saved the ministry. The world is still in progress. You defeated an immortal ancient wizard, restructured an institution, and helped install your mother as the leader of magical Britain. In one night. At 15. When you put it that way, it sounds excessive. It is excessive. Everything about you is excessive. She leaned against his shoulder. It's my favorite thing about you. They sat in silence for a while, watching the sunset. The gold light caught the lake's surface and shattered into 1,000 reflections, and in the distance, the forbidden forest was dark and deep and full of things that were no longer Harry's most pressing problem. What kind of judge do you want to be? Daphne asked. Harry thought about Blackwood's certainty. Dumbledore's manipulation. Voldemort's cruelty. Fudge's cowardice. Selwyn's conviction. All the different ways that justice could fail, through excess, through deficit, through neglect, through corruption. The kind that listens before he speaks, he said. And knows when not to speak at all. Daphne looked at him. The Ice Queen mask was gone, had been gone, around him, for a long time now. What he saw underneath was the girl he loved, brilliant, challenging, brave in ways she'd never admit, and committed to a vision of the world that matched his own. That sounds about right, she said. He kissed her. Gently, slowly, with the deliberation of someone who'd learned that the best things in life couldn't be rushed or analyzed or optimized. They simply had to be lived. When they pulled apart, the sunset had faded to purple, and the first stars were appearing over the castle. What now? Daphne asked. Now we go back inside. We eat dinner. We rest. And tomorrow we start preparing for the next fight. The Horcruxes. The Horcruxes. Voldemort. The war. All of it. Together. Together. Obviously. She smiled. The real smile. The one that was his. They walked back toward the castle, hand in hand, and behind them, the lake reflected the dying light like a mirror, and the world was dark and dangerous and full of enemies. But also full of light. And justice. And the stubborn, relentless, unbreakable conviction that the world could be better than it was, if you were willing to fight for it. In the ruins of the ministry's lowest level, in the chamber of scales, the great scales hung motionless in their golden chains. Silent. Patient. Waiting. And on Harry's palm, glowing faintly in the starlight, the scales symbol pulsed with warm, steady light, an inheritance accepted, a responsibility embraced, a promise made to the future. Not Blackwood's tribunal. Not the old order of absolute judgment and merciless certainty. Something new. Something better. Something that carried the weight of the gavel in one hand and the grace of mercy in the other, and refused to choose between them. In the corridor of Hogwarts, walking back toward the Great Hall, Harry passed Amelia's portrait, not a portrait of her, but of the Bones family line, 7 generations of Hufflepuffs and judges and people who'd believed that the world was worth fighting for. He paused before it, and in the painted faces of his ancestors, he saw the same quiet determination that Amelia wore like a second skin. The door to the Great Hall opened, and warmth and light and noise spilled out, Susan's laugh, Neville's voice, Hermione's rapid-fire explanation of something, Cedric's calm baritone. His people. His family. The small, fierce court he'd built around himself, not through power or prophecy but through the simple, revolutionary act of seeing people clearly and believing they could be more than they were. He walked in. Susan waved from the Hufflepuff table. Neville raised a glass. Hermione barely looked up from the book she was annotating. Some things never changed. Cedric nodded with the quiet respect of a shared foxhole. Daphne squeezed his hand once, then released it and walked to the Slytherin table, where she sat down with the composed elegance that Harry now knew concealed a depth of warmth and strength that would have shocked anyone who only saw the surface. And across the hall, at the staff table, a newly arrived guest sat in the seat that had been hastily prepared for her. Amelia Bones, Minister for Magic, had come to Hogwarts to check on her students, the official reason, and to see her children, the real reason. She was still wearing the sling. Still carrying the scars of the battle. But she was sitting straight, and her monocle caught the candlelight, and when her eyes found Harry across the crowded hall, they held steady with the fierce, unshakable love of a woman who'd built something extraordinary out of a broken boy and a belief that justice was possible. Harry met her gaze. He didn't smile, he rarely did, in public. But he nodded, and she nodded back, and in that exchange, silent, brief, freighted with 11 years of training in trust and transformation, everything was said. Susan, sitting beside Harry, leaned close. She's watching you. She's always watching me. She's proud. I know. So am I. For what it's worth. It's worth everything, Susan. His sister squeezed his arm and went back to her dinner, and Harry sat at the Hufflepuff table, the table of loyalty, of hard work, of fair play, and ate, and listened, and felt the weight of the scales on his palm and the warmth of his family around him and the knowledge that the war was coming and the world was uncertain and the future held more darkness than any prophecy could predict. But also this, the conviction, unshakable and hard one, that whatever came next, he would face it the way Amelia had taught him. With evidence. With integrity. With the courage to act and the wisdom to question and the strength to choose mercy when the world demanded vengeance. Be just, Harry. In all things. He would be. He was. Across the hall, Amelia watched her son, seated among his friends, calm and steady and so much more than she'd dared to hope when she'd pulled a small, scarred boy from darkness and brought him into the light. Susan leaned against her aunt's good shoulder. He's ready, Susan said. Amelia looked at Harry, at the young man she'd made, the judge she'd trained, the son she'd chosen and who'd chosen her back, and felt, for the first time in a very long career of fighting, something that might have been peace. He's ready, she said. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.